Chapter 21-21. Duan Lingtian did not expect he would become the protector of the death duels in Sin City. However, he knew it was not something he could control. Although it was a battle of life and death, Duan Lingtian merely watched calmly. He did not feel the slightest ripple in his heart. Before this, he had witnessed many life and death battles in the city of Sin. However, nobody took advantage of the situation and took advantage of the situation. For this reason, he was not affected at all. However, would the outcome of the death duel be the same as before? Would nobody take advantage of the situation? Buzz. The outcome of the death duel was quickly decided. The Saint Saber in one of the death duels shone brightly and killed his opponent. Of course, after killing his opponent, he was also injured. If it was in the past, he would have left the scene as fast as he could. He was afraid someone would take advantage of his injury to kill him and take everything from him. However, he was standing on the spot. After consuming a pill, he sat cross-legged in the air to heal his injuries. It was as though the people around him did not exist. Due to the appearance of the black-robed man, the order in Sin City has improved. If it was in the past, he wouldn't have dared to heal himself so boldly when he's injured. Many sectless cultivators shook their heads when they saw the winner of the death duel acting in such a manner. They did not even dare to imagine such a scene in the past. Although I'm envious of his spatial ring and the spatial ring of the person he killed, and I'm confident I can kill him now that he's injured, I don't dare to make a move when I think about the black-robed man. One of the sectless cultivators said with a wry smile. In the past, he was also a person who liked to take advantage of others. However, since the appearance of the black-robed man, he was glad he did not make a move. Otherwise, he would have been killed by the black-robed man. While he rejoiced, he also became well-behaved. Even though he saw many people seriously injured from the deathmatch, he didn't dare to take advantage of the situation. Who knew if the black-robed man was hiding nearby? He did not dare to take any chances. He did not dare to take the risk. After all, if he lost, he would lose his life. Many people say the black-robed man is a villain. In my opinion, it's slander. Blatant slander. Recently, in our city of Sin, there have been quite a number of people who have engaged in life and death battles. There are also quite a number of people who have been on the brink of death after killing their opponents. However, the black-robed man has never come out to take advantage of the situation. This shows that he is not a bad person. A sectless cultivator spoke up for Duan Lingtian. I think so as well. Many sectless cultivators in the surroundings nodded in agreement. Boom! However, just as the surrounding rogue cultivators were about to disperse, a thunderous sound was heard. It was a boundless power that seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. It landed on the person who was sitting cross-legged in the void and healing his wounds, killing him instantly. In just a blink of an eye, that person was blasted into pieces, leaving behind only a spatial ring. He's dead? This scene also caused the group of spectating rogue cultivators to be aghast. A Saint Celestial Stage powerhouse. Many sectless cultivators realized the attacker was a Saint Celestial Stage powerhouse. Otherwise, he would not have been able to kill the sectless cultivator who was injured from the death duels without them noticing. Duan Lingtian, who was about to leave, was also alerted by the commotion. He turned around and looked at the sky coldly. High up in the sky, behind the clouds, a figure descended from the air. A member of the Black Crow Alliance? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow when he saw the person's uniform. He recognized the person's uniform as a member of the Black Crow Alliance. He had killed many members of the Black Crow Alliance recently. Therefore, he was no stranger to this person's uniform. A Saint Celestial Stage powerhouse? Interesting. In the past, the strongest person Duan Lingtian had killed from the Black Crow Alliance was only at the peak of the quintessential Saint stage. None of them were at the Saint Celestial Stage. For this reason, the innate spiritual roots he had devoured were not of high grades. Duan Lingtian was, naturally, excited when he saw a Saint Celestial Stage member from the Black Crow Alliance. Since this person's cultivation base was at the Saint Celestial Stage, it meant his innate talent in the martial Tao was extraordinary. His innate spiritual root was not inferior to the members of the Black Crow Alliance whom he had killed earlier. It's a member of the Black Crow Alliance. Isn't he afraid of being killed by the black-robed man? When Duan Ling Tian recognized the man from the Black Crow Alliance, many sectless cultivators who were about to leave stopped in their tracks. They recognized the man's identity based on his attire. Didn't you see how powerful he was when he attacked earlier? He's a Saint Celestial Stage powerhouse. He might not be afraid of the black-robed man. That's right. Although the black-robed man is powerful, the strongest person he has killed so far was only at the peak of the quintessential Saint stage. He might not be able to kill a Saint Celestial Stage powerhouse. The person from the Black Crow Alliance is not in a hurry to leave after killing the person. It's obvious he's not afraid of the black-robed man. I wonder if the black-robed man will show up. Under the watchful eyes of the sectless cultivators, the person from the Black Crow Alliance descended from the clouds and collected the spatial ring of the person he had killed. After collecting the spatial ring, he did not leave in a hurry. Instead, he stood on the spot and looked around as though he was observing something. What's he looking at? Could he be waiting for the black-robed man? The Black Crow Alliance is finally making a move. It seems like the Saint Celestial Stage powerhouse from the Black Crow Alliance is here to kill the black-robed man and avenge the members of the Black Crow Alliance who were killed by the black-robed man. That's possible. When they saw the man from the Black Crow Alliance whose cultivation base was at the Saint Celestial Stage lingered in the air for a long time, many sectless cultivators could guess his intention. If it was not for the black-robed man, why would the Saint Celestial Stage powerhouse from the Black Crow Alliance take advantage of the situation? The two people who were fighting earlier were only at the peak of the quintessential Saint stage. Even if they were at their peak, they might not be a match for the person from the Black Crow Alliance. With his strength, there was no need for him to take advantage of the situation. For this reason, the sectless cultivators present on the scene realized the person from the Black Crow Alliance had come to deal with the black-robed man. I wonder if the black-robed man will come after receiving the news. Many sectless cultivators were curious about this. I don't think so. It's obvious the Saint Celestial Stage powerhouse from the Black Crow Alliance came prepared. Put aside his strength, there must be many powerhouses from the Black Crow Alliance hiding in the dark. Some of the sectless cultivators said, "If I were the black-robed man, I wouldn't have come. This is obviously a trap." I think so too. Many sectless cultivators had a good impression of the black-robed man that Duan Lingtian was playing. For this reason, they hoped Duan Lingtian would not come. A trap? Duan Lingtian, who was hiding in the dark, called out to Hualao. He asked Hualao to observe the surroundings to see if there were people hiding in the dark. If there were people hiding in the dark, Duan Lingtian wanted to know their cultivation base. It was better to be safe than sorry. Duan Lingtian knew this. At the same time, many sectless cultivators who thought Duan Lingtian would not come began to leave one after another. News of what had happened spread out as well. After the news spread out, more and more sectless cultivators came to join in the fun. Someone recognized the person from the Black Crow Alliance and exclaimed in surprise, Isn't he Zhao Zhan, the deputy leader of the Black Crow Alliance?" Zhao Zhan? A commotion broke out immediately. When the group of sectless cultivators looked at the person from the Black Crow Alliance again, their gazes changed drastically. Previously, they had thought this Black Crow Alliance member was just an ordinary Saint Celestial Stage powerhouse in the Black Crow Alliance. They did not expect him to be Zhao Zhan, the deputy leader of the Black Crow Alliance. Apart from being the deputy leader of the Black Crow Alliance, Zhao Zhan was also very powerful. He was one of the strongest powerhouses at the second form of the Saint Celestial Stage. He was ranked at the 566th place on the Supreme Saint ranking. It's Zhao Zhan, the deputy leader of the Black Crow Alliance. He actually came here personally. It's obvious he's here for the black-robed man. However, since he's here personally, the black-robed man won't dare to come. It seems like there's nothing to watch today. When the group of sectless cultivators learned the person from the Black Crow Alliance was Zhao Zhan, the deputy leader of the Black Crow Alliance, they were shocked. At the same time, they were certain Duan Lingtian would not come. The deputy leader of the Black Crow Alliance? Zhao Zhan? At this moment, an indifferent voice rang in the air. The voice was not loud, but it seemed to contain a magical power that instantly drowned out the discussions of the sectless cultivators. Following that, a figure clad in a black robe appeared under the watchful eyes of the others. Because the black robe was a loose black robe with a hood, no one knew what kind of person was hidden under the black robe. However, based on the voice, they were certain the person was a man. This black-robed figure was a man. The black-robed man. When the crowd saw the black-robed man, an uproar broke out. All the sectless cultivators had an expression of disbelief on their faces. He's here. Isn't he afraid Zhao Zhan will kill him? Doesn't he know Zhao Zhan is one of the strongest powerhouses at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage, and is ranked at the 566th place on the Supreme Saint ranking? Isn't he sending himself to his death? The group of sectless cultivators shook their heads when they saw the black-robed Duan Ling Tian. Their eyes were filled with pity. Many sectless cultivators tried to persuade Duan Ling Tian to leave through voice transmission. You're the one who killed the members of the Black Crow Alliance in Sin City. Chapter 21-22. Zhao Zhan wanted to confirm Duan Ling Tian's identity as soon as he spoke. After all, there were a few people who imitated the black-robed man in Sin City recently. He was not sure if the black-robed man in front of him was the black-robed man who had killed many members of the Black Crow Alliance. Even if the person in front of him was not the black-robed man, he would not show any mercy. He's Zhao Tu's brother? Duan Ling Tian, who was clad in a black robe, found the name Zhao Zhan familiar. After some thought, he realized Zhao Zhan was the brother of Zhao Tu, the member of the Black Crow Alliance who he had killed. He still remembered Zhao Tuesday. Before he killed Zhao Tu had mentioned Zhao Zhan, the deputy leader of the Black Crow Alliance. However, he did not pay much attention to it. Zhao Zhan did not expect the black-robed man to be the black-robed man in front of him. Not only did the black-robed man in front of him kill many members of the Black Crow Alliance, but he was also the one who killed his brother, Zhao Tuesday. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian did not expect Zhao Zhan to be the black-robed man in front of him. They're just a bunch of trash who like to take advantage of others. So what if I killed them? Duan Ling Tian replied indifferently to Zhao Zhan's question. His expression was calm, as though he was not bothered by the fact that he had killed the members of the Black Crow Alliance. In fact, he was not bothered by the matter at all. He had seen many members of the Black Crow Alliance in Sin City, but he did not kill all of them. The members of the Black Crow Alliance who had died in his hands were those who wanted to take advantage of others. Duan Ling Tian did not have any psychological burden when he killed these people. Hua! As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, the surroundings fell silent. The sectless cultivators who were whispering among themselves fell silent as they stared at Duan Ling Tian in shock. They did not expect Duan Ling Tian to be so valiant. How dare he act so arrogantly in front of the deputy leader of the Black Crow Alliance, Zhao Zhan, who was ranked at the 566th place on the Supreme Saint ranking? Was he not afraid of death? To dare to act like this in front of Zhao Zhan, could it be that he is stronger than Zhao Zhan? Suddenly, a rogue cultivator guessed. His words immediately caused an uproar among the crowd of rogue cultivators. Now that you mention it, it's possible. My thoughts have also changed. Why must Zhao Zhan be stronger? Perhaps this black-robed man was even stronger than Zhao Zhan? After all of the people he has killed so far have been killed in one hit. That's right. Even the strongest person he killed was only at the peak of the quintessential saint stage. Who can say he's not at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage or above? When the group of itinerant cultivators discussed again, they changed the topic. When Zhao Zhan heard the words of these independent cultivators, his expression changed drastically. After being reminded by these rogue cultivators, he came back to his senses and realized a problem. He didn't understand the true strength of the black-robed man before him. Since the black-robed man dared to appear after his identity was exposed, there were only two possibilities. The first possibility was that the black-robed man was weaker than him and wanted to trick him into retreating. The second possibility was that the black-robed man was stronger than him and was not afraid of him. They're just a bunch of trash who like to take advantage of others. So what if I kill them? Duan Ling Tian's arrogant words kept reverberating in Zhao Zhan's ears, causing him to lean more and more toward the second possibility. The black-robed man was stronger than him. You've killed so many people from the Black Crow Alliance. Our leader won't let you go. Just you wait. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Zhan finally thickened his face and said these words in a deep voice. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and prepared to leave. He had already made up his mind. No matter how humiliating it was better for him to retreat. If the black-robed man was stronger than him, it would be over for him. There was another leader in the Black Crow Alliance who was stronger than him. In his opinion, it would not be too late for him to deal with the black-robed man after the leader of the Black Crow Alliance returned. Moreover, it would be safer. For this reason, Zhao Zhan decided not to take the risk. However, was he allowed to leave just because he wanted to? Whoosh! Duan Ling Tian, who was completely shrouded in a black robe, moved. In the next moment, he appeared in front of Zhao Zhan like a ghost and blocked his path before he could even turn around to leave. Zhao Zhan's expression changed drastically when he saw Duan Ling Tian blocking his path. At the same time, the group of sectless cultivators who were watching regained their senses. Zhao Zhan's words still echoed in their ears. You've killed so many people from the Black Crow Alliance. Our leader won't let you go. Just you wait. Based on Zhao Zhan's words, it seemed like he was afraid of the black-robed man and wanted to escape. The group of sectless cultivators who regained their senses looked at Zhao Zhan with disdain. Many of them could not help but mock him. Zhao Zhan is afraid. If he's afraid, why did he come out today? I think he didn't expect the black-robed man to be stronger than him. Now that the black-robed man dares to come out after his identity is exposed, he must be frightened. He must think the black-robed man is stronger than him. I think so too. However, doesn't he think it's embarrassing? Not only is he embarrassing himself, but he's embarrassing the Black Crow Alliance as well. Embarrassing? What's embarrassing compared to his life? In the beginning, only a few sectless cultivators mocked Zhao Zhan. However, more and more sectless cultivators joined in. Due to the fact that the Black Crow Alliance liked to take advantage of others, their reputation in Sin City was not good. However, due to the strength of the Black Crow Alliance, most of the sectless cultivators did not dare to voice their displeasure. Now that they finally had a chance to mock Zhao Zhan, the deputy leader of the Black Crow Alliance, they naturally would not miss this opportunity. As the saying went, if you miss this village, you won't get this opportunity again. They treasured this opportunity very much. Therefore, when they mocked Duan Ling Tian, they were like the Yellow River in Duan Ling Tian's previous life. Zhao Zhan's face turned pale when he heard the group of sectless cultivators mocking him. Do you really want to fight me? Zhao Zhan asked in a deep voice as he looked at Duan Ling Tian, who was blocking his way. It was as though he was a duck being forced to a perch. As he spoke, a powerful killing intent surged out of his body and swept toward Duan Ling Tian. He did this to test Duan Ling Tian. If Duan Ling Tian was only deliberately mystifying from the beginning until the end, it was very likely that Duan Ling Tian would give himself away in the face of his killing intent. At that time, he would no longer have any scruples and could directly kill Duan Ling Tian. At that time, not only would he be able to regain his dignity, but the Black Crow Alliance's deterrence in Sin City would also increase. However, Zhao Zhan's expression changed again. This was because he discovered the black-robed man did not react to his killing intent. Duan Ling Tian did not move at all. Duan Ling Tian's face was covered by the black robe, so he could not see the change in his expression. You're the deputy leader of the Black Crow Alliance. How can you ask such a stupid question? Duan Ling Tian asked after a few moments. As soon as Duan Ling Tian's words left his mouth, the sectless cultivators were stunned for a moment before they burst out laughing. Run! When Zhao Zhan heard Duan Ling Tian's words, he realized Duan Ling Tian was confident he could defeat him. His expression changed a few times before he turned around at lightning speed, trying to flee in another direction. However, Duan Ling Tian seemed to be able to predict Zhao Zhan's movements and blocked his path again. This time, Zhao Zhan did not manage to escape in time. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Duan Ling Tian raised his hand, and a ruler appeared in his hand like a bolt of lightning. It was a simple and unadorned ruler. Universe teleportation. The ruler was the celestial supreme treasure, the universe ruler, that was stored on the 4th level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. As for the cosmic teleportation, it was a very strange divine ability that the cosmic ruler had. As soon as Duan Ling Tian took out the universe ruler, he immediately merged his sun saint energy that was comparable to a saint celestial stage powerhouse into the universe ruler and cast the universe teleportation. In that instant, before Zhao Zhan and the others could react, there was a flash in front of their eyes. A mysterious and unfathomable power swept over them, causing their bodies to spin continuously. Zhao Zhan and the others were caught off guard by this sudden and mysterious power, and they allowed it to guide them in a spinning motion. Just as the lightning flashed, Elementary devouring tactic. With Duan Ling Tian's body as the center, an inconspicuous whirlpool appeared. Although the whirlpool only appeared for a moment, it still devoured all the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings like a hungry, devouring beast. Zhao Zhan and the group of Seckless cultivators were distracted by the universe teleportation, so they did not see the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, that Duan Ling Tian cast. They did not notice the abnormality in the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings. At this moment, the sun saint energy in Duan Ling Tian's body soared to its limit. It was comparable to the saint origin of a powerhouse who had just broken through to the 3rd form of the saint celestial stage. In the next moment, Zhao Zhan regained his senses. Whoosh! Duan Ling Tian seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind that blew toward Zhao Zhan. Zhao Zhan, who had just regained his senses, had a horrified expression on his face. Wang! At the same time, a crisp sound that resembled the sound of a saber rang in the air. Duan Ling Tian had continuously infused his sun saint energy into the celestial supreme treasure, the universe ruler, and used it as a saber to slash at Zhao Zhan. He did not cast any martial tactics or divine abilities. Chapter 21-23. There were many types of celestial supreme treasures. For example, the Jasper celestial sword on the 2nd level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda was an offensive celestial supreme treasure. The astonishing god halberd on the 3rd level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda was an offensive and defensive celestial supreme treasure. On the other hand, the universal ruler on the 4th level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda was an assist-type celestial supreme treasure. It could use its unique ability, the universal teleportation, to confuse the opponent and play with the opponent. Naturally, with Duan Ling Tian's current strength, he had barely met the requirements to use the universe ruler. Due to this reason, the might of the universe teleportation cast by the universe ruler was also very weak. Zhao Zhan, the vice leader of the Black Crow Alliance, was stunned for a moment. When he regained his senses, he easily broke free from the restraints of the universe ruler's divine ability, the universe teleportation. Even so, it still affected Zhao Zhan to a certain extent. Oh no! As soon as Zhao Zhan regained his senses, he discovered Duan Ling Tian had arrived next to him. Apart from that, there was also a terrifying aura that was charging toward him at an exaggerated speed. He was so shocked that he immediately cast all sorts of defensive techniques. However, the various defensive techniques that he had used were hastily executed after all. Although the universe ruler in Duan Ling Tian's hand was only an assist-type celestial supreme treasure, it was still a celestial supreme treasure. It was not something the saint weapons in the mundane realm could compare to. Wang! For this reason, when Duan Ling Tian swung the universe ruler in his hand, the void seemed to have stagnated for a moment as though it would be torn apart at any moment. At the same time, the defensive techniques that Zhao Zhan cast in a hurry collapsed and vanished in the wake of the universe ruler's attack. Crack! Following a crisp sound, Zhao Zhan's body was split into 2 with his neck as the center. His head flew into the air and blood splashed everywhere. It was a dazzling sight to behold from afar. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. The group of Seckless cultivators who had just broken free from the universal teleportation saw Duan Ling Tian cutting Zhao Zhan's body into 2 when they regained their senses. The entire process was as simple as cutting tofu. Hiss! 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 All of a sudden, a group of rogue cultivators gasped as they looked at Zhao Zhan's body that had been cut into two halves. Their eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. What shocked them was not the bloody scene in front of them. What shocked them was Duan Lingtian's strength. Zhao Zhan, the deputy leader of the Black Crow Alliance, was ranked 566th on the Supreme Saint ranking. However, such an existence was like an ant in front of Duan Lingtian. In just a few moments, Duan Lingtian had easily trampled it to death. It's too scary. This black-robed man's strength is too terrifying. Zhao Zhan is ranked at the 566th place on the Supreme Saint ranking, but he's so weak in front of him. Moreover, he killed Zhao Zhan with an ordinary ruler that can't even be considered a saint weapon. It does look like an ordinary ruler. Even when he poured his saint chi into it, the ruler didn't release any kind of power. The universe ruler in Duan Lingtian's hand was an assist-type celestial supreme treasure after all. Therefore, when it was activated, it was not as powerful as the Jasper celestial sword. It looked ordinary and inconspicuous. Those who didn't know better would even think that this was an ordinary ruler. This was exactly what Duan Lingtian wanted. Otherwise, would it not be easier for him to kill Zhao Zhan with the Jasper celestial sword? The reason he chose to use the universe ruler was, naturally, because he did not want to expose his identity as Duan Lingtian. Recently, the topic in Sin City had shifted to his identity as the black-robed man. The topic of his identity as Duan Lingtian had become less and less common since people thought he had left Sin City. However, if news of the Duan Lingtian and the black-robed man were the same person spread, it would definitely cause an uproar in Sin City. Duan Lingtian did not want that. He only wanted to be a black-robed man and improve his martial Dao innate talent in Sin City so he could achieve his goal as soon as possible. Devouring villains' innate spiritual roots and improving his own innate spiritual root was the most important thing for him. Hualao. Since Duan Lingtian had killed Zhao Zhan, he did not forget to ask for Hualao's help to devour Zhao Zhan's innate spiritual root. Currently, his Sun Saint energy was comparable to the Saint origin of a Saint Celestial Stage powerhouse. In fact, when he activated his Sun Saint energy, nobody would think his Sun Saint energy was not Saint energy. However, his true cultivation base was only at the intermediate quintessential Saint stage. Due to this reason, his soul had not reached the Saint Celestial Stage yet. For this reason, he still needed Hualao's help to detect other people's innate spiritual roots. Currently, Duan Lingtian was getting more and more familiar with devouring innate spiritual roots. Before the group of sectless cultivators could regain their senses, Duan Lingtian had already devoured Zhao Zhan's innate spiritual root to improve his own innate spiritual root. Zhao Zhan's innate spiritual root is not bad. It can be considered the best innate spiritual root I've devoured recently. His innate spiritual root is almost comparable to the sum of all the innate spiritual roots I've devoured recently. Duan Lingtian thought to himself after devouring Zhao Zhan's innate spiritual root. Then, under the watchful eyes of the others, Duan Lingtian swaggered away, leaving only the silhouette of his back to the others. Since Duan Lingtian was wearing a loose black hooded long robe, nobody could tell his gender, let alone recognize him as the Duan Lingtian who had obtained 2 grade saint weapons. If Duan Lingtian had not spoken, nobody would be certain Duan Lingtian was a man. Based on this, one could see how well Duan Lingtian hid his gender. It seems like Zhao Zhan is the only one from the Black Crow Alliance who came, a sectless cultivator said when he saw the black-robed man Duan Lingtian was impersonating swaggering away. Many sectless cultivators agreed with his words. I heard the leader of the Black Crow Alliance has left Sin City for a long trip. Even if Zhao Zhan isn't the only one who came, do you think they'll have the courage to stand out? You're right. Everyone knows the leader of the Black Crow Alliance is the strongest. The strongest person after the leader is Zhao Zhan. Even Zhao Zhan was able to kill him with ease. Apart from the leader of the Black Crow Alliance, none of the other members of the Black Crow Alliance can fight against him. I think so as well. Even the leader of the Black Crow Alliance might not be a match for the black-robed man. The group of sectless cultivators discussed among themselves as they watched Duan Lingtian's silhouette leaving. Duan Lingtian was the only one who knew there were no other people from the Black Crow Alliance around. Zhao Zhan did not even bring any helpers with him. Hualao had already investigated this for him. If that wasn't the case, he wouldn't have swaggered out. Currently, he cherished his life even more than before. Apart from saving Kerr and their daughter from Zoroastrianism, his motivation to improve his strength was so that he could return to the lower province as soon as possible and reunite with his family and friends. Currently, he had no idea what was going on in the lower province. Due to this reason, he felt worried whenever he thought about his family and friends in the lower province. When news of Duan Lingtian killing Zhao Zhan, the deputy leader of the Black Crow Alliance, spread, it naturally caused a commotion in Sin City. Naturally, since Duan Lingtian had intentionally concealed his identity, no one connected him to the black-robed man. Moreover, in order to play the role of the black-robed man, Duan Lingtian even asked Elder Huer to help him devour other people's innate spiritual roots without using the Jasper Celestial Sword or any other iconic divine abilities without revealing his identity. Finally, Hualao asked him to use the Universe Ruler on the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. The Universe Ruler had its own divine ability, the Universe Teleportation. With Duan Lingtian's current strength, he could not unleash even a 10,000th of the Universe Teleportation's true power. However, if he used it on an unsuspecting person, it would be effective and distract them. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was relying on the Universe Teleportation to improve his Sun Saint energy. To be more precise, his Sun Saint energy had been improved by the divine ability, the Elementary Devouring Tactic. With the interference of the Universe Teleportation, he did not have to worry about people noticing his divine ability, the Elementary Devouring Tactic. With this, his identity would not be exposed. All in all, Duan Lingtian had put in a lot of effort to play the role of the black-robed man. With my current strength, unless it's a powerhouse at the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage or someone stronger, I won't be able to kill them at the risk of being exposed. Duan Lingtian was very confident about this. While Duan Lingtian was focused on improving his innate spiritual root in Sin City as time passed, news of him being the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion in the lower province, killing Xiazong, the son of the Golden Lion King, one of the 4 great kings of Zhuangzi Buddhism, and obtaining 2 grade-level saint weapons also spread to Zoroastrianism. For a time, the entire Zoroastrianism was in an uproar. Heavens! Senior brother Duan Lingtian is actually the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion in the lower province? The lucky guy who obtained the grade-level saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet? Unbelievable! Unbelievable! I can't believe senior brother Duan Lingtian is that Duan Lingtian. Senior brother Duan Lingtian is really strong, right? He actually killed Xiezong, the son of the Golden Lion King of Zhuangzi Buddhism, and took back the grade-level saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet. Senior brother Duan Lingtian actually obtained the grade-level saint weapon, the Traceless Sword. Chapter 21-24. Duan Lingtian was ranked at the 41st place on the Supreme Saint ranking. He was the prodigious disciple of Zoroastrianism, Duan Lingtian. Most people in Zoroastrianism were proud to have such a prodigious disciple. After all, he was a prodigious powerhouse who had risen from Zoroastrianism. He was the pride of Zoroastrianism. However, the recent news that came back from the outside made them dumbfounded. The prodigious disciple of Zoroastrianism, Duan Lingtian, was actually the same person from the lower province who had obtained the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet. Moreover, Duan Lingtian had killed Elder Xiezong of Zhuangzi Buddhism, who had snatched the Devil Seal Tablet from Duan Lingtian in Sin City. Moreover, it was said that Duan Lingtian had killed Elder Xiezong with the help of another Super Saint weapon on the 10 Great Saint Weapons ranking, the Traceless Sword. Currently, Duan Lingtian had obtained 2 Super Saint weapons on the 10 Great Saint Weapons ranking. Right now, senior brother Duan Lingtian has become the target of everyone in the upper province. I wonder if he'll return to Zoroastrianism. Return to Zoroastrianism? You're thinking too much. Do you think that's possible? If you're senior brother Duan Lingtian and you obtain 2 Super Saint weapons, would you return? If I were him, I definitely wouldn't return. It's dangerous outside, but isn't Zoroastrianism dangerous as well? People in the outside world are tempted by the super saint weapons, but how can we Zoroastrianism not be tempted as well? If he returns to Zoroastrianism, he'll be a huge target. It'll be difficult for him to keep the two super saint weapons. However, if he's outside, he'll be a smaller target. Although he won't easily show himself, it'll be easier for him to keep the two super saint weapons. I think so too. The topic of discussion in the Zoroastrianism had unknowingly shifted from the demons in the land of exile to Duan Ling Tian, the genius disciple of the Zoroastrianism. Because it was related to two super saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapons ranking, it caused a great commotion in Zoroastrianism. Azure Dragon Sanctum, the sanctum leader's residence. He's actually the Duan Ling Tian from the lower province who obtained the super saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet. Lu Tai, the sanctum leader of the Azure Dragon Sanctum, narrowed his eyes in shock. He did not expect the prodigious disciple of the Zoroastrianism, Duan Ling Tian, was actually the lucky person from the lower province who obtained the Devil Seal Tablet. Duan Ling Tian obtained two super saint weapons? Bu Hong, who was standing next to Lu Tai, was so envious that his eyes turned red when he heard the news. As it turned out, he was already filled with jealousy when he found out Duan Ling Tian possessed the Traceless Sword, one of the 10 great saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapons ranking. Now that he found out Duan Ling Tian had obtained the super saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet, he was filled with jealousy. When he thought about how his innate spiritual root had been destroyed by Duan Ling Tian and how it would be difficult for him to improve his innate spiritual root, he felt like he was going crazy. He even felt like killing himself. Master, I didn't expect Duan Ling Tian to expose the fact that he possesses the Traceless Sword. In that case, you've withdrawn the charges against him for nothing. He's really lucky. When Bu Hong thought about how his master had withdrawn the charges against Duan Ling Tian, he felt like he had lost all hope in life. His master had gone to the enforcement hall to accuse Duan Ling Tian of destroying his innate spiritual root. His master had withdrawn the charges because he was worried Duan Ling Tian would die in the enforcement hall and lose the opportunity to obtain the super saint weapon, the Traceless Sword. Now that news of Duan Ling Tian possessing the Traceless Sword and the Devil Seal Tablet had been exposed, it would be extremely difficult for his master to obtain the Traceless Sword in Duan Ling Tian's possession. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian had benefited by withdrawing the charges. Who would have thought Duan Ling Tian would expose the fact that he possesses the Traceless Sword? Lu Tai's expression darkened when he heard Bu Hong's words. However, based on the current situation, it doesn't matter whether the charges are withdrawn or not. Do you think he'll return to Zoroastrianism under such circumstances? He must know that if he returns to Zoroastrianism, the two super saint weapons in his possession will change owners. For this reason, I'm certain he won't return to Zoroastrianism. Lu Tai's words were resolute and decisive. Bu Hong fell silent when he heard this since he agreed with his master's words. In the enforcement hall in the saint land of Zoroastrianism. Father! As soon as Dong Lin learned about Duan Ling Tian's other identity and the fact that Duan Ling Tian had obtained two super saint weapons, he immediately went to look for his father. Dong Yuanjin, the vice hall master of the enforcement hall. You're here for Duan Ling Tian? Dong Yuanjin asked when he saw Dong Lin. Father, you heard about it as well? Dong Lin nodded. Yes. Dong Yuanjin nodded. His eyes flashed coldly as he said in a deep voice, I didn't expect him to be the one who obtained the Devil Seal Tablet. Moreover, he even took the Devil Seal Tablet back from the Golden Lion King's son, the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect. It did not cross my mind that he had another super saint weapon, the Traceless Sword. It seems like the reason he was able to kill Yang Wen, suppress Wen Yen, and defeat Bu Hong was because of the Traceless Sword. Dong Yuanjin was the vice hall master of the enforcement hall after all. When he learned that Duan Ling Tian possessed the Traceless Sword, the super saint weapon, he thought of many things. That must be it. Dong Lin nodded as well. Everyone thinks that his sword technique is powerful, but they don't know that he's only able to execute such a powerful strike because of his super saint weapon, the Traceless Sword. When Dong Lin mentioned the Traceless Sword, his eyes turned red with jealousy. In the Zoroastrianism, apart from Lu Tai, Dong Lin, and Dong Lin, the news of Duan Lingtian possessing 2 Super Saint weapons also shocked the others. This included the 3 great guardians of Zoroastrianism, who were only second to the sect leader. I didn't expect that little fellow to be so lucky. He actually possesses 2 Super Saint weapons. Qing Hua, one of the 3 great guardians of Zoroastrianism and the master of Ker's sister, Gan Ruyen, could not help but sigh when he heard the news. Even if his heart was as calm as still water, at this moment, the depths of his eyes still seemed to reveal a bit of burning desire. Although he was a guardian of Zoroastrianism, he did not possess a Super Saint weapon. For this reason, he was tempted when he learned that Duan Lingtian possessed 2 Super Saint weapons. In Sin City in the central region, Duan Lingtian was already prepared for the news of him possessing 2 Super Saint weapons to spread to the Zoroastrianism. He had even decided not to return to Zoroastrianism until he was strong enough. For the sake of Ker and their daughter's safety, he was eager to improve his innate spiritual root. As long as the grade of his innate spiritual root increased, his innate talent in the martial Tao would improve as well. In that case, his cultivation speed would increase, and he would be able to become more powerful in a shorter period of time. For this reason, Duan Lingtian, who was in Sin City, was looking for opportunities to improve his innate spiritual root while he cultivated diligently. Time continued to pass by. Half a year had passed in just a blink of an eye. Naturally, half a year referred to the time in the outside world, not the time in the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. A treasure vault left behind by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage? Duan Lingtian had just come out of closed-door cultivation. As soon as he left the inn, he saw a group of sectless cultivators in Sin City flying north. From the words of the sectless cultivators, Duan Lingtian learned that there was a treasure vault left behind by a group of sectless cultivators. The entrance to the treasure vault left behind by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage had appeared in the north of Sin City. Currently, a group of sectless cultivators was rushing toward the entrance. My luck is so good? I just came out of closed-door cultivation, and I've already come across such a good thing? When Duan Lingtian learned that there was an entrance to the treasure vault that was suspected to be left behind by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the north of Sin City, his heart began to race. Let's follow them and have a look. Without any hesitation, Duan Lingtian soared into the sky and disappeared into the clouds before he headed north as well. Because there were many rogue cultivators traveling under the clouds, in order to avoid being pointed at, he also chose to travel above the clouds. This way, he could avoid the gazes of many people. After all, anyone would be able to tell he was the black-robed man with his current outfit. Even if those sectless cultivators were not certain if he was the real black-robed man, they would still point at him as though they were watching a monkey show. Duan Lingtian did not like this feeling, so he avoided them as much as possible. All of a sudden, 3 sounds of wind whistling rang from behind him. It was getting closer and closer. Duan Lingtian was stunned. There were people traveling above the clouds? Soon after, the 3 sounds of wind whistling arrived near him. Based on the sound of the wind, it seemed like they were not far from him. Black-robed man? At this moment, a frivolous voice rang from behind Duan Lingtian. The black-robed man has become very famous in Sin City in the past 6 months. Naturally, there are many fakes as well. I wonder if this black-robed man is the real deal or a fake. If you want to know if he's the real deal, I'm willing to give it a try, young master. In the next moment, another sharp voice rang in the air. Duan Lingtian's expression darkened. He quickly turned around and looked at the people behind him warily. In just a blink of an eye, 3 figures entered Duan Lingtian's field of vision. The person in the lead was a young man with a devilishly handsome appearance. Chapter 21-25. A middle-aged man and an old man stood behind the good-for-nothing rich kid. The middle-aged man was dressed in a light green robe. He had a medium build and an ordinary appearance. At first glance, he looked no different from an ordinary person. On the other hand, the old man was dressed in a red robe. Although he was tall, he had a small head that did not match his body at all. The person who had laughed was none other than the red-robed old man. At this moment, the red-robed old man was glaring at Duan Ling Tian with his pair of small eyes. A terrifying aura was faintly emitted from his body. It was as though he would pounce on Duan Ling Tian to verify if Duan Ling Tian was the real black-robed man as soon as his young master gave the order. Since Elder Shur has said so, let's give it a try. When the good-for-nothing rich kid heard the old man's words and saw the black-robed man turn around, he narrowed his eyes and said in an indifferent tone. It was as though he was saying something insignificant. As soon as the good-for-nothing rich kid finished speaking, the middle-aged man's expression was no longer as calm as before. A slight frown appeared on his face. Yes, young master. Almost at the same time when the middle-aged man's expression was no longer calm, the red-robed old man who had been standing next to him since a long time ago also charged out like an eagle toward Duan Ling Tian. His speed was so fast that it was shocking. As he charged at Duan Ling Tian, the red-robed old man unleashed all his energy, emitting an oppressive aura. Third form of the Saint Celestial Stage? When Duan Ling Tian sensed the red-robed old man's aura, he realized his opponent was a powerhouse at the third form of the Saint Celestial Stage. He narrowed his eyes. In the blink of an eye, the old man was already not far away from him in his narrowed vision. It doesn't matter if you're the real black-robed man or not. You're destined to die in my hands today. The old man who called himself Shur Kuan let out an explosive cry. As his arms danced, they seemed to have transformed into a pair of wind and fire wheels, causing waves of clear friction sounds to appear in the air. Accompanying this was also waves of sharp aura that seemed to be able to tear everything apart. Reverse fire twin wheels. As Shur Kuan roared once again, his arms that were rotating like the wheels of wind and fire suddenly trembled. The next moment, Wang! Wang! Accompanied by the sound of two blades ringing out, two flame-like wind-fire wheels transformed from St. Chi swept towards Duan Ling Tian. The two wind-fire wheels gave Duan Ling Tian a feeling that they were two Shura sabers that had killed countless people. They gave him a bloody and suffocating feeling. Shur Kuan's first move was a killing move. This caused Duan Ling Tian's expression to darken. Before today, he admitted that he did not know this Shur Kuan. However, this Shur Kuan not only attacked him first, but he also attacked with a killing move. However, this Shur Kuan is not someone who is easy to deal with. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian's face turned grim as he realized this. Based on the aura that Shur Kuan exuded when he attacked, he could tell that many people had died in his hands. Otherwise, he would not have such a strong bloody aura when he attacked. However, this technique that combines martial arts and divine abilities is indeed not bad. Duan Ling Tian could not help but praise Shur Kuan in his heart when he saw the various attack techniques that Shur Kuan used. His current strength was no longer comparable to half a year ago. Therefore, his standards were much higher. However, although he felt that the old man's attack techniques were not bad, and the power contained in them was not weak either, Duan Ling Tian was not afraid at all. Good! As Duan Ling Tian thought to himself, he stood still on the spot. Whoosh! An ordinary-looking ruler appeared in his hand out of nowhere. It looked very similar to the ruler that Duan Ling Tian used to discipline his students in the ancient private school on Earth in his previous life. The teacher at that time was his teacher. As soon as the ruler appeared, the Sun Saint origin that Duan Ling Tian had been accumulating in his body surged into the ruler without any reservation. The ruler shook, and a crisp sound rang in the air. Streaks of sharp auras spread out one after another. The first to charge at Shur Kuan, who was the closest to Duan Ling Tian, was Shur Kuan. He could clearly feel the terrifying aura on the ruler in Duan Ling Tian's hand. The aura sent chills down his spine. The weapon is a ruler? Moreover, it gave him such a feeling. At this moment, Shur Kuan was almost certain. The black-robed man in front of him was the real deal, not a fake, twisting heaven and earth. Regardless of what Shur Kuan thought, Duan Ling Tian shouted in his heart. His hand that was holding the celestial supreme treasure, the heaven and earth ruler, began to move. As soon as Duan Ling Tian made his move, the space around him and Shur Kuan began to ripple as well. The ripples continued to distort, fold, expand, and shrink. When this scene landed in the eyes of the hedonistic young man and the middle-aged man in the distance, it also continuously shocked their eyes. It was as though they were enjoying a feast for the eyes. Could he really be the black-robed man? The good-for-nothing rich kid was already suspicious when he saw the ruler in Duan Lingtian's hand. Now that he saw Duan Lingtian's technique, he recalled the rumor from 6 months ago. At that time, the black-robed man had killed Zhao Zhan, the deputy leader of the Black Crow Alliance. Apart from that, the black-robed man also had an ordinary-looking ruler in his hand. Rulers could be faked. However, this was an extremely terrifying divine ability, and it wasn't something that could be imitated just because one wanted to. The good-for-nothing rich kid was still in shock. All of a sudden, buzz. Ah! The sound of a blade whistling through the air rang in the air, followed by a blood-curdling scream. The ripples in the space in front of Duan Lingtian gradually lessened before it finally calmed down. The good-for-nothing rich kid's eyes widened when he saw this scene. His already pale face turned even paler. Upon closer inspection, one could see that his body was trembling violently. This hedonistic young master's body was currently trembling at an extremely exaggerated rate. If someone was close to him, they would definitely be able to clearly smell a thick stench of urine. The good-for-nothing rich kid was so scared that he wet his pants. What kind of situation could scare the good-for-nothing rich kid to such a degree? Duan Lingtian stood a distance away from the good-for-nothing rich kid with a calm expression on his face. He was unmoving like a mountain, and the universe ruler in his hand had already been put away by him at an unknown time. Not far from Duan Lingtian, Shikuan, who was still arrogant, had been split into two. The ripples in the space had only lasted for a few breaths. In other words, in just a few breaths, Duan Lingtian had killed Shikuan, whose cultivation base was at the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage. Gasp! The middle-aged man who was standing behind the good-for-nothing rich kid regained his senses when he saw this. When he regained his senses, he could not help but gasp. It was precisely this breath of cold air that caused him to inhale a dense stench of urine, causing his face to darken. He realized his young master had wet his pants. Both the good-for-nothing rich kid and the middle-aged man were shocked by Duan Lingtian's strength. He had killed Shikuan, who was ranked 313th on the Supreme Saint ranking, in just a few breaths. With such strength, even if he had not broken through to the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage, he was most likely at the peak of the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage. In the Tao Martial Saint Land, the stronger powerhouses at the peak of the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage were ranked in the top 200 of the Supreme Saint ranking. However, they were unaware of this. Duan Lingtian had only taken a few breaths to kill the red-robed old man. He had spent the rest of the time devouring the red-robed old man's innate spiritual root. It was mentioned earlier that Duan Lingtian had the Sun Saint origin in his body. In other words, after half a year, Duan Lingtian had successfully broken through to the Saint Celestial stage with his monstrous innate talent and hard work. He was now a bona fide Saint Celestial stage powerhouse. After breaking through to the Saint Celestial stage, Duan Lingtian's soul had transformed as well. He was now able to detect other people's innate spiritual roots. For this reason, apart from becoming more skilled at devouring other people's innate spiritual roots, he was also becoming more and more efficient at devouring other people's innate spiritual roots. Both of you, at some point, Duan Lingtian's gaze seemed to have pierced through space and landed on the good-for-nothing rich kid and the middle-aged man. He asked calmly, "Do you want to try again? Both of you, do you want to try again?" The good-for-nothing rich kid was infuriated by Duan Lingtian's arrogance. His heart trembled. However, when he thought about Duan Lingtian's strength, he did not dare to make a sound no matter how angry he was. Mr. Black-robed. At the same time, the middle-aged man behind the good-for-nothing rich kid stepped forward and cupped his hands at Duan Lingtian as he said, "My young master has offended you earlier, and I hope you can forgive him. Now that the person who offended you has been killed, I hope you can forgive my young master." The middle-aged man was very sincere when he spoke. The good-for-nothing rich kid did not expect the middle-aged man to admit defeat. Horror dawned on his face immediately. He wanted to say something, but when he opened his mouth, He swallowed his words and stopped talking. This was because the middle-aged man's voice transmission rang in his ears. Young master, I know you feel wronged, but now is not the time to reveal your identity. If you reveal your identity, this black-robed man will definitely be so frightened that he'll kill all of you. Chapter 21-26. The good-for-nothing rich kid was infuriated when he heard the middle-aged man's voice transmission. A wise man knew better than to fight when the odds were against him. He understood this principle. Although he had an extraordinary background, he did not have a powerhouse by his side who could suppress the black-robed man. For this reason, it was better for him to act subservient. I'll let you be arrogant for now. You'll definitely die if you're still in Sin City. When the debauchee lowered his head, his eyes were burning with rage, and his heart was filled with hatred. Based on the direction the black-robed man took, he should be heading to the treasure vault left behind by the powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, just like us. The leader and the vice-leaders should have arrived by now. Once we meet up with them, you can ask the leader to kill the black-robed man. The middle-aged man's voice transmission continued to enter the ears of the good-for-nothing young man, causing his eyes to light up. That was right. Why had he not thought of that earlier? Based on the direction the black-robed man took, it was obvious he was heading to the treasure vault left behind by the powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. He could ask his father to kill the black-robed man and avenge Shirkuan when he arrived at the treasure vault. There was no need for him to wait until he returned to Sin City. The good-for-nothing rich kid no longer felt wronged when he thought of this. His eyes shone with killing intent. Humph! Duan Lingtian snorted coldly when he saw the two good-for-nothing rich kids had admitted defeat. He did not intend to continue arguing with them. He turned around and prepared to leave. He had his own principles. Since the two good-for-nothing rich kids had admitted defeat, he, naturally, would not deal with them like how he dealt with the red-robed old man earlier. After all, from the beginning until the end, these two people did not try to kill him, nor did they reveal any intention to kill him. It could be said that they did not touch his bottom line. Just as Duan Lingtian was about to leave, a voice rang in the air. A sonorous voice sounded out from behind Duan Lingtian. Sir, if you leave just like that, you might not even be able to enter the treasure vault left behind by the powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. The person who spoke was a young man from Sin City. The young man was dressed in a white robe. His appearance was handsome and he gave off a scholarly aura. Wearing a feather fan and a silk scarf, he looked exactly like a scholar. Behind him was an old man. The old man was tall and sturdy. He followed behind him like a shadow, as if he was protecting him all the time. What do you mean? Hearing the voice, Duan Lingtian turned around again, looked at the young man dressed like a scholar, and asked with a slight frown. I'm afraid you don't know the identity of this young master, right? At the same time, the young man dressed like a scholar had also arrived near Duan Lingtian. He stopped in time and at the same time, glanced at the hedonistic young man not far away and asked with a smile, Dong Guaji, what are you doing? As soon as the words left the young man's mouth, the good-for-nothing rich kid's expression changed drastically. He glared at the young man who was dressed like a scholar whom he addressed as Dong Guaji. Young Master Dong Gua, be careful with your words. The middle-aged man behind the good-for-nothing rich kid had a grave expression on his face as he reminded Dong Guaji. If Dong Guaji told the black-robed man about his young master's identity, he might not even be able to leave this place alive. However, Dong Guaji completely ignored the good-for-nothing rich kid and the middle-aged man. Instead, he smiled and introduced the two men to Duan Lingtian. One of them is the young leader of the 7 Kill Alliance in Sin City. His name is O Qing. The other one is an elder from the 7 Kill Alliance, Lu Jin. He's ranked at the 295th place on the Supreme Saint ranking. The old man you killed earlier is called Shirkuan. He's also an elder from the 7 Kill Alliance. Before he was killed by you, he was ranked at the 313th place on the Supreme Saint ranking. Dong Guaji continued to ignore O Qing and Lu Jin who were glaring at him as he spoke to Duan Lingtian. 7-Kill Alliance. Duan Lingtian's eyes widened when he heard Dong Guiji's words. The 7-Kill Alliance was one of the 3 strongest alliances in Sin City. It was said that the leader of the 7-Kill Alliance, Hai, was a powerhouse at the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage. The young leader of the 7-Kill Alliance? Qing? Duan Lingtian shifted his gaze to Qing. Qing's expression darkened when he saw Duan Lingtian looking at him. So you're the son of the leader of the 7-Kill Alliance? Hai? When Duan Lingtian asked, his tone turned colder. A hint of dread could be seen in the depths of his eyes. How could he not be afraid? Hai was a powerhouse at the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage. With his current strength, he was no match for Hai even if he unleashed all his techniques. If Hai wanted to kill him, it would be as easy as stepping on an ant. That's right. I'm the son of Hai, the young leader of the 7-Kill Alliance. Qing replied coldly when he heard Duan Lingtian's question. At the same time, he took out a Dao talisman from his pocket. This is the minor mirror image talisman my father gave me. If you dare to make a move on me, I'll crush it immediately. At that time, my father will know you killed me. You should know that if my father finds out you killed me, he won't let you go. You'll definitely die. Qing's tone turned colder when he spoke. It was as though he had fallen into an ice cave. The minor mirror image talisman could be crushed and activated. If Qing had taken the initiative to crush it, the minor mirror image talisman would have transmitted everything that had happened, including the scene in front of him, to the major mirror image talisman. Lu Jin, you're the one who taught young Master O to do this, right? Dong Guiji raised an eyebrow when he heard Qing's words. He looked at Lu Jin, who was standing behind Qing, and asked meaningfully. In his opinion, Qing was a smart person. A good-for-nothing rich kid like Qing would not be so smart. However, Lu Jin did not pay any attention to Dong Guiji. I know even if you don't tell me, with young Master O's intelligence, he won't be able to come up with a way to threaten Mr. Black. Although Lu Jin did not pay any attention to him, Dong Guiji continued to speak as if he was watching a good show. This Dong Guiji isn't someone easy to deal with. Although it seems like he's helping me, he's actually trying to use me to kill Qing. Duan Lingtian was not stupid. He could tell Dong Guiji was trying to kill Qing. Dong Guiji. Apart from the 7-Kill Alliance, the 3 strongest alliances in Sin City are the Eternal Alliance and the 1,000 Years Alliance. At the same time, Duan Lingtian recalled his understanding of the 3 strongest alliances in Sin City. The leader of the 1,000 Years Alliance seems to be called Dong Guiji. It seems like Dong Guiji is from the 1,000 Years Alliance. Moreover, his position is quite high as well. Otherwise, he wouldn't be protected by such a powerhouse. The old man behind Dong Guiji came to a halt as well. He closed his eyes and rested his mind. From the beginning until the end, he did not say a word. However, Duan Lingtian sensed danger from the old man. At the very least, he was much more dangerous than Lu Jin, who was ranked in the top 300 on the Supreme Saint ranking. 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage. When Duan Lingtian asked Hualao revealed the old man's cultivation base. For this reason, Duan Lingtian was certain Dong Guiji had a high position in the 1,000 Years Alliance. He might even be the son of Dong Guiji, the leader of the 1,000 Years Alliance. After taking a deep look at Dong Guiji, Duan Lingtian looked at Qing and asked coldly, "Do you think your father will let me go if I don't kill you today?" Of course. Qing hesitated for a moment when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. However, when Lu Jin reminded him, he hastily replied, "As long as you don't kill me, I'm willing to swear on the lightning penalty oath that I won't tell my father about what happened today. As long as my father doesn't know about this, he won't do anything to you." Before Duan Lingtian could reply, Qing pricked his finger and swore on the lightning penalty oath as soon as he finished speaking. Ha! Almost as soon as the 9 claps of thunder sounded in response to Qing's vow, Dong Guiji suddenly burst into laughter. "Dong Guiji, what are you laughing at?" Qing was slightly angered. "I'm not laughing at anything. I'm just laughing at your wishful thinking, young Master O. You're only swearing not to tell your father about what happened today, but you can tell the vice leaders of the 7-Kill Alliance and the other members of the 7-Kill Alliance about what happened today. At that time, as long as they tell your father about what happened today, won't your father still make a move on you, Mr. Black Robe? After Dong Guizhi stopped laughing, he said indifferently, I don't think you're being sincere by swearing on the lightning penalty oath, right? Qing didn't expect Dong Guizhi to see through his thoughts, and he became even angrier from the humiliation. However, when he noticed Duan Lingtian's gaze that was turning colder, he hastily swore on the lightning penalty oath that he would not tell anyone about what happened today. Lu Jin, who was standing behind Qing, also swore on the lightning penalty oath. Dong Guizhi could not help but frown when he saw how cooperative Qing and Lu Jin were. However, it did not take long before he looked at Duan Lingtian and asked with a smile on his face, Mr. Black Robe, are you relieved now that they've sworn on the lightning penalty oath? Duan Lingtian nodded indifferently before he continued to say, You and the person behind you should also swear on the lightning penalty oath. Dong Guizhi was stunned. He did not expect Duan Lingtian would ask him to swear on the lightning penalty oath. Chapter 21-27. Dong Guizhi took a deep breath. His expression was no longer as gloomy as before. He looked at Duan Lingtian again and said, Sir, if I had the intention to betray you, why would I come out to warn you? You should know that I've been here since the beginning. I've just been hiding at the side. A hint of killing intent flashed in the depth of Dong Guizhi's eyes when he spoke. It was directed at Duan Lingtian. Although it was only for a moment, However, with Duan Lingtian's outstanding observation skills, he managed to catch a glimpse of it. He was certain Dong Guizhi was not lying. Dong Guizhi had been harboring ill intentions since the beginning. If I'm not mistaken, Duan Lingtian looked at Dong Guizhi and said, You're from the 1,000 Years Alliance, right? Although it seems like you're reminding me out of goodwill, I think you just want to use me to kill Qing. A hint of surprise flashed in the depth of Dong Guizhi's eyes when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. An unnatural expression appeared on his face. Naturally, the surprise in the depth of his eyes and the unnatural expression on his face only appeared for a moment before he hid it perfectly. However, it was useless even if he tried to hide it. This was because Duan Lingtian had already discovered it. In this life, Duan Lingtian had experienced a lot and was much more cautious than before. Even his life as a weapon king in his previous life had honed his observation skills to the point of perfection. Sir, don't you think you're overthinking things? Dong Guizhi spoke again with a calm expression on his face. There was even a faint smile on his face as though he was harmless. Unfortunately, no matter how friendly he was, it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to change his mind since he had already made up his mind. Mr. Black Robe. At this moment Lu Jin, who was standing behind Qing, said respectfully to Duan Lingtian, Dong Guizhi is the young leader of the 1,000 Years Alliance. The 1,000 Years Alliance has always been at odds with our 7-Kill Alliance. Today, he instigated you to kill us because he wants to borrow a knife to kill us. Humph! Just as Lu Jin finished speaking, Dong Guizhi snorted in disdain. Borrow a knife to kill? Putting aside the fact that Qing is no match for me, even you and Shikuan, who was killed by the Black-Robed Man, are no match for Elder Wang, who is by my side? The Elder Wang that Dong Guizhi spoke of was the old man behind him. Indeed, Shikuan and I are no match for this Elder Wang even if we join forces. Lu Jin glanced at the old man behind Dong Guizhi with a fearful expression, then continued, But, do you and this Elder Wang dare to kill us? As long as the scene of you killing us is transmitted to the leader of the 7-Kill Alliance through the Mirror Image Talisman, the 7-Kill Alliance will fight to the death with the 1,000 Years Alliance. At that time, our 7-Kill Alliance and your 1,000 Years Alliance will fight to the death, and both sides will suffer losses. Moreover, the Everlasting Alliance will be the third party to benefit. Young Master Donghua, even a boor like me can think of this. Don't tell me you can't think of this. Lu Jin did not hold back when he said this, causing Dong Guizhi's expression to darken even more. However, Lu Jin did not intend to let him off so easily. Mr. Black Robe, the lightning penalty oath that I made with my young master today has no loopholes. so you don't have to worry that we will spread news of what happened today. However, this young leader of the Thousand Years Alliance, Dong Guizhi, who loves to stir up trouble, might spread the news of what happened today. After all, so long as he spreads news of this matter, you'll become an enemy of our 7-kill alliance. Once you become an enemy of our 7-kill alliance, many people from our 7-kill alliance will definitely die in your hands. For him, this is a matter of great benefit and no harm. If he's unwilling to make the lightning penalty oath, I suggest you kill him and the people around him. Although Lu Jin's words sounded like a warning to Duan Lingtian, it was similar to Dong Guizhi. He wanted to use Duan Lingtian to do his dirty work. Naturally, Lu Jin was worried about using Duan Lingtian to do his dirty work. He was not certain if Duan Lingtian was a powerhouse at the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage. After all, up until now, he was certain Duan Lingtian was stronger than him. He was certain Duan Lingtian might be a powerhouse at the peak of the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage or at the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage. When Lu Jin thought of this, he looked at Duan Lingtian and said, Elder Wang behind young Master Donghua is one of the strongest elders in the 1,000 Years Alliance. His name is Wang Dingshan, and he's a powerhouse at the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage. He's ranked at the 159th place on the Supreme Saint ranking. He stared at Duan Lingtian intently as though he wanted to see how Duan Lingtian would react. After all, he had revealed the strength of the powerhouse by Dong Guizhi's side. However, Lu Jin was disappointed again. This was because the black-robed man in front of him was covered by a black robe. He could not see the change in his expression at all. However, his body did not tremble when I revealed Wang Dingshan's strength. Does this mean he's not afraid of Wang Dingshan? Although Lu Jin thought to himself, he was not certain. He was not the only one who was uncertain. The other 3 people, including Dong Guizhi, were uncertain as well. He's ranked at the 159th place on the Supreme Saint ranking? They did not know that Duan Lingtian's thoughts drifted away when he heard Lu Jin's words. It was as though he had returned to the time when he had just arrived at the Upper Province and the Zoroastrianism. I remember that the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder, Lian, is ranked at the 139th place on the Supreme Saint ranking. Duan Lingtian recalled the Zoroastrianism's Silver Flame Elder. Lian's ranking on the Supreme Saint ranking was very close to Wang Dingshan's. Back then, I was like an ant in front of Lian. I could only rely on the Zoroastrianism's rules to survive. Now, I'm not afraid even if Lian is standing in front of me. Duan Lingtian's eyes shone with confidence when he thought of this. After a long time, Duan Lingtian finally regained his senses. He asked Lu Jin indifferently, "You want to kill someone with a borrowed knife as well?" Almost as soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the Celestial Supreme Treasure, the Universe Ruler, had already appeared under his sleeve. It was completely hidden. Nobody could see it at all. In the next moment, whoosh, before Lu Jin could react, Duan Lingtian had already arrived in front of him. Universe teleportation. In the blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian raised his hand and waved his sleeve that contained the Universe Ruler. In an instant, the space he was in trembled once more. Moreover, it started to warp and fold. It was like the ripples caused by a rock that had fallen into a calm lake. At the very least, that was what Qing, Dong Guizhi, and Wang Dingshan thought. Bang! In the next moment, with a loud bang in the ears of the 3 of them, the blurry void that was like ripples in front of them returned to its original calm state. At the same time, they saw Lu Jin flying backward like an arrow that was shot out of a bow. Blood spurted out of his mouth as though it was free. He was in a wretched state. It was obvious the loud noise came from the black-robed man's energy landing on Lu Jin. In just a blink of an eye, Lu Jin, who was ranked 295th on the Supreme Saint ranking, was severely injured. How powerful! Qing and Dong Guizhi's hearts skipped a beat. A hint of dread appeared in Wang Dingshan's eyes as he stood behind Dong Guizhi. He was certain the black-robed man's ability to distort and fold space was a divine ability. However, he could not see through it at all. For this reason, he could not help but feel wary. After severely injuring Lu Jin, Duan Lingtian shifted his attention to Dong Guizhi and said indifferently, "Swear on the lightning penalty oath like they did or die." Although Duan Lingtian's tone was calm, his tone became heavier when he said the word, "die." Dong Guizhi's expression changed drastically. Wang Dingshan, who was standing behind Dong Guizhi, had a grave expression on his face as well. He leaned forward slightly, preparing to attack Duan Lingtian. However, he was stopped by Dong Guizhi. "Elder Wang, just bear with it for now. After all, we don't know the background of this black-robed man. If you attack recklessly, you'll only anger him. At that time, if he's stronger than you, it'll be difficult for both of us to survive." Dong Guizhi sent a voice transmission to Wang Dingshan. "Let's do as he says first. It won't be too late to deal with him after we meet up with my father and the others. We only swore that we wouldn't tell anyone about what we saw. We didn't swear that we wouldn't cause trouble for him or kill him." Dong Guizhi's voice transmission was enough to show how calm and cautious he was. After all, even Wang Dingshan was not confident he could defeat Duan Lingtian. The confidence that Duan Lingtian imperceptibly revealed caused him to have no choice but to be fearful. "As you wish." Dong Guizhi and Wang Dingshan cooperated and swore on the lightning penalty oath. They swore that they would not tell anyone about what they saw. Otherwise, they would be killed by the lightning penalty. Boom, 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 boom. Dong Guizhi sighed in relief when 9 claps of thunder sounded in the sky. He felt that this matter had come to an end. "Elder Wang, let's go." Dong Guizhi called out to Wang Dingshan and prepared to leave. Wait. However, just as Dong Guizhi was about to ask Wang Dingshan to leave, Duan Lingtian spoke again. Dong Guizhi's expression darkened when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. "Elder Wang and I have already swore on the lightning penalty oath according to your request. What else do you want? Don't push it." Chapter 21-28. Go too far? Duan Lingtian was taken aback when he heard Dong Guizhi's words. However, he could not help but laugh. "Just take it that I'm going too far." Dong Guizhi and Wang Dingshan's expressions changed drastically when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. Duan Lingtian continued to say, "If you want to leave, you'll have to swear on the lightning penalty oath. Say that you won't oppose me in any way, otherwise you'll be killed by the lightning penalty." As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Dong Guizhi and Wang Dingshan looked at each other instinctively. At this moment, the first thought that appeared in their minds was, did the black-robed man hear their voice transmission? Of course, they quickly dismissed the idea because it was impossible. "Sir, you're asking us to swear on the lightning penalty oath. What if you provoke us in the future? Are you saying we can't fight back? If we don't fight back, we'll be killed by you. If we fight back, we'll be killed by the lightning penalty," Dong Guizhi said with a grave expression. He did not expect the black-robed man to be so meticulous. It was as though he had everything under control. "That's easy. Just don't fight back, right?" Duan Lingtian said indifferently. "Don't fight back? Don't tell me we'll wait for you to kill us?" Dong Guizhi said angrily. "Why don't you die now?" The calmness in Duan Lingtian's eyes was no longer calm. Instead, it was replaced by an icy-cold killing intent. It was as though he had transformed into a bloodthirsty Azura in an instant. His entire body was seething with killing intent, causing the atmosphere to become much more oppressive. Dong Guizhi's expression changed drastically when he sensed Duan Lingtian's killing intent. "You're seeking death." Just as Dong Guizhi's expression changed, Wang Dingshan couldn't hold himself back any longer. The moment he made his move, it was as though he had transformed into a god of war as he charged toward Duan Lingtian. His entire body exuded an indomitable aura. Whoosh! Almost at the instant Wang Dingshan pounced on him, the celestial supreme treasure, the cosmic ruler, appeared under Duan Lingtian's sleeve again. Universe shift. As Duan Lingtian waved his sleeve, the void distorted and folded. In the next moment, ripples appeared in the void and enveloped Duan Lingtian and Wang Dingshan. In the eyes of Dong Guizhi, O Qing, and Lu Jin, the two figures were constantly twisting and folding, becoming more and more blurry. They could only vaguely see the two figures, but could not see what they were doing at all. Elementary devouring technique. Almost at the same time that he used the cosmic ruler's divine ability, twisting heaven and earth, Duan Tian used the divine ability that he had not used for a long time, the elementary devouring spell. In the blink of an eye, he devoured the surrounding heaven and earth spiritual energy. For more than half a year, Duan Tian had never used the elementary devouring spell in Sin City as a black-robed man. The reason he did not use the elementary devouring spell was because it would expose his identity as Duan Tian. Secondly, he had not met an opponent who could force him to use the elementary devouring spell. Faced with Wang Dingshan, who had broken through to the fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage and was ranked 159th on the Supreme Saint ranking, Duan Tian had no choice but to cast the elementary devouring tactic. If he did not use the elementary devouring spell, he would not be a match for a powerhouse at the fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage. Even if Wang Dingshan was at the bottom of the fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage with his current strength, he would not be a match for Wang Dingshan if he did not use the elementary devouring spell. With my current strength, the universe teleportation that I cast with the universe ruler is much more powerful than before. Not only can it block people's vision, but it can also confuse my opponent. Duan Tian thought to himself when he saw Wang Dingshan only manage to break free from the influence of the universe teleportation after he had cast the elementary devouring spell and raised his Sun Saint origin to its limit. This is, after Wang Dingshan broke free from the influence of the universe teleportation, he saw the whirlpool that had merged with Duan Tian. Although the whirlpool was dissipating, he could still see it clearly. Swoosh! In the next moment, Wang Dingshan heard the sound of a sword whistling in the air. At the same time, he saw a 3-foot-long blade that seemed to disappear from time to time flying toward him. The speed was so fast that it sent chills down his spine. There was no way he could dodge it. The traceless sword, and the assist-type divine ability that condenses the devouring whirlpool. He's Duan Tian. The black-robed man is Duan Tian from the Zoroastrianism. These were the three thoughts that flashed through Wang Dingshan's mind before the 3-foot-long blade pierced through his glabella. He did not even have the time to exclaim in shock. Before he died, Wang Dingshan managed to guess Duan Tian's identity through the assist-type divine ability that Duan Tian cast, and the Jasper Celestial Sword that Duan Tian controlled with the sword-wielding art. Naturally, Wang Dingshan did not know that Duan Tian used the Jasper Celestial Sword. He only thought it was the Traceless Sword, one of the 10 Great Saint weapons on the 10 Great Saint weapons ranking. Although Wang Dingshan had guessed Duan Tian's identity, he did not have time to tell anyone before he died with this secret. Devour. After killing Wang Dingshan, Duan Tian, naturally, devoured Wang Dingshan's innate spiritual root. Wang Dingshan's innate spiritual root gave him a pleasant surprise. It's a blue innate spiritual root. Not bad. After devouring Wang Dingshan's blue innate spiritual root, Duan Tian discovered that his innate spiritual root was turning dark blue. As long as my indigo innate spiritual root can transform into a dark indigo innate spiritual root, it's not far from transforming into a violet innate spiritual root. When Duan Tian thought to himself, he became excited even though he had experienced a lot in his life. After putting Wang Dingshan's spatial ring away, Duan Tian let go of Wang Dingshan's body and allowed it to fall from the sky. At the same time, the twisted and folded void that had enveloped him and Wang Dingshan returned to its normal state. Dong Guizhi and the others clearly saw him standing on the spot and Wang Dingshan's corpse falling from the sky, shocking their eyes. Wang Dingshan is dead. Lu Jin was the first to regain his senses. Horror dawned on his face as though he had just seen a ghost. In the next moment, he felt relieved that the black-robed man did not kill him earlier. Otherwise, he would not have survived. What a joke! If the black-robed man was able to kill Wang Dingshan so easily, he would have been able to kill O Yangming easily. O Qing was so frightened that his face turned pale. The stench of urine wafted into his nose. However, he did not seem to feel anything. He stood there in a daze as though his acupuncture points had been sealed. In the next moment, Qing and Lu Jin turned their heads with great difficulty and looked at each other. They could see the fear in each other's eyes. In the next moment, they swore on the lightning penalty oath. The content of the lightning penalty oath was exactly the same as the one that Duan Lingtian had asked Dong Guizhi and Wang Dingshan to swear on. They swore that they would not offend the Duan Lingtian in any way in the future. Although they felt that the lightning penalty oath was too much for them, Wang Dingshan and Wang Dingshan were the strongest among them. But now the strongest of them, Wang Dingshan, was dead. If they don't behave, they will follow in Wang Dingshan's footsteps and be killed by the man in black. They did not want to die, so they had no choice but to cooperate. Boom! 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 Following the two waves of thunder, the lightning penalty oath that Qing and Lu Jin swore on the lightning penalty oath was answered by the 99 heavenly calamity. The deafening thunderclaps shocked Dong Guizhi to the point that his body trembled violently, and when he regained his senses, his face instantly turned deathly pale. Dong Guizhi had completely lost the bearing of a scholar. He was like a bird that was startled by the twang of a bow. Do you still have any doubts? Duan Lingtian asked calmly as he glanced at Dong Guizhi. When Dong Guizhi heard Duan Lingtian's words, he was so frightened that his body trembled violently. His head shook like a rattle drum as he waved his hand frantically. No! No! What a joke! Even his backer, Wang Dingshan, had been killed. How could he dare to question Duan Lingtian's words? Even if he still had doubts in his heart, there was no way he would voice them out. After a moment of panic, Dong Guizhi took a deep breath to calm his rapid breathing. Then, he did not dare to slack off and swore on the lightning penalty oath according to Duan Lingtian's request. 9 waves of thunder boomed in response to Dong Guizhi's oath. Whoosh! As soon as the 9 waves of thunder boomed in the air, Duan Lingtian's body moved. It was as though he had transformed into a bolt of black lightning as he made his way to the north. He did not forget the purpose of his journey to the north. The entrance to the treasure vault that was suspected to be left behind by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Dong Guizhi and the other two heaved a sigh of relief when they saw Duan Lingtian's silhouette disappearing from their sight. They looked at each other and saw the bitterness in each other's eyes. Duan Lingtian was unaware of this. Just as he was about to enter the treasure vault that was suspected to be left behind by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, in the distant northern region on a snow-capped mountain, the successors of the other 6 absolutes of the 7 absolute sect, excluding the absolute Yenyu, had gathered together. There were 7 people, both men and women. They were sitting cross-legged on a stone platform halfway up the snowy peak. The stone platform they were sitting on was engraved with some dense and complicated patterns, which unknowingly revealed waves of vicissitudes of life. An old man and a beautiful woman hovered in the air above the stone platform as they looked up at the sky. Chapter 21-29. Old Man Prophet. Suddenly, the beautiful woman looked at the old man standing nearby and asked with a frown, "Are you sure the 3 little fellows will be fine? You must know you can fool Xuanai for now, but you won't be able to fool her forever." Based on how the beautiful woman addressed the old man, it was clear the old man was the oracle man from the prophet progeny of the 7 absolute sect. As for the beautiful woman, she was the successor of the red dust progeny of the 7 absolute sect. Naturally, both of them could only be considered as the previous successors of the prophet progeny and the red dust progeny. The current stage belonged to their direct disciples, the successors of the prophet progeny and the red dust progeny respectively. "I'm not sure yet." Upon hearing the beautiful woman's words, the oracle man regained his senses and shook his head. His expression was solemn. If others were to see this scene, they would definitely turn pale with fright. The oracle man, who was known for being omniscient, actually had times when he was unsure of something. "What do you mean you're not sure yet? Don't tell me you were certain before this?" The beautiful woman said with a hint of dissatisfaction. It was obvious she was dissatisfied with the oracle man's answer. Ever since the inter-province transportation formation in the upper province lost its effectiveness and couldn't send people to the lower province, I've tried to divine the fate of the 3 little fellows. However, I discovered their fates are shrouded in mystery. The Oracle Man said, "Currently, most of the devil clans have descended to the lower province, and the human-devil era is gradually returning to the world. The devil clan's arrival has disrupted the heavenly secrets. It's normal that I can't divine their fates anymore. However, before they left the upper province, I divined that they would encounter a fortuitous encounter when they returned to the lower province. At that time, I couldn't quite see through the fortuitous encounter. Now that I think about it, the part that I couldn't see through was the omen of danger. Initially, I was wondering what kind of fortuitous encounter they had in the lower province. However, it seems like their fortuitous encounter came from the devil clans that came to the Dao Martial Saint Land from the land of exile. The old man Tianji smiled bitterly. If I had another chance, I wouldn't have asked Shadowless to send them away. Now, they can only rely on themselves. You mean, you won't be able to tell whether they will live or die in the future? The beautiful woman's expression changed as she asked in a deep voice. Her tone had also become slightly stern. That's right. The Elder of Heavenly Secrets nodded solemnly. The beautiful woman's face darkened, and she was about to say something. It's time. Suddenly, the Oracle Man raised his head again and looked at the sky. His eyes were like lightning. In the next moment, a sword appeared in his hand out of thin air. Compared to ordinary swords, this sword was much bigger. As the Oracle Man's Saint Origin surged out of his body and entered the sword, a crisp sound rang in the air. Then 9 ribbons suddenly shot out from the sword and wrapped around the sword. The ribbons rose slowly like 9 ribbons in the sky. This is the 9-cloud sword. At the same time, the beautiful woman's eyes lit up when she saw the sword in the Oracle Man's hand. The 9-cloud sword was one of the 10 great saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapons ranking. Among the 10 great saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapons ranking, only 2 of them were swords. One of them was the Traceless sword, and the other was the 9-cloud sword. Boom! 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 As the deafening sound of thunder reverberated in the air, the 9-cloud sword in the Oracle Man's hand shot out a gigantic sword ray that shot up into the sky as though it was connecting heaven and earth. It traversed heaven and earth. The sword ray was surrounded by 9 streaks of light that looked like divine dragons. Each of the streaks of light seemed to contain unparalleled power. At the same time, the ancient and complicated patterns carved on the stone platform with 7 people sitting cross-legged on it seemed to have come to life as the energy from the 9-cloud sword merged with it. Almost as soon as the patterns on the stone platform came to life, a frightening aura, which seemed to be emitted from the body of a prehistoric giant beast, appeared out of nowhere and covered the entire snowy peak. It caused the pure white snow on the snowy peak to tremble and boil like boiling water. This is the 6 absolutes heaven-defying fate-changing grand formation. The beautiful woman who had retreated to the distance was horrified when she sensed the terrifying aura. When she looked at the 9-cloud sword in the Oracle Man's hand again, her eyes were filled with awe. Naturally, she was not in awe of the Oracle Man or the 9-cloud sword in the Oracle Man's hand. She was in awe of the person who forged the 9-cloud sword. That person was the former successor of the Fog Rain progeny in the 7 Absolute sect. He was the sword saint Feng Qingyang. Currently, people thought the 10,000 inscription saint weapons, including the 9-cloud sword, were all created by the celestial grade saint inscription master. However, he did not know that only 9 of the 10,000 inscription saint weapons, which were the current 10 grade saint weapons, were created by the celestial grade saint inscription master. The reason the celestial grade saint inscription master could become a celestial grade saint inscription master was because he obtained the 9-cloud sword. That was how he managed to become a celestial grade saint inscription master and inscribe 9 10,000 inscriptions saint weapons. Apart from the 9-cloud sword, there were 9 other celestial grade saint weapons. Some of the celestial grade saint weapons even surpassed the 9-cloud sword, the first 10,000 inscriptions saint weapon in the history of the Dao Martial Saint Land. All of these were the secrets of the 7 Absolute sect, and no one else knew about them. The 6 Absolutes heaven-defying fate-changing grand formation was a heaven-defying formation left behind by Sword Saint Feng Qingyang, the successor of the Fog Rain progeny in the 7 Absolute sect. In order to activate this heaven-defying formation, he had to rely on the 9-cloud sword that he used in the past to activate it. Back then, Feng Qingyang, the sword saint of the 7 Absolutes sect, had left the 9-cloud sword behind for the 7 Absolutes sect before he ascended to the Devata realm. Later on, the people from the 7 Absolutes sect were killed by the 3 great sections. After some time, the 9-cloud sword was lost. It was also at that time that the first celestial grade saint inscription master in the Dao Martial Saint Land obtained the 9-cloud sword. After studying the 9-cloud sword, he managed to inscribe 9 other celestial grade saint weapons. Now, the 9-cloud sword that had been wandering outside for many years had been found by the old man of heavenly secrets. Due to this reason, he was able to set up the 6 Absolutes' heaven-defying, fate-changing grand formation. An invisible force appeared out of thin air on the stone platform and swept up the 7 people who were sitting cross-legged. Waves of mysterious energy surged into their bodies through the 6 Absolutes' heaven-defying, fate-changing grand formation. It did not stop for a long time. At the same time, the white snow on the huge snowy peak continued to tremble. It was as though there were little dancers dancing gracefully on the snowy peak. On this day, the fates of the 7 young people changed in a heaven-defying manner. Today, the 7 young people with monstrous innate talent would be born from the snow-capped mountain in the northern region and shine in the Dao Martial Saint Land. In the northern region of Sin City, there are so many people. As they traveled north, Duan Ling Tian's gaze pierced through the clouds and mist below. He saw more and more people rushing north as though there was a free lunch in the north. It seems like the treasure vault that's suspected to be left behind by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage is really attractive. Duan Ling Tian knew the reason these people were making their way north. It was because of the treasure vault that was suspected to be left behind by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Naturally, he could understand why so many sectless cultivators gathered in Sin City. One of the reasons they gathered was because there was first-hand information about the treasure vault left behind by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Usually, the powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who left behind the treasure vault were sectless cultivators. People from the Black Crow Alliance? Soon after, Duan Lingtian's attention was attracted by a group of people who were making their way under the clouds. This was because the uniforms they were wearing were all too familiar. They were the uniforms of the Black Crow Alliance. A black-robed old man stood in front of the group of members of the Black Crow Alliance. The leader of the Black Crow Alliance, Old Black Crow? Duan Ling Tian immediately guessed the black-robed old man's identity. 6 months ago, after Duan Ling Tian killed Zhao Zhan, the deputy leader of the Black Crow Alliance, the members of the Black Crow Alliance no longer tried to take advantage of him in Sin City. It seemed as though the members of the Black Crow Alliance had become obedient overnight. Initially, Duan Ling Tian had heard that the members of the Black Crow Alliance were so obedient because the leader of the Black Crow Alliance was away. Later on, he heard that the leader of the Black Crow Alliance had returned, but he did not look for trouble with Duan Ling Tian. After the leader of the Black Crow Alliance returned, the members of the Black Crow Alliance no longer tried to take advantage of him in Sin City. In fact, it was rare to see any members of the Black Crow Alliance around. At that time, many people in Sin City said the leader of the Black Crow Alliance, Old Black Crow, was afraid of Duan Ling Tian. Since the members of the Black Crow Alliance no longer tried to take advantage of him in Sin City, Duan Ling Tian no longer targeted them. It seemed as though they had gotten along well overnight. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian was infuriated. Since the members of the Black Crow Alliance were so obedient, how could he devour their innate spiritual roots? For this reason, he could only find other ways to devour other people's innate spiritual roots. During this time, he did not simply devour other people's innate spiritual roots. Those who were devoured by him were all sinners who deserved it. After all, he was a man of principle. Swoosh! Chapter 21:30. To the north of the city of Sin, a group of people had gathered in a mountain range. This group of people were currently surrounding a mountain valley. More precisely, it was the void in the sky above one of the valleys. A crack suddenly appeared in the void. The crack was long and ferocious, like a door that opened out of thin air. If one tried to peek through the crack to see what was inside, one would not be able to see anything. Is it really a treasure vault left behind by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage? Why do I feel a little nervous just looking at it? Among the mighty group of people, an inconspicuous middle-aged man looked at the ferocious crack in the air in front of him and said with a trembling voice, "I have the same feeling as well. This crack is floating in the void like a giant beast with its mouth wide open. It's as though it's waiting for someone to feed itself to it." Another person said with a fearful expression on his face, "Has there ever been such an entrance to a treasure vault left behind by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage?" Many people murmured. 100 years ago, I was lucky enough to enter a treasure vault left behind by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage and obtained some good stuff. However, the treasure vault left behind by the powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage is hidden underground. Although there are many formations set up inside, the entrance is very normal. It's not as strange as this crack in the void. An old man who seemed to be very old spoke with a fearful tone toward the spatial crack in front of him. "Don't you think you're worrying too much?" A middle-aged man suddenly said with a frown. "Didn't you see the high-ranking officials from the 7-Kill Alliance, the 1,000 Years Alliance, and the Eternal Alliance have all gone in? If there's danger behind the crack in the void, do you think they'll go in?" Many people agreed with his words. That's right. The leaders of the 3 strongest alliances in Sin City and the high-ranking officials have all gone in. What's there to be afraid of? Since they've gone in, it means they won't encounter any danger, right? I think so too. More and more people chimed in, but none of them took the lead to go in. After all, the tear in the void seemed to be the entrance to the treasure vault left behind by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. In the end, no one dared to say for sure. The unknown was the scariest. Everyone understood this logic. Because of this, although a group of people had gathered here, no one went in. Although the treasures in the treasure vault left behind by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage were tempting, it was undoubtedly more important than his own life. It didn't matter if he didn't get the treasure. But if he lost his life, then he would have nothing left. "Hey, since you said that we're worried for nothing, why don't you go in and try? As long as you go in, I will go in with you. What do you think?" Suddenly, a young man stood out and looked at the middle-aged man who'd said everyone was worrying for nothing. As soon as he said that, everyone's eyes fell on the middle-aged man. "That's right. Since you say that we are worried for nothing, if you have the ability, why don't you take the lead and give it a try? Come on. What are you hesitating for? Didn't you say there was no danger inside?" "That's right. Didn't you say that all the high-ranking officials from the 3 strongest alliances in Sin City have gone in? That's why there's no danger inside. Why aren't you going in? Don't tell me you don't have the guts. If you don't have the guts, why did you say those words earlier? Aren't you just slapping yourself in the face?" Everyone's words were directed at the middle-aged man who had spoken arrogantly earlier. Faced with the crusade from the group of people, the middle-aged man's complexion alternated between green and white. He had deliberately said those words earlier in order to allow others to enter and explore the path ahead of him. Up until now, only the high-ranking officials from the 3 strongest alliances in Sin City had managed to enter the treasure vault left behind by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. The other people from the Sectless Cultivator Alliance and a group of unaffiliated Sectless Cultivators had yet to enter the treasure vault. In the end, the middle-aged man did not take the lead and enter the tear in the void despite being ridiculed by the crowd. Although it did not feel good to be ridiculed, it was nothing compared to his own life. "Black-robed man." All of a sudden, a cry rang in the air, alerting the people in the surroundings of the tear in the void. The crowd no longer mocked the middle-aged man. Instead, they looked in the direction of the person who had cried out and looked at the sky nearby. A figure could be seen flying through the clouds and descending from the sky. This person was completely shrouded in a wide black robe with a hood. His entire person was completely hidden, and even his face could not be seen clearly. I wonder if he's the real black-robed man? Many people voiced their doubts. If he's the real black-robed man, I wonder if he dares to enter the tear in the void? There were also some people who said so. The black-robed man who had appeared outside the tear in the void was, naturally, Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian had been here for quite some time. He had overheard the discussions of the crowd and learned that the high-ranking officials from the Seven Kill Alliance, the Thousand Years Alliance, and the Eternal Alliance had entered the treasure vault that was suspected to be left behind by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. The group of people who remained here did not dare to enter because they were unsure if the tear in the void was the entrance to the treasure vault left behind by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Why are you so afraid of death? Why are you still here? Duan Lingtian was rendered speechless by this. Before Duan Lingtian appeared, he had asked Hualao for help. This is a tear in the void. We should be able to enter a pseudo-realm after passing through it. This was Hualao's answer. Duan Lingtian was, naturally, taken aback by this answer. He quickly asked Hualao, Hualao, I remember you said the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land is also a pseudo-realm? Yes. Hualao quickly replied, the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land is a naturally formed pseudo-realm. However, the pseudo-realm behind this tear in the void is a spatial realm created by someone. In the mundane realms, those who have successfully passed the heavenly tribulation will have their energy transformed. Although it hasn't completely transformed into celestial origin energy, it's easy for them to create an independent realm in the mundane realms. In other words, it's a pseudo-realm that's created by humans. Therefore, the pseudo-realm behind this tear in the void is indeed left behind by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who had successfully passed the heavenly tribulation. As for the pseudo-realm behind it, it's hard to say if it's a treasure vault left behind by that powerhouse. However, there's a high chance that the pseudo-realm behind it is a treasure vault left behind by that powerhouse. After all, even powerhouses who had successfully passed the heavenly tribulation and were about to ascend to the Devata realm would have to put in a lot of effort to create a pseudo-realm. Generally speaking, a place like this would contain the person's legacy and some treasures in the mundane realms. Duan Lingtian explained. These were Hualao's exact words. After listening to Hualao's words, Duan Lingtian flew through the clouds and descended from the sky. He was about to enter the spatial tear in the void that Hualao had mentioned. Duan Lingtian had learned something important from Hualao. The powerhouse who had left behind the pseudo-realm was not an ordinary powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, but a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who had successfully passed the heavenly tribulation. After all, a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who had not passed the heavenly tribulation was completely different from a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who had successfully passed the heavenly tribulation. The former's cultivation base was only close to that of a powerful celestial. The latter, on the other hand, was half a celestial. A pseudo-realm created by such a powerhouse would most likely contain the treasures he had left behind before he ascended to the Devata realm. The treasure vault would definitely contain the inheritance and various treasures he had left behind. Do you think he dares to enter the spatial tear in the void? It's hard to say. Even if he's the real black-robed man, he might not dare to enter the spatial tear in the void. I agree. Didn't you see that even the leader of the mighty tyrannical alliance and the other high-ranking officials didn't enter the spatial tear in the void? How could a black-robed man be more courageous than the leader of the mighty tyrannical alliance? The discussion of a group of people entered into Duan Lingtian's ears. Most of them were doubting his identity as the black-robed man. Many of them were discussing if he dared to enter the spatial tear in the void. The leader of the mighty tyrannical alliance? When Duan Lingtian heard these people's words, he immediately followed their gazes and looked into the distance. There was a group of people gathered there. The person in the lead was a tall and muscular man with a curly beard. He was dressed in a brocade robe, and he had a dignified aura about him. With just a glance, one could tell he was someone who had been in a high position for a long time. He's Chan Xianba, the leader of the mighty tyrannical alliance? Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Chen Xianba, the leader of the mighty tyrannical alliance, was a powerhouse at the fifth form of the Saint Celestial stage. He was ranked in the top 50 on the Supreme Saint ranking. Apart from that, the mighty tyrannical alliance was also a powerful alliance of sectless cultivators in Sin City. It was only second to the Seven Kill Alliance, the Thousand Years Alliance, and the Eternal Alliance. Duan Lingtian still remembered Chen Xianba. Chapter 21:31. When Duan Lingtian was sizing up Chen Xianba, the leader of the mighty tyrannical alliance, he seemed to have noticed Duan Lingtian's gaze and turned to look at him. Lord Leader. When Chen Xianba looked at Duan Lingtian, the people behind Chen Xianba noticed as well. One of them said, "The black-robed man who has been making waves in Sin City recently is dressed like him." He paused for a moment before he continued to say, "However, there are many people in Sin City who like to impersonate him. Therefore, we can't be sure if he's the real black-robed man or not." "It's true," Chen Xianba replied when he heard the person behind him. The high-ranking officials from the mighty tyrannical alliance looked at each other in confusion when they heard Chen Xianba's words. They could not figure it out. How could the leader of the mighty tyrannical alliance be certain the black-robed man was the real black-robed man with just a glance? If they did not know their leader was a serious person, they would have thought he was joking. "Lord Leader, how do you know he's the real black-robed man?" How did you know?" An old man standing behind Chen Xianba asked. This ordinary-looking old man was one of the 3 vice leaders of the mighty tyrannical alliance. He was the strongest person in the mighty tyrannical alliance who was second only to Chen Xianba. His cultivation base was at the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage a long time ago. He was a powerhouse at the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Elder Wang Dingshan from the Thousand Years Alliance, who had been killed by Duan Lingtian, could not compare to him. Although Wang Dingshan was also a powerhouse at the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage, he was ranked below the 150th place on the Supreme Saint ranking. He was ranked at the bottom among powerhouses at the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage. However, the vice leader of the mighty tyrannical alliance was ranked in the top 100 on the Supreme Saint ranking. He could be considered as one of the strongest powerhouses at the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Dao Martial Saint land. The name of the vice leader of the mighty tyrannical alliance was as ordinary as his appearance. Sun Hua. Intuition. When the high-ranking officials from the mighty tyrannical alliance, including Sun Hua, turned to look at Chen Xianba, in unison, calmly replied to them. Intuition. Hearing this answer, Sun Hua and the others were dumbfounded. If they hadn't heard it with their own ears, it would have been hard for them to believe that this was something their alliance master had said. In fact, Chen Xuanba had a strong intuition. The black-robed man in front of him was most likely the black-robed man who had recently become famous in Sin City. In Sin City, almost everyone knew about the existence of the black-robed man. However, the reason why he was famous was not because of his bad reputation but because of his good reputation. Over the past 6 months, he had killed at least 800 if not 1,000 people in Sin City. However, none of the people who died in his hands were good people. Among those people, there were those who liked to take advantage of the situation to kill and take advantage of others. There were also those who were extremely vicious and evil, and there were even those who cultivated cruel devil arts. All in all, in just half a year, due to the appearance of the black-robed man, the order in Sin City had improved a lot. It was as if Sin City had been changed by him overnight. In the city of Sin, there were even people who called the black-robed man the guardian of order. It sounded like a joke, but it was the truth. Whoosh! As though a gust of wind had blown past Duan Lingtian, a figure appeared in front of him just as he was about to enter the tear in the void. Duan Lingtian came to a halt and looked at the person who had appeared. It's the Alliance Master of the mighty tyrannical alliance. Just as Duan Lingtian was looking at the person in front of him, the person's appearance attracted everyone's attention. The person was none other than the Alliance Master of the mighty tyrannical alliance, Chen Xuanba. Mr. Black Robe, it's an honor to meet you. When Chen Xuanba appeared in front of Duan Lingtian, he greeted him politely. He did not put on any airs that the Alliance Master of the mighty tyrannical alliance should have. Alliance Master Chun. As the saying went, one does not hit a smiling person. Since Chun Xuanba was so polite, Duan Lingtian naturally did not disrespect him. Mr. Black Robe, I've long heard about your strength and achievements. I wonder if Mr. Black Robe is interested in joining our mighty tyrannical alliance? If Mr. Black Robe is willing to join us, you'll be the 4th Vice Alliance Master of the mighty tyrannical alliance. Chun Xuanba said to Duan Lingtian with a serious expression on his face. His tone was very polite. Upon hearing Chun Xuanba's words, Duan Lingtian was stunned. He did not expect this at all. While the others were still doubting his identity, not only did the Alliance Master of the mighty tyrannical alliance not doubt him, but he even came forward to greet him politely. However, that was not all. After greeting him politely, the Alliance Master of the mighty tyrannical alliance actually invited him to join the mighty tyrannical alliance. Moreover, he even promised that if he joined the mighty tyrannical alliance, he would respect him as the 4th Vice Alliance Master of the mighty tyrannical alliance. When Duan Lingtian was stunned by Chun Xuanba's words, the entire place fell silent. The high-ranking officials from the mighty tyrannical alliance were not the only ones who were shocked. Even the others present on the scene widened their eyes in shock. They could not believe what they had just heard. What's going on? Don't tell me he's really the black-robed man? Otherwise, why would the Alliance Master of the mighty tyrannical alliance, Lord Chun Xuanba, invite him to join the mighty tyrannical alliance and even make him the 4th Vice Alliance Master of the mighty tyrannical alliance? Don't tell me Lord Chun Xuanba knows him from the beginning? Did he recognize him? Stop joking. This black-robed man has always been wearing a black robe to hide his identity. Moreover, he has intentionally concealed his aura. Who would recognize him? What's going on then? Lord Chun Xuanba can't be joking, right? I don't know about that. After the crowd recovered from their shock, they began to discuss among themselves again. They only felt that the scene in front of them was unfathomable. In fact, they were not the only ones who could not understand what was going on. At this moment, the high-ranking officials from the mighty tyrannical alliance were the ones whose emotions were the greatest. When they heard the Alliance Master of the mighty tyrannical alliance mention his intuition earlier, they were already in disbelief. They even thought their Alliance Master was joking. Who knew their Alliance Master was not joking? If their Alliance Master was joking, why would their Alliance Master look for this black-robed man and invite him to join the mighty tyrannical alliance and make him the 4th Vice Alliance Master of the mighty tyrannical alliance? After all, not everyone could become the Vice Alliance Master of the mighty tyrannical alliance. Take the 3 Vice Alliance Masters of the mighty tyrannical alliance as an example. All of them were at the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Without a cultivation base at the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage, it was almost impossible for one to become a Vice Alliance Master of the mighty tyrannical alliance. Don't tell me he's really the black-robed man? If he's really the black-robed man, it's understandable why Lord Alliance Master invited him to join the mighty tyrannical alliance and made him a Vice Alliance Master. I still don't understand. How did Lord Alliance Master recognize him? The high-ranking officials from the mighty tyrannical alliance gathered together and whispered among themselves. They could not figure it out. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian was about to reject Chun Xuanba, the leader of the mighty tyrannical alliance, when Duan Lingtian suddenly burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. A burst of unbridled laughter rang in the air. It was so sudden that it interrupted Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian instinctively turned to look at the source of the laughter. He saw a black-clad young man with a medium build and a sinister appearance. He exuded a cold aura as he brought a group of people with him. Wherever he and the group of people behind him passed, the surrounding people would make way for them one after another. It was as though these people were the god of plague. The unbridled laughter came from the black-clothed young man. After a while, the black-clad young man brought his group of people closer to Duan Lingtian and Chun Xuanba. He ignored Duan Lingtian and looked at Chun Xuanba instead. He said mockingly, "Alliance Master Chun, aren't you worried he's a fake? You're so rash to invite this black-robed man to join the mighty tyrannical alliance and become the Vice Alliance Master of the mighty tyrannical alliance? As far as I know, There are many black-robed men in Sin City who pretend to be black-robed men. The smile on the black-clad young man's face grew wider and wider as he spoke. It was as though he was the smartest person in the world. The leader of the Hundred Ghosts Alliance, Yin Xianming? At the same time, Duan Lingtian heard the whispers in the surroundings. He instantly learned the black-clad young man's identity. The leader of the Hundred Ghosts Alliance. The Hundred Ghosts Alliance is a famous alliance of sectless cultivators in Sin City. Their strength is on par with the mighty Tyrannical Alliance. Moreover, I've long heard that the Hundred Ghosts Alliance and the mighty Tyrannical Alliance don't get along. It seems like it's true, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Yin Xianming, it's not up to you to tell me what to do. Chun Xuanba frowned and waved his hand impatiently. If you want to enter the treasure vault that's suspected to be left behind by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, then go in. If you don't want to enter, then step aside and don't disturb me and Mr. Black Robe. Mr. Black Robe? Yin Xianming was not angry when he heard Chun Xuanba's words. Instead, he shifted his gaze to Duan Lingtian. Yin Xianming narrowed his eyes and said indifferently, I'd like to see if you're the real black-robed man or not. Pure martial. Yin Xianming raised an eyebrow as he spat out 2 words. Lord Alliance Leader. Suddenly, a short but strong young man stepped out from behind Yin Xianming. The young man exuded a cold aura that made people feel as though they had fallen into an ice cave. Alliance Leader Chun, if my people find out that he's not the real black-robed man, I'm afraid you'll be humiliated today. Chapter 21:32. At this moment, the people present on the scene finally understood why Yin Xianming, the leader of the Hundred Ghosts Alliance, had interfered. As it turned out, he wanted to embarrass Chun Xianba, the leader of the mighty Tyrannical Alliance. I've long heard that the Hundred Ghosts Alliance and the mighty Tyrannical Alliance don't get along. I've witnessed it today, a middle-aged man said with a sigh. The Hundred Ghosts Alliance and the mighty Tyrannical Alliance are notorious rivals in Sin City. If it wasn't for the fact that they're afraid of being watched by other sectless cultivators, they would have fought to the death long ago. An old man said. However, the leader of the Hundred Ghosts Alliance is really cunning. It won't affect him even if he finds out the black-robed man is the real black-robed man. However, if he finds out the black-robed man is a fake, the leader of the mighty Tyrannical Alliance will be humiliated. It was unknown who said this in a soft voice. His words also received the approval of the others. At the same time, the group of onlookers watched the scene with great interest. The young man who had walked out from behind Yin Xianming, the leader of the Hundred Ghosts Alliance, was standing opposite the black-robed man. A battle was about to break out. Earlier, I heard the leader of the Hundred Ghosts Alliance address this person as Chun Wu. Don't tell me he's the first elder of the Hundred Ghosts Alliance? Suddenly, someone exclaimed, and it caused many people to recover from their shock. The first elder of the Hundred Ghosts Alliance? I remember now. The first elder of the Hundred Ghosts Alliance is called Yu Chun Wu. It must be him. It's said that Yu Chun Wu, the first elder of the Hundred Ghosts Alliance, has a cultivation base at the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage. Moreover, he's ranked in the top 200 of the Supreme Saint ranking. He's ranked in the top 200 of the Supreme Saint ranking with a cultivation base at the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage. With such strength, he can be considered as one of the strongest powerhouses at the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Tao Martial Saint Land. That's right. Not many powerhouses at the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage are a match for him. After recognizing the identity of the person who was confronting Duan Lingtian, the crowd of onlookers broke out into an uproar again. They were shocked by the generosity of Yin Xianming, the leader of the Hundred Ghosts Alliance. Yu Chuanwu, the first elder of the Hundred Ghosts Alliance, had made the first move right from the start. For the first elder of the Hundred Ghosts Alliance to make a move, don't say that this black-robed man might not be the real black-robed man. Even if he is the real black-robed man, he may not be a match for him. Soon, someone else said, that's right. Currently, There were rumors in Sin City that the black-robed man's strength was at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage at most. They're both at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage, but he might not be a match for the first elder of the Hundred Ghosts Alliance. Of course, the first elder of the Hundred Ghosts Alliance, Yu Chun-Wu, is a powerhouse at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage who's ranked in the top 200 on the Supreme Saint ranking. He's not someone ordinary powerhouses at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage can compare to. Just as there was a commotion around the spatial rift, above the clouds in the sky, three figures arrived together, one after the other. At the same time, their gazes pierced through the clouds and saw the situation below. The first elder of the Hundred Ghosts Alliance? One of them could not help but have a mocking smile on his face after he understood what had happened below. Someone like him dares to act arrogantly in front of this fiend? A hint of dread could be seen in the depths of this person's eyes when he said the words malefic star. It was a dread that came from his soul. If Duan Lingtian was here, he would be able to recognize the person with just a glance. This person was none other than Qing, the young leader of the Seven Kill Alliance. Lu Jin, the elder of the Seven Kill Alliance, and Dong Guizhi, the young leader of the Thousand Years Alliance, had arrived with Qing. When both of them saw the black-robed man through the clouds, a hint of dread could be seen in their eyes. At the same time, they felt sorry for the ignorant fellow. This fellow was most likely unaware that the person standing in front of him had just killed a powerhouse at the fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage. More and more people began to gather under the clouds. The extra people were naturally those who had just rushed over from Sin City. Among them were people from the Black Crow Alliance. Lord Alliance leader, it's the black-robed man. When the people from the Black Crow Alliance arrived, someone behind Black Crow Old Man, the leader of the Black Crow Alliance, reminded him. I see him. Black Crow Old Man's expression darkened as he looked at the black-robed man. Like the others, he was uncertain if the person before him was the real black-robed man. If the person before him was the real black-robed man, he would be the mortal enemy of the Black Crow Alliance. Previously, when he had just returned from outside, he was furious when he learned that the black-robed man had killed so many people from the Black Crow Alliance. However, since he was not certain if he was a match for the black-robed man, and he was confident that he would be able to make a breakthrough in his cultivation base in a few years, he chose to swallow his anger for the time being. Apart from that, he told the other members of the Black Crow Alliance to stay away from the Black Crow Alliance. The day he broke through to the fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage would be the day the black-robed man died. This was the reason why he had been cultivating so hard recently. It's actually Yu Chun-Wu, the first elder of the Hundred Ghosts Alliance. I hope he's the real black-robed man. If that's the case, I won't have to kill him myself. Even the real black-robed man might not be a match for the first elder of the Hundred Ghosts Alliance. Black Crow Old Man's eyes lit up when he saw the black-robed man. He prayed inwardly. He hoped that the black-robed man before him was the real black-robed man and not a fake. Although he was confident that he would be able to break through to the fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage in a few years, it did not mean he was as strong as before. Even if he had broken through to the fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage, he still would not be a match for Yu Chun-Wu. Apart from one's cultivation base, a powerhouse at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage had to rely on various martial tactics, divine abilities, saint weapons, Dao talismans, and pills to strengthen their strength. As for the black-robed man's strength, Black Crow Old Man was certain the black-robed man was a powerhouse at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage just like him. However, he might not be a match for the black-robed man. Since Yu Chun-Wu, the first elder of the Hundred Ghosts Alliance, was ranked in the top 200 of the Supreme Saint ranking, it was only natural that he would be stronger than the black-robed man. For this reason, Black Crow Old Man prayed that the black-robed man before him was the real black-robed man. It doesn't matter if you're the real black-robed man or not. You'll definitely die today in front of me, Yu Chun-Wu. Yu Chun-Wu, the first elder of the Hundred Ghosts Alliance, who was standing opposite Duan Lingtian, said at the same time. The moment he spoke, he was extremely arrogant. His words caused the onlookers to fall silent. They shifted their attention back to the battlefield to see how the situation would develop. Alliance leader Chun, I appreciate your kindness. However, I'm used to living a carefree life. I'm not used to joining the mighty tyrannical alliance. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Duan Lingtian completely ignored the arrogant Yu Chunwu. He looked at Chen Xianba, the leader of the mighty tyrannical alliance, and rejected Chen Xianba's kindness. Faced with Duan Lingtian's blatant disregard, Yu Chunwu's expression turned grave. The crowd of onlookers was also stunned. Could this black-robed man really be the real black-robed man? Otherwise, how could he be so calm when he faced Yu Chunwu? Moreover, he had completely ignored Yu Chunwu. If that's the case, it's a pity. When Chen Xianba heard Duan Lingtian's words, he could not help but sigh. Then, he glanced at Yu Chunwu, who was standing opposite Duan Lingtian, and said, "However, since I'm the cause of Mr. Blackrobe's trouble, I'll be the one to solve it." As soon as Chen Xianba finished speaking, horror dawned on Yu Chunwu, who was about to attack Duan Lingtian. He immediately dismissed the thought of attacking. His eyes were filled with dread. Humph! Yin Xianming, the leader of the 100 Ghosts Alliance, stepped forward and appeared in front of Chen Xianba at lightning speed. He blocked Chen Xianba's path and said, "Alliance leader Chen, he's not a member of the mighty tyrannical alliance. It's best if you don't interfere in this matter." Based on Duan Lingtian's performance, Yin Xianming had a feeling Duan Lingtian might be the real black-robed man. However, he did not think Duan Lingtian was a match for Yu Chunwu, the first elder of the 100 Ghosts Alliance. For this reason, not only did he not intervene in time, but he even blocked Yu Chunwu's path so Yu Chunwu could make his move. Whoosh! 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 The high-ranking officials of the 100 Ghosts Alliance also flew behind Yin Xianming to cheer for him. Whoosh! 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 The high-ranking officials of the mighty tyrannical alliance did not want to be left behind. They stood behind Chen Xianba as well. The high-ranking officials of the 100 Ghosts Alliance and the mighty tyrannical alliance faced each other. The situation was tense, and a fight could break out at any moment. Just as the crowd held their breaths and the atmosphere became incomparably tense, a voice rang out from behind them. "Alliance leader Chen, you're too kind. He's just a clown. There's no need for you to personally deal with him, Alliance leader Chen." Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly. His voice was not loud, but it broke the tension in the air. It was as though a huge rock had fallen on a calm surface of water, causing ripples to form on the surface of the water. A clown? This black-robed man actually called the first elder of the 100 Ghosts Alliance a clown? It seems like he's the real black-robed man. Only the real black-robed man would dare to be so arrogant. I also think he's the real black-robed man. However, even if he's the real black-robed man, do you think he's a match for Yu Chunwu, the first elder of the 100 Ghosts Alliance? Chapter 21:33. Chen Xianba and the others were shocked by Duan Lingtian's arrogance. A clown? Yu Chunwu, the first elder of the 100 Ghosts Alliance, was enraged when he heard Duan Lingtian's way of addressing him. His eyes widened so much that it seemed as though they would burst into flames at any moment. "You're seeking death." Following that, Yu Chunwu roared as he moved with the wind. His saint origin surged as he seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning that swept across the sky toward Duan Lingtian. Swoosh! In just a blink of an eye, Yu Chunwu arrived in front of Duan Lingtian. He was only a few feet away from Duan Lingtian. Just as everyone was watching the situation unfold, a voice rang out from behind them. Perfect timing, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Then he immediately made his move. He swept his right hand horizontally, and the hem of his sleeve flapped out. It was as though there was a gust of wind. Wherever it passed, the sound of wind whistling could be heard. Universe teleportation. As Duan Lingtian muttered to himself, the celestial supreme treasure, the universe ruler, that had been hidden under his sleeve for a long time unleashed its divine ability. In just an instant, with Duan Lingtian at the center, the void distorted and folded. It was as though an invisible force had appeared out of thin air, causing the void to tremble. It was as though the calm surface of a lake was shattered by a falling rock. The distorted and folded void enveloped Yu Chunwu, who was only a few feet away from Duan Lingtian. What kind of technique is this? Yu Chunwu felt dizzy when he felt the invisible force lifting him up. He could not help but panic. For a moment, he even forgot to circulate his energy to resist. This was destined to be his last thought before he died. Buzz! A sound similar to the sound of a saber rang in the air. Duan Lingtian had mobilized the remaining Sun Saint origin in his body and used the universe ruler to split Yu Chunwu's body into two. In the next moment, as he put Yu Chunwu's spatial ring away, he began to devour Yu Chunwu's innate spiritual root. What's going on? At the same time, the group of people outside looked at the distorted and folded void in front of them in shock. They had no idea what was going on. Even the high-ranking officials from the mighty Tyrannical Alliance and the 100 Ghost Alliance, including Qian Xianba and Yin Xianming, could not help but frown as they looked at the distorted and folded space in front of them. Not only had they never seen such a divine ability before, they had never even heard of it before. At this moment, they all held their breaths. Is this a divine ability? Many people were puzzled. This is indeed a divine ability. Furthermore, it's a very powerful divine ability unique to the black-robed man. Among the people present, there were also people who had seen Duan Lingtian use the Celestial Supreme Treasure, the Universe Ruler, to cast the Universe Teleportation. Now that they saw the scene before them, they could not help but cry out in surprise. I was fortunate enough to see the black-robed man cast this divine ability before. Since he's able to cast this divine ability, it means he's the black-robed man. He's the real black-robed man. He's the real black-robed man. He's not a fake. More and more people who had seen Duan Lingtian cast the Universe Teleportation before stepped forward. Their faces were filled with excitement as they discussed among themselves. Based on what I know, every time the black-robed man casts this divine ability, his opponent usually dies after the distortion and folding effect of the divine ability fades away. Indeed, I wonder if it'll be an exception this time. After all, his opponent this time is not an ordinary person. It's Yu Chunwu, the first elder of the 100 Ghost Alliance. He's ranked in the top 200 of the Supreme Saint ranking. It's hard to say. Many people who had seen Duan Lingtian cast the Universe Teleportation told them about what they had seen. It made them realize how terrifying the divine ability Duan Lingtian cast was. Although they had never seen Duan Lingtian leave anyone alive when he cast this divine ability in the past, they were not certain he would be able to do the same this time. After all, Duan Lingtian's opponent this time was not an ordinary person. He could not be compared to the Tom, Dick, and Harry that he had killed in the past. However, the crowd did not expect this at all. The divine ability, the universal teleportation, that Duan Lingtian cast with the help of the Celestial Supreme Treasure, the Universe Ruler, was extraordinary, but it did not have much destructive power. At the very most, it could only create some illusions. Naturally, to Duan Lingtian, the biggest benefit of the Universe Teleportation was that it could block other people's vision. After all, to hide his identity as Duan Lingtian, it was inconvenient for him to cast the 10,000 Swords territory since many people from the Zoroastrianism had seen him cast the 10,000 Swords territory. Is he really the black-robed man? The eyes of Old Black Crow, the leader of the Black Crow Alliance, lit up when he found out the black-robed man was the real black-robed man. He looked at the distorted and folded space in the distance with anticipation. At the same time, he began to pray in his heart. Elder Yu, with your strength, you'll definitely be able to kill him. I believe in you. Old Black Crow prayed again and again in his heart. As long as Yu Chunwu killed the black-robed man, he would indirectly avenge the Black Crow Alliance. From then on, the Black Crow Alliance would no longer have to be a coward. If the black-robed man was killed, the Black Crow Alliance would be able to take advantage of the situation in Sin City. For this reason, apart from Old Black Crow, the other members of the Black Crow Alliance were also praying that the black-robed man would be killed by Yu Chunwu, the first elder of the 100 Ghosts Alliance. If one were to ask who was the calmest among the people present, it would be the three people who were hidden above the clouds. They were O Qing, the young leader of the 7 Kill Alliance, Lu Jin, and Dong Guizhi, the young leader of the Thousand Years Alliance. The three of them had witnessed Duan Lingtian killing Wang Dingshan, an elder from the Thousand Years Alliance whose cultivation base was at the fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage. Naturally, they did not think Yu Chunwu was a match for Duan Lingtian. Although Yu Chunwu's strength was at the peak of the third form of the Saint Celestial stage, he was still no match for Wang Dingshan, who was at the fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage. How could he be a match for the black-robed man when Wang Dingshan had been killed by the black-robed man? As expected. Soon after, Qing, Lu Jin, and Dong Guizhi saw through the clouds that the distorted and folded space had calmed down. Two figures who were originally hidden in the clouds could be seen. One of them was unharmed. The other person's body was severed into two. He was as dead as a doornail. The person who was unharmed was, naturally, Duan Lingtian, the black-robed man in the eyes of Qing, Dong Guizhi, and Dong Guizhi. Qing, Dong Guizhi, and Dong Guizhi had expected this, so they were not surprised. However, just because they were not surprised, it did not mean the others were not surprised as well. When the distorted and folded space calmed down, the surroundings were deathly silent. Everyone, including the upper echelons of the mighty Tyrannical Alliance and the 100 Ghost Alliance, looked at the scene in front of them with shock and disbelief. In just a few breaths' time, the black-robed man had cast his divine ability. Yu Chunwu, the first elder of the 100 Ghosts Alliance, had died? His body was severed into two. On the other hand, the black-robed man was unharmed? How powerful was he? The fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage? Or even stronger? This was the thought that appeared in most of the people's minds. It lingered in their minds for a long time. Gasp, 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 gasp. When some of the people regained their senses, the sound of people inhaling sharply rang in the air around the tear in the sky. It was like a wave that came one after another. It did not stop for a long time. Whoosh! While most of the people were still in shock, the sound of air being torn apart rang in the air, causing many people to regain their senses. When they regained their senses, they saw the black-robed man. It only took a few breaths' time for the black-robed man to kill the first elder of the 100 Ghosts Alliance. He was flying toward the tear in the sky. In the next moment, the tear in the sky that looked like the bloody mouth of a giant beast swallowed him. He went in. Is he not afraid of death? At this moment, the people present on the scene began to regain their senses. This was because Duan Lingtian's actions had further shocked them. He had just killed the first elder of the 100 Ghosts Alliance, and he had entered the tear in the sky without any hesitation. Many people admired such a person from the bottom of their hearts. It was Duan Lingtian's best choice to enter the tear in the sky before everyone regained their senses. This was because the Sun Saint origin in his body was almost depleted. If the people from the 100 Ghosts Alliance made a move, even if they were just ordinary elders, Duan Lingtian would not be a match for them since he would need some time to recover his Sun Saint origin. Previously, when he used the Celestial Supreme Treasure, the Jasper Celestial Sword, to kill Elder Wang Dingshan from the Thousand Years Alliance, he had exhausted most of his Sun Saint origin. Until now, he had not recovered much of it. Earlier, when he killed Yu Chunwu, the first elder of the 100 Ghosts Alliance, he had exhausted most of his Sun Saint origin, causing him to be like an arrow at the end of its flight. For the sake of his own safety, before the high-ranking officials from the 100 Ghosts Alliance regained their senses, Duan Lingtian mobilized the remaining Sun Saint origin in his body and entered the tear in the sky. He entered the pseudo-realm left behind by the powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who had passed the heavenly tribulation. Duan Lingtian had no idea what was beyond the pseudo-realm. However, he had no other choice but to enter the pseudo-realm. If he did not enter the pseudo-realm and stayed outside for too long, even the leader of the 100 Ghosts Alliance, Yin Xianming, would be able to tell he was an arrow at the end of its flight. Chapter 21:34. Duan Lingtian had made the right choice at the most crucial moment. After entering the pseudo-realm, he was not worried about the people from the 100 Ghosts Alliance catching up to him. According to Hualao, once one entered the pseudo-realm, one would be teleported to a random location. In other words, Unless two or more people passed through the void rift at the same time and entered the pseudoplane, there would be no chance of that happening. Otherwise, they would not be teleported to the same location. Before the people from the Hundred Ghosts Alliance could react, Duan Lingtian had already entered the pseudo-realm. Even if the people from the Hundred Ghosts Alliance caught up to him, they would not be teleported to the same location in the pseudo-realm. Therefore, he was not worried about being killed by the people from the Hundred Ghosts Alliance. Duan Lingtian's action of entering the pseudo-realm shocked the people outside again. The people outside were gathered because they could not muster up the courage to enter the pseudo-realm. They were worried there would be unknown dangers behind the pseudo-realm. After all, everyone only had one life. There was no second chance. Before they were certain their lives would not be in danger, they would not recklessly enter the pseudo-realm. Black-robed man. At the same time, Yin Xianming, the alliance leader of the Hundred Ghosts Alliance, finally regained his senses. As soon as he regained his senses, he spat out these three words through gritted teeth. His voice was so cold that it made people feel as though they were in an eerie place. The high-ranking officials of the Hundred Ghosts Alliance did not look too good either. Yu Chunwu was the first elder of the Hundred Ghosts Alliance, and yet he had died here. Not only did Yu Chunwu's death cause the Hundred Ghosts Alliance to lose face in front of everyone, it even weakened the Hundred Ghosts Alliance's overall strength to a certain extent. If the mighty Tyrannical Alliance dared to pay a huge price to fight the Hundred Ghosts Alliance, the Hundred Ghosts Alliance would be destroyed. Mr. Black Robe is right. The first elder of the Hundred Ghosts Alliance is just a clown. Chen Xianba, the leader of the mighty Tyrannical Alliance, laughed. Although there was a hint of pity in his eyes, he was in a good mood. The upper echelons of the mighty Tyrannical Alliance also laughed with pity in their eyes. The higher-ups of the mighty Tyrannical Alliance found it a pity that the black-robed man had refused to join the mighty Tyrannical Alliance and become their vice leader. The strength that the black-robed man had just displayed made them realize he was fully qualified to be the vice leader of the mighty Tyrannical Alliance. After a while, the people from the mighty Tyrannical Alliance looked at the people from the Hundred Ghosts Alliance with ridicule. Although they did not say anything, their gazes were sufficient to cause the people from the Hundred Ghosts Alliance to feel ashamed. This was especially true for Yin Xianming, the leader of the Hundred Ghost Alliance. Initially, he wanted to use Duan Lingtian to humiliate Chen Xianba, the leader of the mighty Tyrannical Alliance. However, he did not expect that not only did he fail, but he also lost one of his generals. As the first elder of the Hundred Ghosts Alliance, Yu Chunwu was the strongest person in the Hundred Ghosts Alliance other than himself and the three vice leaders. Such a person had died here. His death was worthless. At least that was how he saw it. Chen Xuanba, don't be so smug. You still have a long way to go. Yin Xianming felt even more ashamed when he sensed the gazes of the surrounding people. He took a deep breath and glared fiercely at Chen Xianba. After leaving behind these harsh words, he retreated to the side with the Hundred Ghosts Alliance. I'll be waiting, Chen Xuanba replied indifferently. He did not take Yin Xianming's words to heart at all. He was not afraid of the Hundred Ghosts Alliance in the past. Now that they had lost Yu Chunwu, he was even less afraid of the weakened Hundred Ghosts Alliance. Alliance leader Yin, you're really courageous. You actually dared to send an elder under your command to cause trouble for the black-robed man. When the people from the Hundred Ghosts Alliance and the mighty Tyrannical Alliance separated and the scene fell silent, an indifferent voice resonated from the sky and attracted everyone's attention. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a pale-faced young man in brocade robes appeared in front of them. His footsteps were unsteady. A middle-aged man appeared at the same time. Young Alliance leader. As soon as the young man dressed in brocade robes appeared, Yin Xianming, the leader of the Hundred Ghosts Alliance, and Chen Xuanba, the leader of the mighty Tyrannical Alliance, stepped forward and greeted him respectfully. The young man dressed in brocade robes was none other than Qing, the young alliance leader of the Seven Kill Alliance. Under normal circumstances, a spoiled brat like Qing was not worthy of such treatment from the leaders of the Hundred Ghosts Alliance and the mighty Tyrannical Alliance. However, the Hundred Ghosts Alliance and the mighty Tyrannical Alliance were slightly special since they were sectless cultivators under the Seven Kill Alliance. There were many sectless cultivators' alliances in Sin City. However, there were only 3 sectless cultivators' alliances at the top of the pyramid. The 7 Kill Alliance, the 1,000 Years Alliance, and the Eternal Alliance. Under these 3 sectless cultivators' alliances were the sectless cultivators' alliances like the 100 Ghosts Alliance and the Mighty Tyrannical Alliance. In order to survive and not be swallowed by the 7 Kill Alliance, the 1,000 Years Alliance, and the Eternal Alliance, they had no choice but to rely on one of the sectless cultivators' alliances. The 100 Ghosts Alliance and the Mighty Tyrannical Alliance had chosen to rely on the 7 Kill Alliance. It was precisely because of this that the 2 sectless cultivators' alliances were constantly fighting both openly and covertly for the sake of showing their prowess in front of the 7 Kill Alliance. As time passed, they had become a pair of mortal enemies. Oching was the young alliance leader of the 7 Kill Alliance. To a certain extent, he was also the young master of the 7 Kill Alliance. As the leaders of the 2 rogue cultivator alliances under the 7 Kill Alliance, Chen Xianba and Yin Xianming were naturally respectful when they saw Oching. They did not dare to slight him. After all, to a certain extent, they were also considered the 7 Kill Alliance's subordinates. Young alliance leader, I wonder, what do you mean by your words earlier? Yin Xianming looked at Oching and asked respectfully. At the same time, a puzzled expression appeared on his face. He did not forget Oching's words when he first appeared. Alliance leader Yin, you're really brave. You actually dared to ask your subordinates to look for trouble with the black-robed man. Based on Oching's words, it was obvious he knew the black-robed man was not someone to be trifled with. For this reason, Yin Xianming was puzzled. Although Oching's strength was ordinary, he was not afraid of ordinary people due to his noble status as the young alliance leader of the 7 Kill Alliance. When Yin Xianming asked Oching this question, Chen Xuanba also looked at Oching. He could tell Oching was wary of the black-robed man. For this reason, he was curious as well. Why was the young alliance leader of the 7 Kill Alliance so afraid of the black-robed man? Not too long ago, Oching immediately looked at Dong Guizhi, the young alliance leader of the 1,000 Years Alliance, when Yin Xianming and Chen Xuanba were puzzled. Wang Dingshan, an elder from the 1,000 Years Alliance who was with Dong Guizhi, was killed by the black-robed man. When Dong Guizhi appeared, Chen Xuanba, Yin Xianming, and the others also appeared. Then they heard Oching's words. They were dumbfounded for a moment. When they saw Dong Guizhi appearing alone earlier, they were puzzled. How could the young alliance leader of the 1,000 Years Alliance not have any bodyguards with him? However, when they heard Oching's words, they realized something. It was not that Dong Guizhi did not have any bodyguards with him, it was that the bodyguard had died. He was killed by the black-robed man. Elder Wang Dingshan from the 1,000 Years Alliance? If I'm not mistaken, Wang Dingshan's cultivation base had broken through to the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage a few years ago, right? He's ranked at the 159th place on the Supreme Saint ranking. Such a powerhouse was killed by the black-robed man? Heavens! Don't tell me the black-robed man is a powerhouse at the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage or above. Not necessarily. Even if he's an elite powerhouse at the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage, it's not difficult for him to kill Wang Dingshan. After all, Wang Dingshan is only at the bottom of the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Even the weakest powerhouse at the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage is not someone like Yu Chun Wu, the first elder of the 100 Ghosts Alliance, could compare to. I finally understand why young leader O from the 7 Kill Alliance said those words earlier. The people around the tear in the sky began to discuss among themselves again. They were shocked by the strength of the black-robed man that Duan Lingtian had disguised as. With Wang Dingshan as the foil, Duan Lingtian's deterrence was deeply rooted in their hearts. Humph! Dong Guizhi snorted coldly when he sensed the strange looks from the people around him. Then he flew into the tear in the sky and disappeared. Young Alliance leader Dong Gua from the 1,000 Years Alliance has also entered the tear in the sky. Many people exclaimed in surprise. Young Alliance leader, since you knew the black-robed man was powerful, why didn't you warn me earlier? Yin Xianming's expression was grave as he spoke in a low voice. If Oching had warned him earlier, he would not have allowed Yu Chunwu, the first elder of the Hundred Ghosts Alliance, to die. In Xianming, how dare you? As soon as In Xianming finished speaking, Lu Jin, who was standing behind O Qing, said coldly, "Are you questioning the young alliance leader?" In Xianming's expression changed when he recalled O Qing's identity. He quickly lowered his head and said, "Young alliance leader, I didn't mean it that way." Humph! O Qing glanced at In Xianming coldly before he motioned to Lu Jin. Both of them entered the tear in the sky. A commotion broke out in the surroundings again. Why did they enter the tear in the sky without any hesitation? Aren't they afraid of death? Many people were puzzled. Perhaps they know there's no danger in there, someone said. If there's no danger, let's not talk about the other sectless alliances. The Mighty Tyrannical Alliance and the 100 Ghosts Alliance are sectless alliances under the 7 Kill Alliance. There's no reason why the 7 Kill Alliance didn't warn them, right? Chapter 21:35. Based on what I know, both the Mighty Tyrannical Alliance and the 100 Ghosts Alliance willingly submitted to the 7 Kill Alliance. The people from the 7 Kill Alliance might not take them seriously. I think so too. Even if the people from the 7 Kill Alliance know there's no danger behind the tear in the void, they might not have warned them. After all, if there's really a treasure vault left behind by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage behind the tear in the void, the people from the 7 Kill Alliance would be more eager for the people from the Mighty Tyrannical Alliance and the 100 Ghosts Alliance to not enter. That's right. If one more person goes in, one more person will get a share of the loot. It's understandable why the people from the 7 Kill Alliance didn't warn them. Many people discussed among themselves in the surroundings of the tear in the void. When their words reached the ears of the high-ranking officials from the Mighty Tyrannical Alliance and the 100 Ghosts Alliance, including Qian Xianba and In Xianming, they narrowed their eyes and their expressions darkened. This was because this was indeed the case. O Qing is a good-for-nothing rich kid who's afraid of death. He didn't even frown when he entered the tear in the void. It seems like there's no danger behind the tear in the void. The eyes of Qian Xianba, the leader of the Mighty Tyrannical Alliance, flashed. Then, he sent a voice transmission to the high-ranking officials of the Mighty Tyrannical Alliance behind him. If any of you still don't dare to enter, you can stay outside. As soon as Qian Xianba finished speaking, he flew into the tear in the void under everyone's watchful eyes and disappeared. When the high-ranking officials from the Mighty Tyrannical Alliance regained their senses, they discovered their leader had already entered the tear in the void. Their eyes flashed as they followed him in. No one was an exception. This scene immediately caused another uproar. Qian Xianba is really fast. In Xianming, the leader of the 100 Ghost Alliance, could naturally think of the things that Qian Xianba could think of. In fact, to a certain extent, he knew O Qing better than Qian Xianba. He knew that O Qing was far more afraid of death than the average person. However, O Qing had entered the tear in the void without any hesitation. This was enough to prove there was no danger behind the tear in the void. In addition, in terms of strength, O Qing was much weaker than him. Previously, whether it was Qian Xianba or In Xianming, none of them dared to enter the tear in the void. Although the high-ranking officials from the 7 Kill Alliance, the 1,000 Years Alliance, and the Eternal Alliance had entered the tear in the void, they did not dare to enter. Among the high-ranking officials in the 7 Kill Alliance, the 1,000 Years Alliance, and the Eternal Alliance, there were many powerhouses at the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage like them. Moreover, there were more than 1 or 2 powerhouses in each of the 3 great alliances. Apart from that, the leaders of the 3 major alliances were all at the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Therefore, even though the higher-ups of the 3 rogue cultivator alliances wouldn't be in any danger when they entered the Void Rift, it didn't mean that the rest of them wouldn't be in any danger when they entered. Because of this, they didn't dare to enter. Now that they saw that even O Qing, a hedonistic young master who feared death, entered the void crack without batting an eyelid, they no longer hesitated. Whoosh! 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 After a while, the people from the 100 Ghost Alliance, including In Xianming, the leader of the 100 Ghost Alliance, entered the void rift and disappeared from everyone's sight. The people from the mighty tyrannical alliance and the 100 Ghost Alliance have entered as well. Many people exclaimed in surprise. As far as I know, Qing, the young leader of the 7 Kill Alliance, is a spoiled brat. Logically speaking, such a person should be afraid of death. If he dies, he won't be able to enjoy the benefits his father gave him. It was unknown who said this. As soon as he said this, many people immediately agreed with him. Does this mean the people from the mighty tyrannical alliance and the 100 Ghost Alliance don't think there's any danger in the void rift because of this? Many of the people present on the scene were smart. It was not difficult for them to figure this out. That should be the case. Since the people from the mighty tyrannical alliance and the 100 Ghost Alliance have entered, why are we still hesitating? Let's go. Let's go in as well. Many people from the Rogue Cultivator Alliance and the Sectless Cultivators followed suit and entered the Void Rift. One by one, they disappeared. In just a few moments, almost half of the people around the Void Rift had entered the Void Rift. Naturally, there were still many people who did not dare to enter the Void Rift. Some of them were still hesitating. Lord Alliance Leader, many people have entered the Void Rift. Should we enter as well? One of the high-ranking officials from the Black Crow Alliance asked after a moment of hesitation as they looked at the Alliance leader, Black Crow Old Man. At this moment, Black Crow Old Man was still in a daze. The scene of the space twisting and folding earlier kept replaying in his mind. It was at that moment that Yu Chun Wu, the first elder of the 100 Ghost Alliance, was killed by the black-robed man. Apart from being the first elder of the 100 Ghost Alliance, Yu Chun Wu was also ranked in the top 200 on the Supreme Saint ranking. However, such a person was easily killed by the black-robed man. If he was weaker, how could he possibly fight against the black-robed man? Despair rose in his heart. He felt that he would never be able to kill the black-robed man and avenge the Black Crow Alliance's humiliation in this lifetime. Due to this reason, he was extremely unwilling to give up. He kept thinking about the earlier scene in an attempt to find something. However, no matter how many times he thought about it, he still could not find anything. He could not see what had happened in the space twisting and folding. Due to this reason, he could not see how the black-robed man had killed Yu Chun Wu. Black Crow Old Man regained his senses when he heard someone calling out to him. At the same time, he learned what had happened from the person who called out to him. Since Alliance Leader Chun from the Mighty Tyrannical Alliance and Alliance Leader Een from the 100 Ghost Alliance have entered the Void Rift, there's nothing for us to be afraid of. Let's go in as well. Black Crow Old Man decisively made up his mind before he led the people from the Black Crow Alliance into the tear in the void and disappeared from the crowd's sight. The people from the Black Crow Alliance have entered the Void Rift as well. The Alliance leader of the Black Crow Alliance, Black Crow Old Man, is famous in Sin City for being cautious. Otherwise, he wouldn't have waited until now to look for trouble with the black-robed man. That's right. The black-robed man has killed many people from the Black Crow Alliance. He even killed the second strongest person in the Black Crow Alliance, Zhao Zhan. Logically speaking, he should hate the black-robed man a lot. However, he didn't make a move until now. He even asked the people from the Black Crow Alliance to wait patiently. Since such a cautious person has entered the tear in the void, what are we waiting for? What are we waiting for? When the people from the Black Crow Alliance entered the tear in the void, the people who were waiting outside followed suit. For a time, more than half of the people were gone. The remaining people were still hesitant. After all, they were unfamiliar with the tear in the void. They were not sure what they would encounter after they entered the tear in the void. It would be fine if they did not encounter any danger. However, if they did, they might even lose their lives. At the same time, many people arrived at the tear in the void. Tear in the void. At this moment, the eyes of an old man who had just arrived lit up. His voice was so excited that it was trembling. Tear in the void? Many people turned to look at the old man with a confused expression on their faces. When the old man saw the people looking at him, he straightened his back and cleared his throat before he said, "If I'm not mistaken, this is a tear in the void. Usually, Only a treasure vault left behind by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, who had passed the heavenly tribulation, would have a tear in the void as its entrance. I didn't think I'd be able to come across a treasure vault left behind by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, who had passed the heavenly tribulation. As soon as the old man finished speaking, he did not wait for the others to react before he moved closer to the tear in the void and allowed it to swallow him. Did he say it's a treasure vault left behind by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, who had passed the heavenly tribulation? A moment later, someone was the first to come back to his senses. While inhaling a breath of cold air, he could not help but mutter, "A powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, who had passed the heavenly tribulation? Doesn't that mean he's about to ascend?" More and more people regained their senses. All of them had an expression of disbelief on their faces. Based on what I know, powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, who had passed the heavenly tribulation, would have a higher level of energy in their body. With that level of energy, they would be able to create an independent space. Does this mean this tear in the void is the entrance to a space created by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, who had passed the heavenly tribulation? A powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, who has passed the heavenly tribulation, wouldn't be so bored as to create a space to harm us. In that case, there's a high chance that the space behind the entrance contains his inheritance and treasures. Damn it! To think I hesitated for so long. If I had known earlier, I would have gone in with them. Sometimes it's not always a good thing to be cautious. After the old man finished speaking, the people outside no longer had any reservations. They swarmed toward the tear in the void and entered it in groups of 3 to 5. The void crack was like the bloody mouth of a giant beast that could not eat its fill. It did not refuse anyone who came. After a few moments, there was no one outside. Although there were a few people, they hesitated for a moment before entering the tear in the void. After all, when they saw there was no one outside, they could tell the tear in the void was safe. Whoosh! Whoosh! Chapter 21:36. If Duan Lingtian was still outside the tear in the void, Hualao would have warned him immediately. The two people who were coming from different directions were powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage or above. Meng Hao, I didn't expect you to receive the news as well. One of them was an old woman with white hair. She was dressed in a gray robe and looked very ordinary. If she were to stand on the street, the bystanders would definitely think that she was an extremely ordinary old woman. Apart from that, she was holding a walking stick with a snake's head in her hand. She stood in the air as though she was standing on the ground. The snake's head on the walking stick was so lifelike that it looked like a real snake from afar. And now, this old woman's eyes were shining like bright stars. She took the initiative to greet the other person who had appeared with her. The other person was a young man dressed in a blue robe. He had a scholarly appearance, and his fair skin made him look like a pale-faced scholar. As he stood there, he emitted a cold aura that kept people at arm's length. It was as though he was warning people not to get close to him. Otherwise, they would have to bear the consequences. However, even though he looked young, his actual age was already several hundred years. Naturally, with his cultivation base, he was considered young even if he was a few hundred years old. Although the old woman in front of him was not as strong as him, she had lived for almost 1,000 years. In terms of seniority, she could be his grandmother's grandmother's grandmother. Based on the way the old woman addressed the young man, it was obvious the young man's name was Meng Hao. It was also because Duan Lingtian was not here. If Duan Lingtian was here and found out the young man's cultivation base was at or above the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, he would be able to identify the young man immediately after hearing the young man's name. Meng Hao, known as the Aloof Scholar, was a powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. He was one of the guardians of Sin City. Apart from that, Meng Hao was ranked 21st on the Supreme Saint ranking. The Supreme Saint ranking was a ranking that included almost all the prominent powerhouses in the Dao Martial Saint land. The fact that Meng Hao was ranked 21st on the Supreme Saint ranking showed just how powerful he was. Only you, Granny Snake, are allowed to get information, but I, Meng Hao, am not allowed to get it? When he heard the old woman take the initiative to greet him, Meng Hao immediately responded in an extremely impolite manner. His tone did not show any fear towards the old woman just because she was older than him. Madame Snake was a famous powerhouse in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Similar to Meng Hao, she was a powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial Stage who frequented Sin City. She was also one of the guardians of Sin City. However, although she was twice as old as Meng Hao, her strength was still somewhat lacking compared to Meng Hao's. This could be seen from her ranking on the Supreme Saint ranking. Madame Snake was ranked 23rd on the Supreme Saint ranking. However, although her strength was not as strong as Meng Hao's, that was only in front of Meng Hao. In front of others, her strength was extremely terrifying. How could someone who was ranked 23rd on the Supreme Saint ranking not be terrifying? Whoosh! As soon as Meng Hao finished speaking, he did not wait for Madame Snake's reply before he entered the tear in the void in a flash. Humph! Madame Snake was, naturally, annoyed by Meng Hao's impoliteness. She scoffed when Meng Hao entered the tear in the void. Then, she did not hesitate and entered the tear in the void as well. Not long after the two of them entered the tear in the void, another 4 people arrived one after another. Moreover, the speed of these 4 people was not any slower than Meng Hao and Madame Snake. These people were powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial Stage or above in Sin City. However, unlike Meng Hao and Madame Snake, these powerhouses had arrived at different times. They did not encounter each other, so there was no conflict between them. When the people from Sin City entered the tear in the void and entered the treasure vault that was suspected to be left behind by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial Stage, many people from Sin City had already left their sections. Many people from various forces left Sin City and returned to their respective sects to spread the news. It's suspected to be a treasure vault left behind by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial Stage. Moreover, it's a treasure vault left behind by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial Stage who had passed the heavenly tribulation. All the powerful forces near Sin City, including the Zhuangzi Buddhism, were alerted by the news. For a time, apart from a portion of the powerhouses who stayed behind, the rest of the powerhouses swarmed out. Their target was the northern side of Sin City. While the powerhouses from these forces entered the tear in the void and entered the treasure vault left behind by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial Stage who had passed the heavenly tribulation, meanwhile, Duan Lingtian was in a pseudo-realm behind a tear in the void. He was going through layers and layers of tests. There were all sorts of tests, and all of them were progressive. The further one progressed, the more difficult it became. I wonder what the outcome will be if I fail these tests. Duan Lingtian was curious about this. Just as Duan Lingtian was feeling curious, a voice suddenly rang out. Whoosh! 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 At the entrance to the pseudo-realm that Duan Lingtian was in, outside the tear in the void to the north of Sin City, several figures appeared out of thin air. Upon closer inspection, one would see that there were 3 groups of people. The owners of these figures were divided into 3 groups of people. Each group of people was wearing the same clothes. They were all exclusive clothes. People from the 7 Kill Alliance, the 1,000 Years Alliance, and the Eternal Alliance. The appearance of these people instantly alarmed many experts from various forces around Sin City. These experts guessed the identities of the people who had appeared out of thin air from the exclusive attire they wore. Damn it! I can't go in. Soon after, one of the people from the 7 Kill Alliance tried to enter the pseudo-realm behind the tear in the void again. However, he discovered the tear in the void no longer accepted him. Instead, a force pushed him out and blocked him. It's useless. At this moment, an elder from the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect shook his head and said, if it's really a treasure vault left behind by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial Stage who had passed the heavenly tribulation, the independent realm that's the treasure vault must have set up strict rules according to that powerhouse's will. Powerhouses at that level usually set up tests in the treasure vault they left behind. Those who are eliminated from the tests will be sent out of the independent realm and won't be able to enter again. Based on the words of the Black Kshetra sect's elder, It could be seen that he was knowledgeable and multi-talented. As an elder from the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect, one of the three great sects in the Tao martial saint land, it was only natural that he knew more than ordinary sectless cultivators. Upon hearing the words of the elder from the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect, the people from the Seven Kill Alliance, the Thousand Years Alliance, and the Eternal Alliance who were eliminated looked at each other and smiled wryly. What kind of tests will we face in there? Soon after, the high-ranking officials from the various forces, including the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect, could not help but ask the high-ranking officials from the three great alliances in Sin City. Naturally, the latter would not tell them the truth. As sectless cultivators, they instinctively ostracized the high-ranking officials from the various forces, including the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect. However, although they remained silent, they did not leave. Instead, they waited quietly at the side for the people from their respective alliances to come out. This was an order given by the leaders of their respective unaffiliated cultivators' alliances early in the morning. Even if they were eliminated, they were not allowed to leave. This was to prevent their allies from obtaining treasures. The high-ranking officials from the various forces, including the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect, were not surprised by the silence of the people from the Seven Kill Alliance, the Thousand Years Alliance, and the Eternal Alliance. After all, they were only asking casually. They would be surprised if the people from the three great alliances answered. Bang! Behind the tear in the void, in the pseudo-realm created by a powerhouse at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial Stage who had passed the heavenly tribulation, Duan Lingtian raised his hand and punched a giant that was emitting devil chi. When the giant was sent flying, it turned into a puff of smoke and disappeared as though it was never there. It seems like the difficulty is getting higher and higher. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself with a solemn expression on his face after he passed another test. Let me take a look. At this moment, Hualao's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. I discovered 3 different auras in this pseudo-realm. These 3 different auras are the source of this pseudo-realm. 3 different auras? What do you mean? Duan Lingtian was confused. His eyes were filled with confusion. I think this pseudo-realm isn't created by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial Stage who had passed the heavenly tribulation. It's the product of 3 powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial Stage who had passed the heavenly tribulation. Elder Hua's voice continued to sound. His tone was full of certainty, and there was no room for doubt. What? Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard Hualao's words. The pseudo-realm he was in was not created by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial Stage who had passed the heavenly tribulation. It was created by 3 powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial Stage who had passed the heavenly tribulation. What did this mean? Elder Hua, do you mean that in this pseudo-plane? Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and tried his best to calm himself down. However, when he spoke again, his voice was slightly trembling with excitement. That's right. Chapter 21:37. Gasp! Duan Lingtian inhaled sharply when he heard Hualao's words. A pleasantly surprised expression appeared on his face. Duan Lingtian had thought the pseudo-realm he was in was a treasure vault left behind by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial Stage who had passed the heavenly tribulation. He had thought the pseudo-realm he was in was a treasure vault left behind by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial Stage who had passed the heavenly tribulation. Duan Lingtian was eager to obtain the treasures left behind by the powerhouse. However, Hualao had just told him that there were 3 powerhouses in the pseudo-realm. It was not one powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial Stage who had passed the heavenly tribulation but 3 powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial Stage who had successfully passed the heavenly tribulation. They had worked together to create this pseudo-realm. A pseudo-realm created by 3 powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial Stage who had passed the heavenly tribulation. There must be treasures and inheritances left behind by the 3 of them. The treasures left behind by 3 powerhouses who stood at the peak of the mundane realm must be extraordinary. Duan Lingtian's breathing quickened when he thought of this. Took him a long time to calm down. He could not help but feel excited at this moment. After all, The place he was in was not just a treasure vault left behind by a powerhouse at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage who had passed the heavenly tribulation. It was a treasure vault left behind by 3 powerhouses at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage who had passed the heavenly tribulation. Since they created this independent pseudo-realm together before they ascended to the heaven ascension, it shows that they have a good relationship. They must have left behind something they obtained in the mundane realms that they can't bring to the Devata realms. Those treasures might be nothing to them after they ascended to the Devata realms, but they must be rare treasures in the mundane realms. When he thought up to this point, Duan Ling Tian's mood that had calmed down slightly became agitated again. Moreover, during the subsequent tests, Duan Ling Tian could not completely calm his surging emotions. There were a few times when his mind wandered off. Fortunately, the following tests were not too difficult for him. It's already a little strenuous. The subsequent tests will definitely be more difficult. I wonder when these tests will come to an end? After passing another difficult test, Duan Ling Tian immediately discarded all distracting thoughts and did not dare to be distracted again. So far, he had passed many tests. These tests had appeared out of thin air in front of him not long after he entered this pseudo-realm. He had no choice but to face them head-on. The test was very simple at the beginning, but it got more and more difficult as it progressed. By now, even Duan Ling Tian was feeling a little strained. Of course, the reason why he felt this strenuous was because he was far from using his full strength. Not only did he not use his full strength, he even had many trump cards that he had not used yet. Continue. As the void in front of him trembled, the next test arrived as scheduled. 10 gigantic beasts appeared out of thin air in front of Duan Ling Tian, pressuring Duan Ling Tian. Upon seeing this, Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes. His expression turned solemn as he began to focus. At this point, he had no choice but to focus. If he was not careful, he would be eliminated. Based on the information that Hualao had gathered about the pseudo-realm and the consequences of being eliminated here, Duan Ling Tian knew that if he was eliminated, he would be sent out of this pseudo-realm. Apart from that, he would not be able to enter again if he was sent out. In that case, he would miss out on the treasures left behind by the 3 powerhouses at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage who had passed the heavenly tribulation. Just the thought of it made Duan Ling Tian's heart ache. For this reason, he did not dare to be careless in the next test. He began to take it seriously. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. When the 10 gigantic beasts appeared out of thin air, the void around Duan Ling Tian began to tremble. The sound of wind whistling rang in Duan Ling Tian's ears like thunder. Black Tortoise's barrier. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Ling Tian cast his defensive divine ability. This was the first divine ability he had cast since he entered the pseudo-realm. This was the first defensive divine ability of Zoroastrianism. As soon as he cast his divine ability, a gigantic black tortoise's silhouette appeared around Duan Ling Tian's body. It was like a gigantic beast from the ancient times, protecting Duan Ling Tian. If he wanted to touch Duan Ling Tian, he would have to go through the black tortoise's silhouette. Roar! Roar! Accompanied by a series of earth-shattering roars, the 10 gigantic beasts that appeared out of thin air pounced toward Duan Ling Tian one after another. A terrifying energy surged out of their bodies, causing the void to tremble. The sound of friction rang in the air as it stirred up a strong wind that transformed into a powerful shockwave. The shockwave wreaked havoc, causing the surrounding void to tremble again as though it would collapse at any time. The 10 gigantic beasts attacked at the same time. 10 surges of energy merged together, causing the sun and moon to dim in just a blink of an eye. It was as though dark clouds were pressing down on Duan Ling Tian. The 10 surges of energy that converged together descended in unison and blasted onto the black tortoise's silhouette that protected Duan Ling Tian. Instantly, boom, 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 boom. The black tortoise's silhouette trembled violently as a thunderous sound reverberated in the air. It rose and fell like a sailboat that had crashed on the calm sea, causing turbulent waves to rise on the surface of the sea. A few moments later, the black tortoise's silhouette was on the verge of collapsing like an arrow at the end of its flight. However, at this moment, The energy from the 10 gigantic beasts had been depleted. I managed to stop it. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed as he thought to himself, as expected of the number 1 defensive divine ability of Zoroastrianism. I've only been in the rudimentary mastery for a while, but I can already display such a powerful defensive ability. At the same time, the black tortoise's silhouette that was at the end of its flight disappeared without a trace with just a thought from Duan Lingtian. It was as though it was never there. Whoosh! In the next instant, Duan Lingtian raised his hand, and the 1,000 inscriptions saint's sword appeared in his hand. As soon as he let go of his hand, the 1,000 inscriptions saint's sword immediately flew out as though it was being guided by an invisible force toward the 10 gigantic beasts. It was the sword-wielding art that was given to Duan Lingtian by casting the 3rd stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword. The 3rd stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword was also known as the sword wielding with the heart. The sword wielded with the heart. The sword-wielding art that I'm casting now is even more powerful than the most powerful sword technique in the Tao martial saint land. Duan Lingtian was filled with confidence. Whoosh! As the sound of a sword whistling in the air rang in the air, a sword ray flashed and drew a circle in the air in just a blink of an eye. During this process, the gigantic beasts that were in the path of the sword ray shattered into pieces. This meant that Duan Lingtian had passed another test. It's closed. At this moment, Hualao's voice resonated in Duan Lingtian's ears, causing Duan Lingtian to regain his senses. It's closed? What's closed? The entrance to the pseudo-realm has been closed. Hualao replied. The entrance has been closed? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he heard this. Does this mean that from now on, no one will enter this pseudo-realm? Yes, Hualao replied. After receiving confirmation, Duan Lingtian was, naturally, excited. Now that the entrance to the pseudo-realm had been closed, it meant that no one would enter and compete with him. There would be no more competitors. As far as he was concerned, this was a matter of great benefit and no harm. However, I've been here for quite some time now. The entrance to the pseudo-realm has just closed. I'm afraid the Black Kshetra sect and the other forces around Sin City have received the news and sent their men here. When Duan Lingtian thought of this, he could not help but frown for a moment before relaxing again. In the next moment, the sound of wind whistling rang in the air. Duan Lingtian had gone to face the next test. Meanwhile, outside the entrance to the pseudo-realm, a group of people who had been eliminated watched as the tear in the void gradually closed. In the end, it completely disappeared before their eyes. The entrance has closed? Immediately, the pupils of the people guarding outside shrank involuntarily. After a while, more people from the forces around Sin City arrived. When they realized they were too late, they beat their chests and stomped their feet in frustration. Damn it! I can't believe I missed it. I was so close. A dozen breaths of time. Just a dozen breaths of time. That's a treasure vault left behind by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who had passed the heavenly tribulation. I can't believe I missed it. Am I really that unlucky? After a while, more people arrived. When they found out the entrance to the treasure vault left behind by the powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who had passed the heavenly tribulation had closed, they regretted not coming earlier. Whoosh! Whoosh! Suddenly, 2 gusts of wind blew past. 2 young men appeared out of thin air in front of everyone. Young leader! Young leader! When the 2 young men appeared, the 2 groups of people outside immediately greeted them respectfully. Of the 2 young men, one of them was wearing a brocade robe. His body was thin and frivolous, and his face was pale. He looked like a spoiled brat. The other person was wearing a feather fan and a silk headscarf. He was dressed like a scholar, but he looked a little wretched now. He was not as elegant as he usually was. These 2 young men were none other than Qing, the young leader of the 7 Kill Alliance, and Dong Guizhi, the young leader of the 1,000 Years Alliance. Chapter 2138. It's Qing, the young leader of the 7 Kill Alliance, and Dong Guizhi, the young leader of the 1,000 Years Alliance. They've been eliminated as well? Qing and Dong Guiji's appearance attracted the attention of many people. Some of the sectless cultivators who had been eliminated recognized them. Novels? R-A-N-E-N-O-R-G? Qing and Dong Guiji's expressions turned grave when they sensed the gazes on them. They were so close. They were so close to passing the test. However, they had failed at the critical moment. They couldn't accept this, they couldn't accept it. Of course, if they knew that there were more tests waiting for them that seemed to be endless and even more difficult than before, they might not think in such a way. Dong Guiji, you're eliminated at the same time as me. It seems like you're not as strong as the young leader of the 1,000 Years Alliance. After Qing caught his breath, he looked at Dong Guiji and said mockingly, "Didn't you say I'm a good-for-nothing rich kid in the past? As the young leader of the 1,000 Years Alliance, you're not much stronger than a good-for-nothing rich kid like me." Qing had not forgotten how Dong Guiji had instigated the black-robed man to kill him. He had only kept it to himself. Now that he finally had a chance to mock Dong Guiji, naturally he would not miss it. Qing! Dong Guiji was furious when he heard Qing's mocking words. However, he was speechless. He was not the only one who looked down on Qing. Even the sectless cultivators in Sin City felt Qing was inferior to him. Dong Guiji was so embarrassed that he wanted to dig a hole and hide in it when he sensed the strange gazes on him. Qing smiled when he saw this. He felt it was worth it to be eliminated. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Soon after, figures began to appear one after another. They were none other than the people who had been eliminated. Initially, those who were eliminated were at the first form and second form of the Saint Celestial stage. However, even those at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage were eliminated. Elder Yu, Elder Shao. As the two figures appeared, Qing and Dong Guiji exclaimed almost at the same time. The people who caused Qing and Dong Guiji to exclaim in surprise were an elder from the 7 Kill Alliance and an elder from the 1,000 Years Alliance. Of course, if it were just ordinary elders in their respective alliances, it wouldn't be enough to make them lose their composure. The reason why they lost their composure was because these two elders were not simple. At the very least, they were not simple in their respective alliances. Isn't this Elder Yu Zhong from the 7 Kill Alliance? This is Elder Xiao Peng from the 1,000 Years Alliance. Yu Zhong and Xiao Peng aren't ordinary powerhouses at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage. They're both ranked in the top 200 on the Supreme Saint ranking. Their strength is even slightly stronger than the first elder of the 100 Ghosts Alliance, Yu Chun Wu. Who would have thought that someone as strong as them would also be eliminated? The treasure vault left behind by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who seemed to have passed the heavenly tribulation has such a high elimination rate. I'm afraid there won't be many people left in there. I think so too. Most of the people in the surroundings were also people who had been eliminated. Now they were all sighing. As time passed, more and more people were eliminated. All of them had one thing in common. All of them were below the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage. The powerhouses below the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage from the 7 Kill Alliance, the 1,000 Years Alliance, and the Eternal Alliance have all been eliminated. The powerhouses below the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage from the Mighty Tyrannical Alliance and the 100 Ghosts Alliance have also been eliminated. Apart from that, the powerhouses below the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage from the other alliances have also been eliminated. Currently, only the powerhouses below the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage from the Zhuangzi Buddhism and a few other forces are still in there. I'm sure they didn't stay in there for long. They're still in there because they entered later. That must be the case. As the crowd whispered among themselves, the powerhouses below the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage from the Zhuangzi Buddhism and a few other forces were also eliminated. As expected, there should be no powerhouses below the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage left in there. As expected of a treasure vault left behind by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who had passed the heavenly tribulation. The elimination rate is insane. It seems like those below the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage won't be able to lay their hands on the treasures inside. This threshold is too high. At this moment, 90% of the people who were left outside were those who had been eliminated. Most of them had a bitter and helpless expression on their faces as they discussed among themselves. To be honest, they did not want to be eliminated. However, there were some things that they could not control. However, the tests inside are really insane. Not only are they harder than the previous ones, but there seems to be no end to them. That's right. If there are more tests, even ordinary powerhouses at the fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage would be eliminated. Many powerhouses at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage who had been eliminated smiled wryly. Among the group of people who were eliminated, they were the ones who felt the most indignant. As time passed, there were still no powerhouses at the fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage who were eliminated. At this moment, they realized the tests they had to go through must be the last few tests. In fact, it might even be the last test. That black-robed man, he's really at the fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage. Old Black Crow, the leader of the Black Crow Alliance, looked around and asked around. He discovered that the enemy of the Black Crow Alliance was indeed a powerhouse at the fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage or above. Earlier, he had only made a guess. He still harbored some hope in his heart. Now, that trace of hope in his heart had completely collapsed and shattered into pieces. From today onward, all of you must let go of your hatred for the black-robed man. From today onward, the Black Crow Alliance will no longer be the Oriole who takes advantage of others. Old Black Crow decisively transmitted his order to the high-ranking officials of the Black Crow Alliance when he realized they would never be a threat to the black-robed man. The high-ranking officials of the Black Crow Alliance did not object to his order. Even the strongest leader of the Black Crow Alliance was afraid of the black-robed man's strength, let alone the high-ranking officials. The group of people outside the Black Crow Alliance was unaware of this. At this moment, there was a group of people who were bored in the pseudo-realm left behind by a powerhouse at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage who had passed the heavenly tribulation. Duan Lingtian was among these people. When can I get out of here? At this moment, Duan Lingtian was in a sealed space. The space was not big, could only accommodate 2 adults at most. For this reason, Duan Lingtian felt pressured. Duan Lingtian had tried to break out of this sealed space. However, even after he had used all his techniques, he still could not break out of this sealed space. In this completely sealed space, he couldn't touch it at all, but it was able to restrict his body and trap him firmly inside, making it impossible for him to escape. Hualao, what's this space made of? Why can't my strength touch it? Duan Lingtian asked Hualao about this. This space is a product of the pseudo-realm. As long as you're in the pseudo-realm, you're bound to be trapped by it. You won't be able to break free no matter what you do. However, if you're a powerhouse at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage who has passed the heavenly tribulation and can leave this pseudo-realm, this space won't be able to bind you. This was Hualao's answer to Duan Lingtian. According to Hualao, it was impossible to break free from this space. Even a powerhouse at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage who had not passed the heavenly tribulation would not be able to break free from this space since they would not be able to leave this pseudo-realm. A powerhouse at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage who had not passed the heavenly tribulation and a powerhouse who had passed the heavenly tribulation were on a completely different level. The difference between the two was like heaven and earth. After listening to Hualao's words, Duan Lingtian immediately dismissed the idea of leaving this space. What a joke! Did he not hear Hualao say that even a powerhouse at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage who had not passed the heavenly tribulation would not be able to break free from this space? A powerhouse at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage who had not passed the heavenly tribulation would only need to lift a finger to kill him. If it was a powerhouse at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage who mainly cultivated the soul and specialized in soul attacks, they would only need a thought to kill him. However, the test before I was locked in here was really difficult. If it wasn't for the fact that my son Saint Origin had mostly recovered after entering this pseudo-realm, I might not have been able to pass the test even if I used the Jasper Celestial Sword. Fear still lingered in Duan Lingtian's heart when he recalled the test he encountered earlier. If he did not use the Jasper Celestial Sword, he would not have been able to pass the test. After passing the test, Duan Lingtian's vision turned dark. When he regained his senses, he was already in this strange space. However, Duan Lingtian was unaware of this. Now, he wasn't the only one who was locked in such a space. Even the other people who had passed a series of tests like him were locked in the same space. The leaders of the 7 Kill Alliance, the 1,000 Years Alliance, the Eternal Alliance, and the 2 powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, Meng Hao and Granny Snake, were also locked in here. As for the rest of the people who had passed the series of tests, they were also trapped. No one was an exception. It was as though they were waiting for those who had not passed the test. Congratulations, you've passed the elimination test. After some time, a voice suddenly sounded in Duan Lingtian's ears. Chapter 2139. Who's that? Duan Lingtian began to look around when he heard the voice. However, he could not see anyone. It was as though the voice had come out of nowhere. 81 Omega. I know that you must be very curious about who I am. I am one of the founders of this space that you are in. The owner of the voice seemed to know what Duan Lingtian was thinking. He continued to say, I'm sure you're curious as to why I said I'm one of the founders of this realm. The voice paused for a moment when he spoke. However, Duan Lingtian was not curious at all. He had learned about this through Hualao's reminder. The pseudo-realm he was in was created by 3 powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who had passed the heavenly tribulation. However, even though Duan Lingtian was not curious, it did not mean the others were not curious as well. One of the founders? The owner of the voice said he's one of the founders of this realm? Whether it was the sectless powerhouses at or above the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage from Sin City, the Karmapa at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage from Black Kshetra sect, or the powerhouses at or above the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage, they were shocked when they heard Duan Lingtian's voice. Previously, they had thought the realm they were in was created by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who had passed the heavenly tribulation. However, the voice that had appeared out of nowhere was telling them the truth. He was one of the founders of this realm. When this voice sounded in everyone's ears, it was also when everyone who passed the elimination test was trapped in a similar strange space. Obviously, it was not a coincidence. Now, the people in this pseudo-plane had either passed the test or been eliminated. The reason I said I'm one of the founders of this realm is because I'm not the only one who created this realm. The voice continued to ring in the ears of Duan Lingtian and the others. Let me introduce myself. I'm Zhang Dongji. Before this space was created, I had already broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Moreover, I've already passed the heavenly tribulation and was about to ascend. When the owner of the voice spoke up to this point, those who already knew what was going on, including Duan Lingtian, were not surprised at all since they already knew about this. Those who did not know this beforehand were now both shocked and pleasantly surprised. He was shocked. The person who left this space behind was a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who had passed the heavenly tribulation. He was pleasantly surprised. Since this was a treasure vault left behind by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who had passed the heavenly tribulation, there must be more treasures here. What a joke! How could a treasure left behind by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage be ordinary? As I said earlier, I am only one of the creators of this space. This space was created by me and 2 other friends. My 2 friends had successfully passed the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage like me before they created this space. The voice rang again. This time, apart from Duan Lingtian, the others were stunned. Even the powerhouses at or above the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage from Sin City and the Karmapa from Black Kshetra sect were in a daze like the rest of the people present. Naturally, they were powerhouses from the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, so they quickly regained their senses. When they regained their senses, they could not help but feel shocked. This treasure vault was left behind by 3 powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who had passed the heavenly tribulation. In other words, there are all kinds of treasures and inheritances left behind by 3 powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who had passed the heavenly tribulation before they ascended? Although they were at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, they could not help but feel their breaths quicken when they thought about this. The others, such as the leaders of the 7-Kill Alliance, the 1,000 Years Alliance, and the Eternal Alliance, the elders of the Black Kshetra sect and other forces, and many rogue cultivators from the City of Sin finally regained their senses. They were both shocked and overjoyed. A treasure vault left behind by 3 powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who had passed the heavenly tribulation. I didn't think I'd be able to come across such a good thing in my lifetime. I've really struck gold this time. Each of the experts who were trapped in their own independent space was inexplicably excited. It wasn't until that voice was heard again that they gradually calmed down. The 3 of us have left everything we obtained in our lives and some of our cultivation experiences in this space. Naturally, only the people who make it to the end will be able to obtain the things we left behind. However, there's a high chance that all of you will be able to obtain it since all of you have successfully passed the elimination test. Apart from the 3 of you, everyone else has been eliminated. Naturally, it's still too early for all of you to celebrate. The elimination test is only the first test we set up. Everyone, including Duan Ling Tian, was dumbfounded when they heard this. There were so many tests before this, but it's only the first test? The corner of Duan Ling Tian's mouth twitched as a bitter smile appeared on his face. The others were speechless as well. After a moment of speechlessness, they began to discuss among themselves. What a joke! There were so many tests before this, but it's only the first test? Are you kidding me? Based on the difficulty of the tests, it's impossible for one to make it to the end without a cultivation base at the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Currently, I'm afraid there's no one below the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage in this independent space. Although only a few people said it out loud, it was the same thought that almost everyone had. Naturally, there were exceptions. For example, Duan Ling Tian did not think this way. He did not think this way because he knew his own strength. He knew there was still a long way to go before he broke through to the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Currently, his cultivation base was only close to breaking through to the 2nd form of the Saint Celestial stage. He had not even broken through to the 2nd form of the Saint Celestial stage. The 1st form of the Saint Celestial stage, the Saint Origin form. This was Duan Ling Tian's current cultivation base. It was also the result of his cultivation in Sin City for the past 6 months. In the eyes of others, the results of his cultivation were frightening, but he himself was not very satisfied. Too weak. Too weak. I'm still too weak. Even if I use the Jasper Celestial Sword and use all my strength, I can only kill an ordinary powerhouse at the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage. If it's a powerhouse at the peak of the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage, the most I can do is injure him severely. However, if it's a powerhouse at the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage or above, I'm not a match for him at all. When Duan Ling Tian heard the owner of the voice, the person who called himself Zhang Dongji, said the tests he had gone through were only the first test, Duan Ling Tian immediately felt immense pressure. The first trial had already forced him to use all his strength. How difficult would the second trial be? After the second test, would there be a third test or even a fourth test? Duan Ling Tian's heart sank when he thought about this. Next, you'll leave this place and appear in another place. You'll meet up with the others at that place. Naturally, you'll only be working with those who are still here. All of you will be divided into 3 groups. Each group will have to pass an independent trial. After the second test, only 2 batches of people will remain from the 3 batches. The remaining batches of people will be eliminated. When Zhang Dongji finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian and the others did not react at all. After all, it was normal for a group of people to be eliminated in the second trial. However, what Zhang Dongji said next caused their expressions to change in unison. When the second trial begins, those who are eliminated won't be kicked out of this space. They'll only have one path, and that's death. Death. Upon hearing this, Duan Ling Tian and the others could not help but change their expressions. They would have to die when the second trial began. For a moment, many of the weaker cultivators regretted coming here. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world. With Duan Ling Tian's current strength, he was at the bottom of the pack. However, he did not regret his decision at all. Instead, he began to think about other things. According to what that Zheng Dongji said, the second trial will be divided into 3 groups of people. Every group of people will be one body. Advance and retreat together. Either all of us will be eliminated or all of us will pass. Duan Lingtian sighed in relief when he thought about this. If he did not rely on his own strength, it was not impossible for him to pass the second trial. As long as the people in the same group as him were strong, he would be able to pass the second trial. There were also quite a few people who realized this point later. I hope the people in the same group as me are stronger. That way, I'll have a higher chance of passing the second trial. Oh my God! Give me a few more powerhouses at the 7th level of the Saint Celestial stage or higher. Many people with a weaker cultivation base were praying inwardly. As for those who were stronger, apart from those who were more arrogant, it did not matter who was in the same group as them. The remaining people were also praying inwardly. They hoped that Zheng Dongji would not be assigned with too many weak companions. Otherwise, they would drag him down and drag him down with them. Now I announce. Chapter 2140. Let the second test begin. Almost as soon as Zheng Dongji's voice left his mouth, Duan Lingtian felt his vision darken. When light entered his eyes again, he found himself in a spacious cavern. At first glance, the cavern was completely sealed. There was no entrance or exit, and it was completely barren. The cavern was barren because it was filled with sand and rocks. There was not even a hint of green in sight. Not even a blade of grass could be seen. It was completely barren. Whoosh! 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 Almost as soon as Duan Lingtian appeared in the cavern, along with the sound of wind breaking, many other people appeared in the cavern at the same time. When they first appeared, they instinctively observed the cavern just like Duan Lingtian did. The cavern was spacious and barren. It only took a few glances for them to see the end of the cavern. However, it was precisely this cave that gave many of them a certain amount of pressure, causing them to involuntarily feel fear in their hearts. After all, this was the second test. The first test was already considered extremely difficult for many of them. The second test would definitely be even more difficult. For this reason, there must be many unknown dangers hidden in this inconspicuous cavern. The unknown was always the scariest. Due to this reason, they could not help but feel fearful. I wonder who are the people who are assigned to the same group as me. When Duan Lingtian thought of this, he regained his senses and shifted his gaze to the group of people who appeared in the cavern with him. These people would be his companions in the second test. The second test was a group test. Those who were assigned to the same group would advance and retreat together. Once they were eliminated, only death would await them. It could be said that all of them were grasshoppers tied to the same rope. When Duan Lingtian looked at the others, most of them were also looking around, scrutinizing the people who appeared in the cavern with them. Their current thoughts were similar to that of Duan Lingtian. In the second test, the quality of their companions would directly affect whether they would be able to smoothly pass the second test. Because once they failed, only death would await them. Thus, they were all under great pressure. Lord Bai Li. Suddenly, a thin, middle-aged man in a green cloak saw another young man in a white robe, and his pupils suddenly shrank. Then, he revealed a surprised expression and exclaimed in a low voice. Never had he imagined that he would be allocated together with this person in the second test. Lord Bai Li. As the thin, middle-aged man in a green cloak spoke, the group of people, including Duan Lingtian, shifted their gazes to the white-robed young man in unison. The young man was dressed in a white robe. He was tall and sturdy, and his face was cold. He stood there motionless like a mountain, and he gave people a feeling that he was unapproachable. There was a deep red Zhusha mole in between the young man's eyebrows. It was particularly eye-catching. He stood there, giving people a sense of reality and an ethereal feeling at times. It was as though he was a celestial being who was out of this world. It's really Lord Bai Li. A sectless cultivator powerhouse from Sin City said in a trembling voice after taking a closer look. There was no lack of excitement in his voice. He had stayed in Sin City for hundreds of years, and he was fortunate enough to see the white-robed young man in front of him once. It left a deep impression on him, so he immediately recognized the other party and confirmed the other party's identity. I can't believe I'm actually allocated together with Lord Bai Li. With Lord Bai Li here, the second test is definitely useless, another sectless cultivator said excitedly. For rogue cultivators like them, Bai Li was a godlike existence. Lord Bai Li? Don't tell me he's Bai Li from Sin City? Many people narrowed their eyes. While their eyes were filled with shock, there was also a hint of excitement on their faces. He's Bai Li? He's one of the 3 most powerful guardians in Sin City. His cultivation base is at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. The peerless powerhouse who's ranked 9th on the Supreme Saint ranking? Duan Lingtian's attention was also on Bai Li when everyone was looking at him. He could not help but feel shocked. If the person before him was the Bai Li he knew, then, in that case, apart from Elder Hua, the person before him was the most powerful person he had ever come into contact with. Bai Li was one of the 3 most powerful powerhouses in Sin City. He was also one of the most powerful sectless cultivators in the Dao Martial Saint land. His cultivation base was at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. His ranking on the Supreme Saint ranking had even entered the top 10. He was ranked 9th. What did it mean to be ranked 9th on the Supreme Saint ranking? Lord Bai Li. Lord Bai Li. After the people present on the scene confirmed Bai Li's identity, some of them were so excited that their faces turned red. They immediately bowed at Bai Li like a group of subjects bowing before a supreme emperor. Green Bat King. When the crowd's gazes landed on Bai Li, and many people bowed respectfully to Bai Li ignored them. Instead, she looked at the cyan-cloaked middle-aged man. This middle-aged man in a green cloak was also the first to discover him and recognize him. Now, when Bai Li looked at him and greeted him, she nodded politely. Who's that? How did Lord Bai Li notice him? Previously, when Bai Li's gaze landed on the middle-aged man in the green cloak, many people were surprised and confused. Green Bat King. The moment Bai Li's words left his mouth, most of the people, including Duan Lingtian, could not help but feel shocked. In an instant, the gazes of many people locked onto the middle-aged man in the green cloak. The middle-aged man was skinny. He was not tall and his head was small. He gave off a sneaky vibe. And it was this kind of person who stood there, ethereal and unfathomable. He's one of the 4 kings of Zhuangzi Buddhism, the Green Bat King Wei Suo. Someone was the first to come back to his senses and couldn't help but gasp. That's right. At this moment, someone said proudly, this is the Green Bat King of Zhuangzi Buddhism, Lord Wei Suo. This person was an elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism. The Green Bat King, Wei Suo, is one of the 4 kings of Zhuangzi Buddhism. His strength is at the bottom of the 4 kings of Zhuangzi Buddhism. However, he's still a powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. He's ranked at the 24th place on the Supreme Saint ranking. At this moment, information about the Green Bat King, one of the 4 kings of Zhuangzi Buddhism, appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind. Lord Bai Li, I didn't expect you and I would be assigned to the same place. It's fate. Even Wei Suo, the great Karmapa of Zhuangzi Buddhism, had a warm expression on his face when he spoke to Bai Li. What a joke! Not only was Bai Li a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, but he was also ranked at the 9th place on the Supreme Saint ranking. He was even stronger than the Violet Dragon King, one of the 4 kings of Zhuangzi Buddhism. In the Zhuangzi Buddhism, only their sect leader was stronger than Bai Li. How could he dare to be careless when facing such a person? Although Wei Suo and Bai Li were both at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, Wei Suo knew he was much weaker than Bai Li. Yes, Bai Li nodded indifferently. He was cold to Wei Suo, the great Karmapa of Zhuangzi Buddhism who was at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. However, Wei Suo did not mind Bai Li's indifference at all. All powerhouses had their own pride. With Bai Li's strength, he was already giving Wei Suo face by not looking down on him. Wei Suo knew this very well. I didn't expect to be assigned to the same place as Lord Bai Li and Lord Wei Suo. With the two of them around, the second test will be a piece of cake. Soon someone said so. His words immediately received the approval of many people. A piece of cake? Duan Lingtian shook his head inwardly. According to Zheng Dongji, one of the three powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who had passed the heavenly tribulation, the people in the pseudo-realm would be divided into 3 groups. The 3 groups would have to undergo the second test. Only death awaited those who failed. Only 2 groups of people would be able to pass the second test and advance to the third test. The 3 groups of people in the second test aren't randomly assigned. Perhaps they're assigned based on the overall strength of the group. 3 groups of people and the combined strength of each group is about the same. Duan Lingtian could not help but ask Hua Lao when he thought of this. Elder Hua quickly gave him a reply. The rules in the pseudo-realm are set by the Creator. Usually, group tests like this are fair. The overall strength of each group should be about the same. Hua Lao's reply confirmed Duan Lingtian's conjecture. There were powerhouses like Bai Li and Wei Suo in their group. There was no doubt the other 2 groups of people had powerhouses like them as well. Therefore, it was still too early to think that this group of people would definitely pass the second round of the test. Chapter 2141. Don't you think it's too early to be happy? Duan Lingtian was not the only one who was clear-headed. A tall and well-built middle-aged man dressed in a long silver robe said with a frown, "We have powerhouses at the 7th and 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage here. Don't tell me the other 2 groups don't have powerhouses at the 7th and 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage? Even if the entrance to this space is closed, do you think Lord Bai Li and Karmapa Wei Suo are the only powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage who have entered this space?" As soon as the middle-aged man said this, the people who were originally excited seemed to have been splashed with a bucket of cold water. After a shudder, they suddenly came back to their senses. He has a point. There must be more than 2 powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage who have entered this space. That's right. Put aside the Zhuangzi Buddhism, there are almost 10 sectless powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage in Sin City. They must have been alerted by what happened here. I'm sure all of them are here. Let alone all of them, even if 2 or 3 of them aren't here, there aren't many powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage in our group. Moreover, it's very likely that the Zhuangzi Buddhism and the other Karmapa are here as well. Does this mean we won't necessarily have an advantage in the second trial? Although I don't want to admit it, that seems to be the case. As the crowd began to whisper to each other, the atmosphere at the scene became somewhat stifling. This person seems to resemble Dong Guizhi, the young leader of the 1,000 Years Alliance. While the others were whispering among themselves, Duan Lingtian's eyes were trained on the middle-aged man who shared the same opinion as him. He discovered the middle-aged man's features resembled Dong Guizhi, the young leader of the 1,000 Years Alliance. Apart from that, I can sense a majestic aura from him. It's obvious he has been in a high position for a long time. Don't tell me he's... Just as Duan Lingtian was guessing the identity of the middle-aged man before him, a voice suddenly sounded and interrupted his thoughts. Isn't that the leader of the 1,000 Years Alliance, Dong Guizhi? This was the cry of a rogue cultivator from the city of Sin. Immediately, more people recognized the middle-aged man. It really is him. This also confirmed Duan Lingtian's guess. Earlier, Duan Lingtian noticed the middle-aged man resembled Dong Guizhi, the young leader of the 1,000 Years Alliance. Coupled with the imposing aura the middle-aged man exuded, Duan Lingtian could vaguely guess the middle-aged man's identity. The leader of the 1,000 Years Alliance, Dong Guizhi, a powerhouse at the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage. He was ranked 51st on the Supreme Saint ranking. Actually, many of the sectless cultivators present recognized Dong Guizhi. The reason they did not recognize him immediately was because Bai Li and Wei Suo had overshadowed him. Under normal circumstances, as the leader of the 1,000 Years Alliance, one of the 3 strongest alliances in Sin City, and a powerhouse at the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage who was ranked 51st on the Supreme Saint ranking, Dong Yi should be the center of attention. However, compared to Bai Li, one of the strongest sectless cultivators in Sin City, and Wei Suo, the Green Bat King, one of the 4 demon kings of the Zhuangzi Buddhism, Dong Yi's achievements were not worth mentioning at all. Therefore, no one had noticed him for a period of time earlier. Compared to Bai Li and Wei Suo, Dong Yi's presence was much weaker than Bai Li and Wei Suo's. Isn't this He Fei Yi, the sect leader of the Forgotten Dust sect? Everyone's attention shifted from Dong Yi, the leader of the Thousand Years Alliance, to another person. This person was a middle-aged man who was dressed like a scholar. His appearance was ordinary, but his aura was otherworldly. At first glance, he gave off a refreshing feeling. He Fei Yi, the sect leader of the Forgotten Dust sect? When many people recognized the middle-aged scholar, Duan Lingtian turned to look at him as well. Duan Lingtian had heard of He Fei Yi, the sect leader of the Forgotten Dust sect. Apart from being the sect leader of a first-rate sect, He Fei Yi was also ranked 55th on the Supreme Saint ranking. Similar to Dong Yi, the leader of the Thousand Years Alliance, He Fei Yi was also at the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage. However, his strength was still slightly inferior to Dong Yi's. This was the reason he was ranked lower than Dong Yi on the Supreme Saint ranking. Apart from being a first-rate sect, the Forgotten Dust sect was also a force near Sin City. For this reason, the crowd was not surprised to see He Fei Yi, the sect leader of the Forgotten Dust sect, here. After all, He Fei Yi had the time to come here when he heard about this. However, they were surprised to see He Fei Yi in the same group as them. This meant there were 2 powerhouses at the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage among them. Black-robed man. You're the black-robed man. All of a sudden, a voice broke the silence. It was a sectless cultivator from Sin City. He looked at Duan Lingtian with a surprised expression on his face. Black-robed man. A few other sectless cultivators turned to look at Duan Lingtian as well. Similar expressions could be seen on their faces. This black-robed man passed the first test and is still here? I thought the black-robed man's cultivation base was at the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage at most. It seems like I've underestimated him. His cultivation base is at least at the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage. A hint of surprise could be heard in the sectless cultivators' voices when they spoke. Black-robed man. Everyone turned to look at Duan Lingtian. They were curious about the black-robed man who had caused a commotion in Sin City recently. Bai Li and Wei Suo were also sizing up Duan Lingtian. When their gazes landed on Duan Lingtian could feel a powerful aura emanating from Wei Suo's body. It was obvious Wei Suo wanted to test him. Humph! Duan Lingtian snorted inwardly as he activated the Supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword. He seemed to have transformed into an unsheathed sword as he easily broke through Wei Suo's aura that enveloped him. Duan Lingtian did not move at all. It was as though he would not even bat an eyelid even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. Wei Suo could not help but exclaim in surprise when he noticed this. He looked at Duan Lingtian meaningfully and said indifferently, I've long heard about the black-robed man in Sin City. Now that I've met him, he really lives up to his name. You flatter me, Holy King Wei. Although Duan Lingtian was infuriated by Wei Suo's probing, he did not show it on his face. He suppressed the anger in his heart and pretended to be polite as he replied. Wei Suo was not only the Green Bat King, one of the 4 kings of Zhuangzi Buddhism, but he was also a powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. With Duan Lingtian's current strength, he had no choice but to tuck his tail between his legs and behave in front of such a powerhouse. No matter how angry he was, he could only endure it for now. The second test is called Live and Die Together. At this moment, Zhang Dongji, one of the 3 people who created the pseudo-realm, spoke again. Everyone, including Duan Lingtian, heard his voice clearly. You're right. Live and die together. At once, Duan Lingtian and the others felt their hearts tremble violently. The second test is divided into multiple tests. In these tests, if one person in the same group dies, the rest will be killed by the killing formation we left in this space. If one person dies in one of the groups, the rest of the group will be annihilated as well. The other two groups will be able to advance and participate in the third test. Before a person dies, the second trial will not end on its own. Zhang Dongji's voice stopped when he reached this point. For a time, the entire place was deathly silent. Everyone, including Duan Lingtian, had a solemn expression on their faces. Even Bai Li and Wei Suo had a solemn expression on their faces. A hint of dread could be seen in their eyes. They did not feel any pressure when it came to protecting themselves. However, based on Zhang Dongji's words, it seemed like they were not only protecting themselves, they had to protect the others in the second test as well. If one person died, the rest of the group would have to die as well. There were 3 groups of people in total. The first group to die would be eliminated. The remaining 2 groups would be able to advance. All of you, come closer to me and Lord Bai Li, Wei Suo said solemnly to Duan Lingtian and the others. Duan Lingtian and the others moved closer when they heard this. The second test, live and die together, meant that all of them were bound together. He feared life all his life, and feared death when faced with death. No matter what test we face next, apart from me, Lord Bai Li, Alliance Leader Donghua, and Sect Leader He, the rest of you, do not take the initiative to attack unless absolutely necessary, and do not stray too far from us. Wei Suo ordered as Duan Lingtian and the others approached. No one had any objections to Wei Suo's decision. After all, the second test was more about preserving one's life than how quickly they passed the tests. What they had to do was persevere until one of the other 2 groups was killed. It was most appropriate for the next test to be carried out by the 4 strongest people. They're here. Duan Lingtian and the others were taken aback when they heard Bai Li's words. They were already a little nervous. When they heard Bai Li's words, they became even more nervous. Dong, 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 dong. Chapter 2142. As the sound of drums reverberated in the air, silhouettes appeared out of thin air in the spacious cave. These silhouettes were tall and big. Upon closer inspection, one could see they were armored soldiers with spears in their hands. As soon as these soldiers appeared, a tall and big horse appeared under each of them. They had been promoted from infantry to cavalry. Soon after, the group of cavalrymen formed neat rows with their spears in their hands. It was an awe-inspiring sight. Although they did not speak or move, they still exuded an oppressive aura just by standing there. There are exactly 100 cavalrymen. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian had accurately calculated the number of cavalrymen in front of him. There were exactly 100 cavalrymen. Apart from that, the tall and big horses they're riding aren't simple as well. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he looked down at the 100 tall and big horses riding on the 100 cavalrymen. Kill! The 100 cavalrymen charged toward Duan Lingtian and the others as deafening battle cries reverberated in the air. When they got close to them, they surrounded them as though they were wrapping dumplings. During this entire process, the speed of the galloping of the 100 tall horses verified Duan Lingtian's guess from before. The speed of these tall and big horses was comparable to a powerhouse at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage. In just a blink of an eye, the 100 cavalrymen arrived in front of Duan Lingtian and the others. Their speed was as fast as lightning. In just a blink of an eye, they were only a few dozen meters away from them. Duan Lingtian and many others felt their hearts skip a beat. Bang! A series of explosions rang in the air. Duan Lingtian saw Bai Li moving again. Whoosh! Bai Li soared into the air as though he had transformed into an arrow. In just a blink of an eye, he appeared above the group of people. He hovered majestically in the air like an invincible god of war. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian saw Bai Li waving his hand casually. Hum! Amidst the flashes of lightning, a short-lived saber cry rang out in the air. A saber light flashed out at an exaggerated speed, but it did not leave any trace in front of Duan Lingtian. So fast! Duan Lingtian's pupils shrank as a look of horror appeared on his face. He knew very well in his heart that the reason he did not see any trace of Bai Li attacking was entirely because the speed of the saber light that shot out from Bai Li's palm blade was so fast that it had already exceeded the scope of his naked eyes. Although he had already broken through to the Saint Celestial stage, he had not officially broken through to the third form of the Saint Celestial stage and had not awakened his spiritual eyes. Let alone Bai Li, who was at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Even if Bai Li was only at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, Duan Lingtian would not have been able to catch his attack. Poochie, poochie, poochie. Almost at the same time, a crisp sound rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. He immediately regained his senses and instinctively turned to look at the source of the sound. In the next moment, he saw the bodies of the 100 cavalrymen who were charging at him were all severed at the waist. In just a blink of an eye, the bodies of the 100 cavalrymen who were severed at the waist disappeared into thin air. Duan Lingtian was not surprised when he saw this. After all, the people and beasts that appeared in the first trial would usually disappear into thin air after they were killed. According to Hualao, the people in the second trial were all in the second trial. Those humans and beasts were all energy bodies formed by the formations in this pseudoplane. They were powerful, but if they were killed, they would disappear without a trace. It was as though they were never there. The strength of a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage is truly extraordinary. Duan Lingtian glanced at Bai Li with a shocked expression on his face. His heart was filled with shock as well. The aura emitted by any one of these 100 cavalrymen is enough to oppress me. This means all of the cavalrymen are at the 2nd form of the Saint Celestial stage or above. Duan Lingtian was certain of this. If the cavalrymen were only at the 1st form of the Saint Celestial stage, they would not be able to make him feel so pressured. After all, his cultivation base was at the peak of the 1st form of the Saint Celestial stage. A few moments later, the second trial began. This time, Zhuangzi Buddhism and the Green Bat King Wei Suo did not wait for Bai Li to make a move. He made his move and killed the huge beasts that attacked them during the second trial. From the beginning until the end, it only took a few breaths of time. The strength of a powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage was apparent. Following that, the third trial began. After they passed the third trial, the fourth trial began. In the beginning, Wei Suo was the only one who made a move. However, in the end, even Wei Suo began to feel pressured. At this moment, Bai Li made his move. With the two of them joining forces, it became easier for them. However, even with the two of them joining forces, it was still difficult for them to deal with the beasts. Alliance leader Donggua, sect leader He. At this moment, Wei Suo called out to Donggua Yi, the leader of the Thousand Years Alliance, and He Fei Yi, the sect leader of the Forgotten Dust sect, to remind them that it was time to make a move. With the addition of Donggua Yi and He Fei Yi, the situation became much better. The four of them successfully passed the trials one after another. They did not feel pressured at all. A Saint Celestial, a powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, and two powerhouses at the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage. With the four of them joining forces, they were able to break through the trials even after a while. Time continued to pass by quietly. Gradually, Bai Li, Wei Suo, Donggua Yi, and He Fei Yi began to feel pressured when they joined forces. Occasionally, one or two beasts would slip through the net and charge at Duan Lingtian and the others. At this moment, the remaining people had no choice but to make a move. Naturally, it was not convenient for Duan Lingtian to make a move under such circumstances. He could only rely on the Jasper Celestial Sword to unleash strength that was comparable to most powerhouses at the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage. In the beginning, it did not matter if he did not make a move. However, as time passed, the pressure on the group continued to increase. The other two groups of people still haven't died? A sectless cultivator standing near Duan Lingtian said with a grim expression. At this moment, he could only hope that the other two groups of people would die as soon as possible. That way, they would be able to pass the second trial and advance to the next round. Whoosh! The sound of wind whistling through the air suddenly charged at Duan Lingtian. The others did not have the time to help Duan Lingtian or Duan Lingtian. The beast that charged at Duan Lingtian was a relatively weak giant beast. Naturally, it was only weak compared to the other beasts. Its strength was comparable to a powerhouse at the fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage. This giant beast is even stronger than Elder Wang Dingshan from the Thousand Years Alliance, whom I killed earlier. Duan Lingtian's expression turned solemn when he saw the giant beast charging at him. Then he raised his hand and activated the Celestial Supreme Treasure, the Universal Ruler, that he had prepared a long time ago. As his sleeves trembled, he suddenly activated it. When the giant beast arrived in front of Duan Lingtian, the space around Duan Lingtian began to distort and fold. From afar, it looked like the ripples on a calm lake caused by a falling rock. Universe teleportation. Without any hesitation, Duan Lingtian cast the divine ability of the Universe Ruler. The giant beast's speed was slightly slowed down by him. However, it was only slightly slower. Elementary devouring tactic. At this moment, Duan Lingtian cast his assist-type divine ability to raise his Sun Saint Origin to its limit in just a short time. Naturally, even if his Sun Saint Origin was raised to its limit, it would only be comparable to the Saint Origin of a powerhouse at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage. Due to the unique environment of the pseudo-realm, coupled with the concealment of the universe teleportation, and the fact that no one was distracted, no one noticed Duan Lingtian casting the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic. After a while, the giant beast broke free from the restraints of the universe teleportation and continued to charge at Duan Lingtian. It opened its mouth wide as though it was going to swallow Duan Lingtian whole. Swoosh! At this moment, another celestial supreme treasure, the Jasper Celestial Sword, appeared in Duan Lingtian's hand. As Duan Lingtian cast the sword-wielding technique that was given to him by the third stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, the Jasper Celestial Sword appeared in his hand. With a swing of the Celestial Sword, it seemed as though it could slash through 3,000 universes. Although the gigantic beast that pounced at him was powerful, it was instantly cut into two by Duan Lingtian's sword before it shattered and disappeared into thin air. It was as though it was never there. With just a swing of the sword, the world turned cold. Nothing could be more terrifying than this. With the remaining Sun Saint Origin in my body, I can only perform the same sword attack again. However, if I perform the same sword attack again, the Sun Saint Origin in my body will be depleted. If there's any danger, I'll definitely die. Duan Lingtian's heart sank when he thought about this. All of a sudden, no! A sorrowful cry rang in the air, causing Duan Lingtian's heart to turn cold. He instinctively turned to look at the source of the cry and discovered it was He Fei, the sect leader of Forgotten Dust sect. At this moment, He Fei was looking in the same direction as the sorrowful cry. Oh no! Duan Lingtian's heart sank. The hearts of the others present on the scene sank as well. Everyone followed He Fei's gaze and looked in the same direction. One of the sectless cultivators had just been killed by a giant beast. He had just been killed. Someone's dead. By Li and Wei Suo's expressions changed drastically. Even with their strength, it was too late for them to save that person. Damn it! Dong Guai, the leader of the Thousand Years Alliance, cried out in despair. Chapter 21:43. Currently, the other two groups of people were still alive. On their side, however, someone had died. Someone had died. At this moment, it was not only Bai Li, Wei Suo, Dong Guai, and He Fei whose expressions had changed drastically. Even Duan Lingtian and the others who had regained their senses had a change in expression. Since someone from their group had died first, it meant that they would be eliminated as well. And the result of being eliminated was death. Wang! 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 Just as Duan Lingtian and the others were shocked by the death of someone in their group, a buzzing sound came from the cave they were in. The buzzing sound grew louder and more frequent. Hearing the buzzing sound, Duan Lingtian and the others felt a chill in their hearts. Suddenly, quick! Enter the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. Quick! Quick! Two voices suddenly sounded in Duan Lingtian's ears. Their voices were filled with anxiety. Duan Lingtian only had time to realize that it was Hualao's voice. He did not have time to think about why Hualao wanted him to enter the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda. With a single thought, he entered the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda, which had shrunk to the size of a speck of dust. Even though Duan Lingtian knew that doing so would expose the existence of the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda, he did not have time to worry about it. This was the first time he had heard Hualao ask him to do something so urgently. Therefore, as soon as Hualao finished speaking, he entered the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda with a single thought. He did not have time to think about anything else. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's disappearance naturally attracted the attention of others. However, only Bai Li and Wei Suo, the two strongest people present, noticed that Duan Lingtian had disappeared into thin air. In the blink of an eye, they did not have time to think, and the others did not have time to notice Duan Lingtian's disappearance. Boom! Accompanied by an earth-shattering sound, the cave that everyone was in suddenly burst open. Although it only lasted for a moment, it still blasted everyone, including Bai Li and Wei Suo, who were at the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage and above, into dust. In front of this seemingly invincible strength, even someone as strong as Bai Li was unable to resist and was killed in the blink of an eye. Even the strongest Bai Li could not resist, not to mention the others. However, although the terrifying energy that flashed in the blink of an eye blasted the entire cave and everyone in it into dust, there was still a special speck of dust that was not destroyed by it. On the other side, Duan Lingtian had just entered the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda with a single thought, but before he could stabilize himself in the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda, he sensed a tremor in the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda. It was as though something outside was disturbing the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda. Therefore, in the next moment, Duan Lingtian was also blasted away by the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda. It hurts. After being blasted out by the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda, Duan Lingtian felt dizzy. He even felt nauseous to the point of wanting to vomit. His internal organs were shaken, and it was obvious that he had suffered some internal injuries. Naturally, these internal injuries were not serious to Duan Lingtian. He only needed to rest for a while to recover. However, when Duan Lingtian regained his senses, he was stunned when he saw his surroundings. The cave he was in earlier was no longer there. The people who were in the same group as him were gone as well. What's going on? Duan Lingtian was stunned. He could not react at all. This was because, when the cave was blasted open by the terrifying energy and the others were blasted into dust, Duan Lingtian had followed Hualao's instructions and entered the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda to escape the calamity. The timing was very accurate as well. As soon as he entered the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda and was protected by it, the terrifying energy exploded. The energy was so strong that even a powerhouse at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage who had not passed the heavenly tribulation would not be able to escape death, let alone a powerhouse at the eighth form of the Saint Celestial stage like Bai Li. This was because the killing formation was set up by three eminent celestials who had passed the heavenly tribulation. Moreover, it was a very special killing formation. It had compressed its energy and released it in an instant. The energy released in that instant was equivalent to the combined attack of the three eminent celestials who had passed the heavenly tribulation. Even an eminent celestial who had passed the heavenly tribulation would not be able to withstand the energy released by the killing formation, let alone a powerhouse at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage who had not passed the heavenly tribulation. Even if they did not die, they would be severely injured. Based on this, one could see how terrifying the killing formation was. The killing formation set up by three eminent celestials, including Zheng Dongji, was extremely terrifying. Quickly devour the innate spiritual roots in the soul remnants that haven't dispersed yet. Duan Lingtian was still in a daze when Hualao's voice rang in his ears again. Hualao was reminding him to devour the innate spiritual roots in the surroundings. Upon hearing Hualao's words, Duan Lingtian immediately extended his divine consciousness. He discovered there were many soul remnants in the surroundings. Moreover, The innate spiritual roots in the soul remnants were beginning to disperse. Devour! Without any hesitation, Duan Lingtian did not bother to think about the soul remnants in the surroundings. All he knew was that if he did not devour the innate spiritual roots in the surroundings, they would soon disappear. At that time, it would be impossible for him to devour them. Indigo innate spiritual roots. Indigo innate spiritual roots again. Indigo innate spiritual roots. Indigo innate spiritual roots. Duan Lingtian was shocked when he devoured the innate spiritual roots in the soul remnants in the surroundings. This was because he discovered there were 2 indigo innate spiritual roots, 5 indigo innate spiritual roots, and even more green innate spiritual roots. My innate spiritual roots. After devouring all the innate spiritual roots, Duan Lingtian discovered that his innate spiritual roots had improved significantly. His indigo innate spiritual root had transformed into a dark indigo innate spiritual root. The dark blue innate spiritual root was only 1 step away from the violet innate spiritual root. If I devour another wave of innate spiritual roots, even if my innate spiritual root can't transform into a violet innate spiritual root, I'm sure my innate spiritual root will be very close to a violet innate spiritual root. Duan Lingtian, who had tasted the sweetness of the innate spiritual roots, could not help but lick his dry lips as his eyes shone with anticipation. When he regained his senses, he recalled the group of people who had been with him in the cave had disappeared along with the cave. Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically when he realized what had happened. Hualao, the innate spiritual roots I devoured, are they the innate spiritual roots of the people who were with me earlier? Duan Lingtian's voice trembled slightly when he asked Elder Hua this question. If the innate spiritual roots he had devoured were the innate spiritual roots of Bai Li Wei Suo and the others, it made sense why their innate spiritual roots were so high grade. Bai Li was a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Wei Suo was a powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. In the Tao Martial Saint Land, one had to possess an indigo innate spiritual root in order to break through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Naturally, there were exceptions. In the long history of the Tao Martial Saint Land, there were cases of people with indigo innate spiritual roots breaking through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. However, such cases were rare. It's their innate spiritual roots. Hualao replied calmly. It's true. Duan Lingtian's eyes widened when he heard Hualao's confirmation. His body began to tremble violently as an expression of disbelief appeared on his face. How could it be? They. As soon as I urged you to enter the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda, they were killed by the killing formation. Hualao's voice rang again at this moment. It's a good thing you didn't hesitate, otherwise you would have been dead by now. The killing formation is the strongest force in the mundane realm. Even a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, who hasn't passed the heavenly tribulation in the mundane realm, would be powerless in front of the killing formation. Even an eminent celestial who has passed the heavenly tribulation would be severely injured, if not killed by the killing formation. That energy was compressed by the killing formation and released in just a blink of an eye. That's why it's so terrifying. Moreover, the killing formation was set up by 3 eminent celestials. For this reason, the energy it released in just a blink of an eye has reached the peak of what's possible in the mundane realm. Hualao's words reminded Duan Lingtian of the danger he had just gone through. However, although that energy has almost reached the peak of the mundane realm, it can only destroy things in the mundane realm, such as spatial rings, saint weapons, and so on. It doesn't have the ability to destroy the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda and celestial supreme treasures. Hualao continued to explain. Duan Lingtian broke out in cold sweat when he heard Hualao's words. As it turned out, this was the reason. Fortunately, when Elder Hua reminded me earlier, I subconsciously trusted Elder Hua unconditionally. That's why I immediately entered the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda and successfully avoided the terrifying force that can be called the strongest force in the mundane realm. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat when he thought of this. His breathing quickened. He felt as though he had been so close to death earlier. Thank you, Hualao. Duan Lingtian thanked Hualao after he calmed down. Fortune comes from danger. You've profited from a disaster. Chapter 2144. A Blessing in Disguise? Duan Lingtian smiled wryly when he heard Hualao's words. Indeed, this time it could be said that he had profited from a disaster. Not only did he manage to escape death, but he had also devoured the high-grade innate spiritual roots of many powerhouses, allowing his innate spiritual root to turn dark blue. He was not far from transforming into a violet innate spiritual root. However, when he thought of how powerful people like Bai Li and Wei Suo had died just like that, he couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. Apart from being the Green Bat King, one of the 4 kings of the Zhuangzi Buddhism, Wei Suo was also ranked 24th on the Supreme Saint ranking. His cultivation base was at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Bai Li, on the other hand, was one of the strongest powerhouses in Sin City. His cultivation base was at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, and he was ranked 9th on the Supreme Saint ranking. Bai Li was one of the strongest powerhouses in the Tao Martial Saint land. However, these 2 powerhouses had died in just a blink of an eye in this pseudo-realm. From the beginning until the end, both of them did not even have time to react, let alone defend themselves from the terrifying force. If the heavens give them a chance to start over, I'm afraid they wouldn't dare to come here even if they were given 100 guts. Duan Lingtian was certain of this. As for the others, such as Dong Guai, the leader of the Thousand Years Alliance, He Fei, the sect leader of the Forgotten Dust sect, and the others, if they were given a chance to start over, they would definitely do the same. The group of people who were standing in front of Duan Lingtian earlier were all killed in just a blink of an eye. One could easily imagine how Duan Lingtian felt at this moment. He did not feel happy about the transformation of his innate spiritual root. Now, he was only glad that he had the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. Moreover, that terrifying power had only exploded for an instant. Otherwise, he would have died today. Even at this moment, Duan Lingtian's forehead was still dripping with cold sweat. His heartbeat had not returned to normal. Time passed quietly. About a quarter of an hour later, Duan Lingtian gradually recovered from the shock. At the same time, he looked around, only to find that the surrounding was a vast expanse. He could not see anything clearly and did not know where he should go. At this point, there was no need for him to participate in any trials. He stood in the middle of the vast expanse, like a lone boat in the middle of a vast ocean. He had no sense of direction and was all alone. It was as though Duan Lingtian had been forgotten by Zheng Dongji, one of the 3 eminent celestials who had left behind the pseudo-realm. Hualao, I should have been killed like Bai Li, Wei Suo, and the others in this pseudo-realm. However, thanks to the existence of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, I survived. Now, I seem to have escaped from Zheng Dongji's control. Duan Lingtian communicated with Hualao and asked, "How do I leave this pseudo-plane now?" At this moment, Duan Lingtian no longer cared about the treasures in this pseudo-realm. He only wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. What had happened earlier had left an indelible shadow in his heart. So close, just a little more and he would have died. Even until now, Duan Lingtian still could not help but shudder when he recalled the feeling of crossing the gates of hell. If possible, he did not want to experience that feeling again in his life. For this reason, he desperately wanted to leave this place. "Why do you want to leave this pseudo-realm?" Hualao asked in response to Duan Lingtian's question. "Hualao." Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly. "Currently, I'm considered to have been eliminated from the trials set by Zheng Dongji and the other 2 eminent celestials. Although I survived, I'm certain I won't be able to participate in the following trials. Since I won't be able to participate in the following trials, I won't be able to obtain the treasures and legacies they left behind in this pseudo-realm. In that case, instead of staying here in fear, it's better for me to leave as soon as possible." Duan Lingtian gave his reason for leaving. "Perhaps you won't be able to participate in the following trials, but don't you want to improve your innate spiritual root?" Hualao asked. "Hualao, what do you mean?" Duan Lingtian was stunned. He did not understand what Hualao meant. What did he mean by he did not want to improve his innate spiritual root? My strength has already recovered to the level of a celestial. For this reason, my divine consciousness can see through many things in this pseudo-realm. For example, the other two groups of people are currently undergoing the third trial. Elder Hua said in a timely manner, the rules of the third test are similar to the second test. If one person dies in any group, the entire group will be annihilated. So what? Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled wryly. I don't even know where they are. Don't tell me I can devour their innate spiritual roots after they're wiped out? Why not? However, Elder Hua's next question caused the wry smile on Duan Lingtian's face to disappear. His expression turned solemn as he asked, Elder Hua, do you mean you can let me devour the innate spiritual roots of those who have been eliminated? Of course. Hualao sounded confident. I've told you earlier that my divine consciousness can see through many things in this pseudo-realm. I've tried to investigate this pseudo-realm earlier and confirmed their location. The sealed spaces they're in are similar to the rock cave you were in earlier. The distance between them isn't too far. As long as you stay in the middle of the two sealed spaces, you'll be able to reach one of the sealed spaces in 10 breaths time at most if you travel at full speed. One of the sealed spaces will be destroyed, and the people inside will die. At that time, it won't be too late for you to rush over. Elder Hua continued to say, naturally, by the time you arrive, their innate spiritual roots would have already dissipated by quite a bit. However, it'll definitely improve your innate spiritual root. Duan Lingtian nodded. However, he did not look happy at all. Instead, he felt sad for Duan Lingtian. Hualao. Duan Lingtian suddenly asked Hualao, do you have a way to send them out or stop the three eminent celestials from carrying out the test? Although the innate spiritual root was attractive, if Duan Lingtian had to choose, he would rather Duan Lingtian and hoped that the two groups of people would be spared. It was not because he was a great person. It was because he remembered the rumor that the devil clans from the land of exile might have successfully invaded the Wuxia subterranean. Although the people in the upper province rarely talked about this matter, Duan Lingtian still could not let go of his worries. Apart from that, he had a very strong ominous feeling about this. There was a saying that went like this. It was always better to be safe than sorry. What if the devil clans had really invaded the Wuxia subterranean? At that time, not only would the people in the Wuxia subterranean be wiped out, but the upper province would also be affected. At that time, all humans would have to band together to fight against the devil clans. Apart from Bai Li and Wei Suo who were in the same group as Zheng Dongji, there were also a few powerhouses at the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage who had entered the pseudo-realm created by three eminent celestials, including Zheng Dongji. If the devil clans invaded the upper province, those powerhouses at the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage would undoubtedly be the backbone of the humans' fight against the devil clans. For this reason, Duan Lingtian hoped that they would be able to survive. Even if he did not know them and had nothing to do with them, even if their innate spiritual roots were very tempting to him, he still hoped that they would be able to survive. Unless I can leave the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, I won't be able to send them out and stop the three eminent celestials from carrying out the test. Hualao quickly replied to Duan Lingtian's question. Duan Lingtian was, naturally, disappointed by Hualao's reply. At the same time, Duan Lingtian seemed to have thought of something as the flames of hope rose in his eyes. Elder Hua, can you give me some pointers on how to save them? You're too weak. You'll need to at least be a celestial if you want to save them. Hualao rejected him. Otherwise, even if you know the location of the sealed space with your current strength, you won't be able to break in even if you use all your techniques, let alone save them. Hualao continued to say, the only thing you can do now is to watch from the sidelines and not let them lose their innate spiritual roots. It's not that you don't want to save them, but you're powerless. For this reason, you don't have to feel pressured. Upon hearing Hualao's words, Duan Lingtian realized what was going on. He could only watch as one of the two groups of people sent themselves to their deaths. After realizing that it was impossible for him to save the two groups of people, Duan Lingtian followed Hualao's guidance and came to the center of the two sealed spaces. He waited for Hualao's reminder. Meanwhile, the other two groups of people were also undergoing the third test. To them, being able to survive the second test and advance to participate in the third test was undoubtedly an exciting matter. The enclosed space on your left. Hurry! Hurry over there! As soon as Hualao's urging voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears, the Sun Saint origin that Duan Lingtian had been accumulating for a long time surged out. Duan Lingtian used all his techniques and rushed in the direction Hualao had pointed out. With the help of the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, and the movement divine ability, the golden crow's wings, Duan Lingtian had covered half the distance in just a blink of an eye. At this moment, boom! An earth-shattering explosion suddenly sounded in the distance. Fortunately, the explosion only lasted for a moment. Otherwise, Duan Lingtian would have been so shocked that he came to a halt. Even so, Duan Lingtian was so shocked that he slowed down a little before he sped up again. Soon after, Duan Lingtian arrived at a spacious area. He extended his divine consciousness and instantly sensed the soul remnants in the air and the innate spiritual roots contained in the soul remnants. Indigo innate spiritual roots, indigo innate spiritual roots. Although they're only light indigo, there are 3 of them. There are also 4 indigo innate spiritual roots. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat as he devoured the innate spiritual roots in the air. 3 indigo innate spiritual roots. This means there are at least 3 powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage who died here. After a moment of shock, Duan Lingtian shifted his attention back to his innate spiritual root. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's innate spiritual root shone even more brightly. In the end, it was so blue that it was slightly purple. At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally realized something. My innate spiritual root is only a step away from transforming into a violet innate spiritual root. For a moment, Duan Lingtian felt restless again. At the same time, in another sealed space. Congratulations! All of you have passed the third test. Zhang Dongji's voice was clearly transmitted into the ears of the group of people, causing them to be somewhat wild with joy. Haha, we passed. We survived. We survived. Wealth comes from danger. Today, I can be considered to have deeply and thoroughly understood the meaning of these 5 words. Many of them shouted excitedly. It was as though they had never been this happy before. Even the 3 strongest powerhouses among them who were at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage sighed in relief. They looked at each other before a smile appeared on their faces. Granny Snake is dead. Soon after, one of them sighed. This person was none other than Meng Hao, who had met Granny Snake outside earlier. That was why he said Granny Snake was dead. After all, Granny Snake was not assigned to this group of people. And now, apart from this group of people, the other 2 groups of people had clearly been eliminated and were already dead. Granny Snake is here as well? The other old man's eyes widened, and his expression changed drastically. Similar to Meng Hao and Granny Snake, he was also a sectless cultivator at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage in Sin City. He was also one of the guardians of Sin City. In fact, compared to Meng Hao, he was closer to Granny Snake. Yes, Meng Hao nodded. I met her outside, and we came in one after another. The old man closed his eyes with a pained expression on his face as he mourned for his old friend. At the same time, he was shouting in his heart, Granny Snake, you shouldn't have come. You shouldn't have come. Now, Zhang Dongji suddenly said. Suddenly, Zhang Dongji's voice rang out again, causing Meng Hao and the others to immediately regain their senses and quietly listen to him. All of you must be happy that you've passed the third trial, right? Do you feel like you're one step closer to obtaining the treasures and legacies we left behind? When Zhang Dongji reached this part of his sentence, a smile appeared on his face. Meng Hao and the other 2 powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage frowned slightly when they heard Zhang Dongji's words. Not only did the others not notice, but they even laughed. Indeed, all of them were happy. However, what I'm going to tell you now is that there are no treasures or legacies in this independent space that my two friends and I created together. Zhang Dongji continued to speak. There was a hint of mockery in his voice when he reached the end of his sentence. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. As soon as Zhang Dongji finished speaking, the expressions of Meng Hao and the other two powerhouses at the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage changed drastically. There were no treasures. There were no legacies. For a moment, an ominous premonition arose in their hearts. No treasures? No legacies? What's going on? Are you kidding me? What a joke! When the others regained their senses, they were dumbfounded as well. Although they found it hard to believe, they had no choice but to believe Zhang Dongji's words. He must be joking, right? I think so. There were a few people who thought they were lucky. 3 powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who had passed the heavenly tribulation and were eminent celestials had gone to great lengths to create an independent space just to make fun of them. It was hard to believe. Now, all of you must find it hard to believe that my two friends and I created an independent space just to make fun of all of you. Zhang Dongji's voice continued, as if he had already guessed the reactions of the people present. Since all of you are the last batch of survivors, I'll tell all of you the truth. The truth is that I and my two friends are not human beings. Naturally, we're not the saint beasts of the Tao Martial Saint Land. We're from the devil clans who were forced by you humans to stay in the Tao Martial Saint Land after the human-devil era ended. We're the devil clans who were lucky enough to survive the pursuit of the human powerhouses. Zhang Dongji's voice rang in Meng Hao and the others' ears, causing their expressions to change drastically. Devil clans? Chapter 2146. Meng Hao and the others did not expect this. They did not expect the independent space that was suspected to be a treasure vault left behind by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage was actually created by 3 devils. Moreover, it was a trap for the human powerhouses in the Tao Martial Saint Land. If they had known this earlier, they would not have entered even if they had the guts to do so. How could this be? How could he be a devil? This space was created by 3 demon clans. If this space was really created by the devils, it's possible that they're toying with us. They're not just toying with us, they're trying to kill us. The group of people who had passed the 3rd test were no longer as happy as before. All that was left was fear. If the other party was a devil, he would not have let them go. During the human-devil era, my 2 companions and I were just ordinary devils. Zhang Dongji's voice rang in the air. When he reached the end of his sentence, his voice was filled with grief and indignation. After the devil clans were defeated by the human powerhouses in the Tao Martial Saint Land, you humans continued to kill the devils who did not manage to return to our hometown, the exiled realm. I saw my clansmen being killed by the human powerhouses one by one. I'll never forget the scene of them being killed. I was lucky enough to survive, and I found more than 10 companions from the devil clan. However, in the following years, some of them were killed by you humans and some died of old age. In the end, only 2 of my companions and I managed to break through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Breaking through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage means we have an endless lifespan. As long as we're not killed by the human powerhouses, we'll be able to live until we break through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage and pass the heavenly tribulation. At that time, what we wanted to do the most was to return to our hometown, the exiled realm. It's what you humans call the land of exile. However, the powerhouses among you humans sealed the gap in the space barrier between the Saint Province realm and the exiled realm, so we couldn't return to our hometown. The Saint Province realm is what the devil clans call the realm where the Tao Martial Saint Land is located. Zhang Dongji paused when he said this. As for Meng Hao and the others, their faces flickered in the blink of an eye. At the same time, they could hear the boundless hatred in Zhang Dongji's tone. It was a hatred that was bitter. A hatred that couldn't be resolved. This made them realize that Zhang Dongji would not be kind enough to let them go. Run. We must escape from this place. It didn't take long for them to come to a decision. Right now, Meng Hao and the others were in a spacious, completely sealed-off palace. There was no entrance or exit, so there was no way out. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Along with the howling of the wind, Meng Hao and the others scattered in all directions, trying to find the exit to leave the palace. Even though they had discovered that there was no way to leave the palace when they were searching earlier, they had no way of leaving. However, the previous search was not as serious as it was now. After all, they did not think that they would definitely be eliminated or killed. However, judging from the current situation, it was almost impossible for them to survive if they continued to stay here. This was obvious from Zheng Dongji's tone. Boom, 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 boom. After Meng Hao and the others scattered in all directions and still could not find the exit, they could no longer hold themselves back and made their moves again. They tried to blast open an exit on the palace's walls, ground, and even the roof. However, as soon as their attacks landed on the roof of the palace, they simply passed through it. This is bad. This palace is similar to the small, strange space that sealed us. It only seals us, but it doesn't seal our strength. At this moment, the group of people finally regained their senses. They recalled that after they passed the first test, they were sent to a small space that could only accommodate 2 adults. That space was similar to the palace they were in now. With their strength, they could easily leave, but they could not. Meng Hao and the others' expressions changed drastically. However, just as Meng Hao and the others were in a hurry to leave the palace, Zhang Dongji's voice continued to resound in the palace. My 2 companions and I hid in one of the mortal continents in the Saint Province realm to avoid being hunted down by human powerhouses. Although it was slow to cultivate there, it was safe. After the Dao Martial Saint Land was divided into 2, the 3 of us managed to cultivate until we reached the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage and passed the heavenly tribulation. At that time, we were able to ascend to the Saint Province realm and leave the Saint Province realm that we dreamed of leaving. Before we ascended to the Saint Province realm, we made a decision. We wanted to give the descendants of the devil clans who would invade the Saint Province realm a big gift. And this great gift is the death of your group and the other 2 groups. With your strength, I'm sure you're considered the best in the Saint Province realm in this era. After all, only those at the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage or above would be able to pass the first test. Our target is human powerhouses at the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage or above. Zhang Dongji's voice continued to ring in the air, causing Meng Hao and the others' expressions to change again and again. They did not expect this would happen. Zhang Dongji and the other 2 devils had been planning this for a very long time. Moreover, they had become the sacrificial lambs. At this moment, they only felt that they were extremely unlucky and regretted coming here because of their greed. If only God had given them a chance, they would not have come here. After we created this independent space, it's also controlled by a formation. That formation is located in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. It's connected to another formation we set up in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Although these 2 formations are separated by a plain, my 2 companions and I have given them the ability to sense each other regardless of the space barrier. This ability is similar to the inter-province transportation formation that human powerhouses set up in the Debussy subterranean and the upper province. However, it's different because it can't transport living beings, it can only sense each other. The condition to activate the formation we set up in the upper province is for the formation in the lower province to sense the pure devil chi from the devil clans. In the era before we ascended, there was no 4th devil in the Saint Province realm. For this reason, we don't have to worry about the surviving devils from the Devil Order era accidentally activating the formation. Generally speaking, the day the formation is activated is the day the devil clans from the exiled realm invades the Saint Province realm. After passing through the space barrier from the exiled realm, we'll first arrive at the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. As long as we enter the lower province, we'll be able to activate the formation in the lower province, and the formation in the upper province will be activated as well. Once the formation in the upper province is activated, an entrance will appear in the independent space we left behind. The reason we left behind this independent space is to give the devil clans a huge gift when they invade the Saint Province realm again. If all of you die, it'll be a great loss to the humans and Saint Beasts in the Saint Province realm. At that time, the devil clans will be able to conquer the Saint Province realm with ease. Perhaps, the devil clan's failure to annihilate the human race in the previous human-devil era might be able to succeed in the second human-devil era. Ha 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 ha! Zhang Dongji burst out laughing again. His laughter caused chills to run up Meng Hao and the others' spines. Their faces turned pale, and their eyes were filled with regret. Based on Zhang Dongji's words, the entrance to the independent space will only appear when the devil clans invade the Saint Province realm? An unaffiliated cultivator from the city of Sin asked in a trembling voice, as if he wanted further confirmation. Yes, that's right. Very quickly, someone replied to him with a heavy tone. This voice seemed to be mixed with some trembling. If that's the case, then the rumors aren't baseless? Did the devil clans really invade the Saint Province realm? Moreover, it's very likely that they've wreaked havoc in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Many people's eyes widened when they thought of this. If the humans are annihilated by the devil clans because of our greed, we'll become sinners. Meng Hao sucked in a breath of cold air, his voice heavy. When his words reached the ears of the crowd, they began to tremble violently. That was right. If the humans were annihilated by the devil clans because of them, they would become sinners. Especially the three of us, Meng Hao said solemnly as he looked at the other two powerhouses at the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage. There were only a dozen powerhouses at the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Today, they were going to lose another 3 people. To the human race, this was definitely a huge loss. Chapter 2147. Apart from Madame Snake, there must be many powerhouses at or above the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage who had entered this independent space. Meng Hao and the other 2 powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage were certain of this. After all, including their group, there were a total of 3 groups of people. Logically speaking, the strength of the 3 groups of people should be about the same. Since all of you have passed the 3rd test, I'll give all of you 15 minutes. After 15 minutes, the killing formation that shrouds this palace will be activated. After Zhang Dongji stopped laughing, he continued to say, at that time, all of you will be annihilated just like the other 2 groups of people. Enjoy your last quarter of an hour, greedy human. After he finished speaking, Zhang Dongji's voice disappeared without a trace. It did not appear again for a long time. Meng Hao and the others, who had regained their senses, were naturally filled with fear and unease. 15 minutes. They only had a quarter of an hour left. What should we do? What should we do? A quarter of an hour. After a quarter of an hour, we will die. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Why are you shouting? Are you the only one who doesn't want to die? Knowing that they would be killed in 15 minutes, many people's expressions changed drastically. Their bodies trembled violently from fright, and they were unable to calm down for a long time. Death was a terrifying thing to begin with. If they were killed in a clean manner, it would not be that bad. But now, they were given 15 minutes to feel the fear of death. Even the 3 powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, including Meng Hao, had a tense expression on their faces. Among the 3 of them, even the youngest, Meng Hao, had spent a few hundred years to achieve what he had today. For this reason, they treasured their lives more than anyone else. They originally possessed boundless lifespan. However, because of their greed, because they had entered this place, they were about to meet their end of death and the disappearance of their Tao. No, I can't accept this. After a moment of silence, he suddenly let out a roar and flew up into the air, trying to figure out a way to leave the palace. The other 2 powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage saw Meng Hao's actions and immediately flew out as well. They began to search the palace for a way out. When the others saw Meng Hao and the other 2's actions, they quickly overcame their fear and began to search the palace. Meng Hao and the others were frantically searching for a way out of the sealed palace. Duan Lingtian, who was outside, had just learned about what had happened from Hualao. Although Elder Hua was still unable to leave the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda, he had regained his strength that was comparable to an ordinary celestial. Therefore, his divine consciousness was extremely powerful. It was comparable to a celestial's divine consciousness. It was not difficult for him to see through the pseudo-realm with his divine consciousness that was comparable to a celestial's divine consciousness. For this reason, Hualao had learned everything Zhang Dongji had said in the sealed palace through his divine consciousness. He had told Duan Lingtian everything Zhang Dongji had said. Devil clans? This pseudo-plane was created by 3 demons. Duan Lingtian was shocked when he learned about this. This was something he did not expect even in his wildest dreams. The treasure vault left behind by 3 powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who had passed the heavenly tribulation was created by 3 devils? Moreover, it was not a treasure vault at all. The Saint Province Realm? Is that the name of the mundane realm in the Tao Martial Saint Land? The entrance to the pseudo-realm appeared because the formation left behind by the 3 devils in the upper province has been activated? Is the activation of the formation in the upper province related to the formation they set up in the lower province? The activation of the formation they set up in the lower province requires pure devil chi from the devil clans. The devil clans have returned to the Saint Province realm? The human devil era has returned? Moreover, the devil clan's first stop is the lower province of the Tao Martial Saint Land? Duan Lingtian's expression changed when he heard Hualao's words. Although he had guessed the devil clans from the land of exile had invaded the lower province of the Tao Martial Saint Land and could invade the upper province at any time, it was only a guess. However, Duan Lingtian's heart sank when he heard Zhang Dongji's words. It seems like the devil clans have really returned. I wonder how my parents are doing. After Duan Lingtian received confirmation that the devil clans had descended, he could not help but worry about the safety of his family and friends in the distant lower province. He was extremely anxious. At this moment, Duan Lingtian wished he could grow a pair of wings and return to his family and friends in the lower province. In about 15 minutes, the killing formation that envelopes the sealed space will be activated. The people inside will be killed by the killing formation. Hualao reminded Duan Lingtian. Be prepared to devour their innate spiritual roots. However, Duan Lingtian did not respond. It was as though he did not hear Zhang Dongji's words at all. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was worried about his family. Previously, he had not confirmed the news of the devil clans invading the lower province. However, now that Zhang Dongji had confirmed the news, the worry in his heart burst out at once. I know you're worried about your family and friends. Perhaps you don't have the heart to devour their innate spiritual roots. However, think about it, if you don't devour their innate spiritual roots will go to waste. Moreover, they'll lose their value. Elder Hua continued to speak in an urging tone. Think about it. If you don't devour their innate spiritual roots will be wasted. If you devour their innate spiritual roots, your innate spiritual root will transform into a violet innate spiritual root. Since you possess a violet innate spiritual root, not only will you be able to fight the devil clans on their behalf during the human-devil war, but you'll also be able to rescue your wife and daughter in a short time. At that time, you can focus on finding a way to return to the lower province to look for your family and friends. Hualao advised Duan Lingtian patiently. It was as though he was afraid Duan Lingtian would miss out on the high-grade innate spiritual roots. As soon as Hualao finished speaking, Duan Lingtian regained his senses. Duan Lingtian finally regained his senses. His eyes shone with determination as his aura changed. It was as though he had transformed into another person in just an instant. Then he flew out and approached the sealed space under Hualao's guidance. After 15 minutes, boom! An earth-shattering explosion rang in the air. The sealed palace that Meng Hao and the others were in was blasted into dust by a force. It was as though it had never existed. Naturally, Meng Hao and the others were also blasted into smithereens, transforming into nothingness. Whoosh! At the same time, Duan Lingtian approached the place that Hualao had pointed out. He extended his divine consciousness and devoured the innate spiritual roots contained in the soul remnants in the air with a heavy heart. Don't worry, I'll help all of you during the great war between the human devil and the human devil. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself as he devoured the innate spiritual roots. It was obvious he was talking to Meng Hao and the others. Duan Lingtian had learned from Hualao that Meng Hao and the others had died unwillingly. In fact, they felt they were sinners of the human race. For this reason, Duan Lingtian muttered these words in his heart. At the same time, he hoped Meng Hao and the others would hear his words and die peacefully. Violet innate spiritual root. Duan Lingtian only regained his senses when Hualao's voice rang in his ears. Then, he shifted his attention to his innate spiritual root. He discovered his innate spiritual root had officially transformed into a violet innate spiritual root. Although it was only a light violet innate spiritual root, it was still a pleasant surprise for Duan Lingtian. He temporarily forgot about everything else as an excited smile appeared on his face. How fast! At the same time, Duan Lingtian tried to sense the heaven and earth spirit energy in his surroundings. He discovered his sensing speed and absorption speed had increased by more than one level. With my current cultivation speed and the help of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, is there anyone in the Dao Martial Saint Land who's a match for me? Duan Lingtian's confidence skyrocketed at this moment. Duan Lingtian's confidence had skyrocketed. That devil Zhang Dongji and his 2 companions spent so much effort to leave behind such a pseudo-realm and set up such a huge trap. Perhaps they didn't expect that it would benefit me in the end. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he could not help but feel delighted. Naturally, his expression turned solemn again. It's a pity for them. I've devoured 8 indigo innate spiritual roots. Most of the people who died in the trap set up by the 3 devils were at least at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. 8 people at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage or above. When Duan Lingtian thought of this, he could not help but shudder with fear. After all, there were only a few dozen powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage or above in the Dao Martial Saint Land. However, 8 of them had died in this pseudo-realm. This was a huge blow to the Saint Province realm, the mundane realm where the humans resided. It was no wonder Zhang Dongji and his 2 companions were giving the descendants of the devil clans a huge gift. Chapter 2148. The devil clans from the land of exile have invaded the lower province. I hope father and mother are safe. When Duan Lingtian thought about the devil clans, he could not help but think about his family and friends who were in the WCI subterranean. At this moment, he was extremely worried, because he didn't know if his family and friends were safe and sound. After all, the devil clans from the land of exile were a bloodthirsty race. It was said that there were very few humans who survived the invasion of the devil clans. Even if they were lucky enough to survive, they would be assimilated by the devil clans and become heartless devil cultivators who were no different from the devil clans. Hualao, how do I leave this place? Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and calmed himself down. He thought of this question and immediately asked Elder Hua about it. Currently, he was still in the pseudo-realm created by the 3 devils. He looked left and right for a while before he extended his divine consciousness. However, it was as though a rock had sunk into the ocean. He could not detect anything at all. For a time, he felt as though he was a lone boat that was drifting in the vast ocean. This feeling made him feel extremely uncomfortable. It was as though his life was no longer in his hands. You can't leave this place now. Hualao's reply caused Duan Lingtian's expression to change drastically. I can't leave this place? Hualao, what do you mean by that? Duan Lingtian asked again after he took a deep breath. His tone was solemn as he asked the question. He was desperate to leave this place at this moment. Even if he could not return to the lower province to reunite with his family and friends, he would be able to spread the news that the devil clans had invaded the Dao Martial Saint Land again. He could swear on the lightning penalty oath to prove that he was telling the truth. For this reason, he was not worried that no one would believe him. Could be said that he had thought and planned everything. But now, Hualao was telling him that he couldn't leave this place. What I'm saying is, you can't leave this place now. Hualao spoke again, emphasizing the word now. Then, he continued to say, no matter how useless this pseudo-realm is, it was created by 3 devils at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who had passed the heavenly tribulation. If you want to leave this place, you'll have to break the space barrier between this pseudo-realm and the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving here and returning to the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land. Hualao finished speaking in one breath. Duan Lingtian's eyes widened when he heard Hualao's words. His expression changed drastically. Duan Lingtian's breathing quickened as he asked again, Hualao, do you mean I'll have to break the space barrier between this pseudo-realm and the upper province in order to return to the upper province? Yes. Hualao confirmed. Duan Lingtian's expression turned grave when he heard Hualao's confirmation. He said bitterly, the space barrier is extremely tough. Even the entire devil clans would have to find a weak point to break the space barrier between the Saint Province realm and the Land of Exile. If there's no weak point, it's impossible for the devil clans to break through the spatial barrier and invade the Saint Province realm from the Land of Exile. Duan Lingtian had heard about the spatial barrier between the Saint Province realm and the Land of Exile. Back then, before the advent of the human-devil era. It was the devil clans from the Land of Exile who discovered the weakness in the spatial barrier between the Saint Province realm and the Saint Province realm. That was how they were able to break the spatial barrier and enter the Saint Province realm through the gap in the spatial barrier. Later on, when the humans managed to repel the devil clans, they had to set up a grand sealing formation at the gap in the spatial barrier to restore peace to the Saint Province realm. Unless the devil clans could destroy the grand sealing formation or find a weak spot in the spatial barrier, it was unlikely that they would be able to invade the Saint Province realm. Hualao, even if my cultivation base is at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage and I've passed the heavenly tribulation, I'm afraid I won't be able to break through the spatial barrier, right? For this reason, in Duan Lingtian's opinion, unless one could find a weak point in the spatial barrier would be indestructible. The spatial barrier between the Saint Province realm and the Land of Exile is the spatial barrier between the mundane realm and the Saint Province realm. Naturally, it's different. Even ordinary celestials from the Devata realms wouldn't be able to break through the spatial barrier unless they find a weak point, let alone people from the mundane realms. Hualao answered Duan Lingtian's question. The spatial barrier between the mundane realms? Duan Lingtian was stunned for a moment before he said in a low voice, Elder Hua, you mean the Saint Province realm is a mundane realm, and the Land of Exile where the devil clans live is also a mundane realm? Yes. After Elder Hua responded, he continued, there are 2 types of mundane realms. One of them is the mundane realm that's similar to the world that you came from in your previous life. The mundane realm is made up of many planets and a vast starry sky. It's very vast and has all kinds of creatures. The celestials in the Devata realms call them large mundane realms. The mundane realms we're in are relatively small, so they're called small mundane realms. This small mundane realm is made up of the Tao Martial Saint Land, the mortal continent, and the vast ocean that you know. There are very few living things in it, so it's very monotonous. Hualao paused for a moment. Hualao, you mean the mundane realm we're in now is a small mundane realm, and there's no planet here? But what's with the sun we see during the day and the stars we see at night? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. He had been wondering about this for a long time. This was because Elder Hua had told him that there was no planet in the mundane realm after he had recovered his strength to a certain extent. However, he did not think much of it at that time. He thought there must be other planets in this mundane realm since they could see the sun and stars. Not only that, but when he became stronger, he would also be able to step into the sky and personally verify if Elder Hua's statement was wrong. However, now that he heard Hualao said the mundane realm they were in was a small mundane realm without planets, he could not help but ask the question in his mind. This is an important characteristic of a small mundane realm. Every small mundane realm has to be attached to a large mundane realm. Many creatures in small mundane realms rely on the sun in the large mundane realm to survive. For this reason, the space barrier between small mundane realms and large mundane realms is transparent. It doesn't matter if you're in the lower province or the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land. If you try to soar into the sky and approach the sun star or the other stars that shine at night, you'll find that when you reach a certain height, there'll be an invisible barrier blocking you. That's also the spatial barrier between a small mundane realm and a large mundane realm. It's even tougher than the spatial barrier between twin mundane realms. Moreover, there's almost no weakness in it. Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard Hualao's words. Twin mundane realms? What's that? Duan Lingtian was confused. Generally speaking, two small mundane realms rarely intersect. In fact, it's almost impossible for them to be next to each other. However, there's always an exception. Some small mundane realms are very special. When two small mundane realms are next to each other, they're like twins. In the Devata realms, these small mundane realms that are next to each other are called twin mundane realms. As long as you mention twin mundane realms, you'll know it's two small mundane realms that are next to each other, since twin mundane realms don't exist in large mundane realms. Hualao continued to explain. Does this mean the Saint Province realm and the land of exile where the devil clans live are twin mundane realms? Duan Lingtian thought to himself. That's right. Elder Hu replied. Whether it's the Saint Province realm or the land of exile where the devil clans live, both of you are adjacent to a large mundane realm. However, since you can see the sun star and other planets in the large mundane realm, the land of exile must be dark all year long, since it can't be directly illuminated by the sun star. This is due to the presence of the Saint Province realm blocking the light from the land of exile. Generally speaking, there'll be some extreme creatures in a dark mundane realm. It's normal for the devil clan to be born. Hualao's words did not only reveal the difference between mundane realms, but he also revealed the origin of the devil clan. Duan Lingtian was greatly enlightened. I see. Chapter 2149. Didn't you say the upper province is a pseudo-realm derived from the Debussy subterranean? Duan Lingtian asked. Yes. Elder Hua seemed to know the reason behind Duan Lingtian's question. He immediately replied, the upper province is a pseudo-realm that's derived from the lower province of the Tao Martial Saint Land. It's even derived from the Saint Province realm. Therefore, the upper province realm shares the same space as the Saint Province realm. It's close to the large mundane realm. For this reason, it's also possible to see the sun and other planets in the large mundane realms in the upper province. As for why there's a day and night difference in the Saint Province realm, it's because there might be a planet orbiting the sun in the large mundane realm that blocks the sun's light. At that time, the Saint Province realm would be plunged into darkness. The planet that's blocking the sun starlight is what we call the moon. Hualao answered Duan Lingtian's question. It was as though he could read Duan Lingtian's mind. In the land of exile, the twin mundane realm of the Saint Province realm, there's no day and night difference. Hualao said. I see. Duan Lingtian finally understood. He had thought this world was similar to the world he lived in his previous life. He thought this world was similar to Earth. However, it seemed like this was not the case. Hualao's explanation had broadened his horizons. At the same time, he realized the meaning of the words "the world is big and full of wonders." Now that we're talking about this, we've strayed too far from the topic. Now, let's return to your initial question. Hualao's voice rang in the air, changing the topic of the mundane realm. You asked me earlier that even if you've broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, past the heavenly tribulation, and are much stronger than ordinary eminent celestials, you won't be able to break through the space barrier, right? Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. He returned to the topic at the right time. It seems like you've already forgotten what I told you before. Do you still remember the method I told you about when you discovered the inter-province transportation formation in the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land can't send people back to the lower province? Hualao asked. Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard Hualao's words. He tried his best to recall what he had said. I remember, Hualao, you told me that as long as I've broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage and passed the heavenly tribulation, I'll be able to tear through space and return to the lower province from the upper province. Duan Lingtian quickly recalled what Hualao had said. Hualao. Duan Lingtian was shocked when he recalled what Hualao had said. You mean as long as I'm an eminent celestial, I'll be able to tear open the space barrier between the upper province and the lower province? Moreover, I'll be able to tear it open on my own? Duan Lingtian's breathing quickened when he heard Hualao's words. This was too shocking and unbelievable for him. Yes. Hualao replied, "You're mistaken. What I want to tell you is that the space barrier between the upper province and the lower province is completely different from the space barrier between the Saint Province realm and the land of exile. For the former, you only need the strength of an eminent celestial to tear it open and travel freely between the upper province. As for the latter, let alone an eminent celestial, even if you're a true celestial in a Devata realm, you might not be able to tear it open if you have the strength of an eminent celestial." Hualao continued to explain. Does this mean one doesn't need to be too strong to tear open the space barrier between the pseudo-realm and the upper province that was created by 3 eminent celestials? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he heard Hualao's explanation. Yes, Elder Hu replied again before he continued to say, the spatial barrier between the pseudo-realm and the upper province that was created by the 3 eminent celestials would only require a cultivation base at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage or above to tear it open. Naturally, you'll have to find the location of the space barrier first. Otherwise, it's all just empty talk. As for the spatial barrier between this pseudo-plane and the upper province, I detected it with my divine sense just now. It's very well hidden, and it's hidden behind layers upon layers of formations. Ordinary people, even powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who haven't passed the heavenly tribulation, won't be able to pass through the formations if they're not experts in formations. Among those formations, there are some killing formations that are no weaker than the killing formations that killed the 3 groups of people earlier. Hualao's voice rang clearly in Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian shuddered when he heard Hualao's words. He did not expect it would be so difficult to find the space barrier in this pseudo-realm. Come to think of it, it makes sense. If the space barrier is easy to find and get close to, those powerhouses would be able to break through it. After all, those powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage or above could easily tear open the space barrier and leave. Duan Lingtian did not find it strange when he thought of this. Hualao, you should have a way to deal with those formations, right? Duan Lingtian was not worried about his strength, but he was worried about the formations. According to Hualao, the killing formations were extremely deadly. The killing formations in these formations could even kill a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who had not passed the heavenly tribulation. Even an eminent celestial who had passed the heavenly tribulation would be severely injured if they were not killed. One had to be at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage or above to tear open the space barrier. Although it was difficult, it was not impossible. However, it was almost impossible for him to have the ability to ignore the killing formation. All right. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's solemn question, Elder Hu replied, I have a way to deal with those formations. However, although I have a way to deal with those formations, you'll have to personally tear open the space barrier behind the formations. With your various techniques, I'm afraid you'll have to break through to the 5th or 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage before you can tear open the space barrier and return to the upper province. Hualao said. Duan Lingtian could understand Hualao's words. Hualao had said one would have to be at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage or above to tear open the space barrier. Duan Lingtian possessed all sorts of extraordinary techniques. Coupled with the celestial supreme treasure, the Jasper Celestial Sword, he would only need to raise his cultivation base to the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage before he could tear open the space barrier and return to the upper province. However, with my innate talent in the martial Tao that came from a violet innate spiritual root and the time flow on the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, it shouldn't be difficult for me to break through to the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Even if there are many bottlenecks along the way, I should be able to break through to the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage in a short time. Duan Lingtian no longer hesitated when he thought of this. He took out the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda and entered it with just a thought. After entering the 4th level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, Duan Lingtian began to focus on his cultivation. Although he was eager to leave this pseudo-realm and return to the upper province, he could not do so. However, due to the restrictions of the space barrier, he would have to wait until he was strong enough to tear open the space barrier before he could return to the upper province. If he wanted to tear open the space barrier, he would have to raise his cultivation base. That was how it was. Duan Lingtian suppressed his anxiety and calmed himself down to cultivate. He was aiming to break through to the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage. After calming down and sensing the heaven and earth spirit energy for a while, Duan Lingtian opened his eyes abruptly. An expression of disbelief could be seen on his face. How is this possible? Is this the innate talent of a violet innate spiritual root? Duan Lingtian discovered that his current cultivation speed was much faster than before. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was like heaven and earth. After all, his innate spiritual root was an indigo innate spiritual root. Although it was not dark blue, it was still an indigo innate spiritual root. With such an innate talent and the cultivation environment in this pseudo-realm, it won't be difficult for me to break through to the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Duan Lingtian's confidence soared. He felt that breaking through to the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage was just a trivial matter to him. Following that, Duan Lingtian calmed himself down and began to cultivate again. 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique. As he circulated his cultivation technique, the heaven and earth spirit chi that entered his body merged with the sun saint origin. The 9 dragons conveyed the heaven and earth spirit chi and sun saint origin circulated one great cycle after another. At the same time, his cultivation base continued to rise. Moreover, it was rising at a ridiculous speed. At the place where the entrance to the pseudoplane had appeared, many people had left, but there was still a group of people waiting there. These people were mainly from the 3 rogue cultivator alliances in Sin City, as well as some of the more powerful rogue cultivator alliances. The reason why they were still here was because their leaders, vice leaders, and some elders had yet to come out. Apart from them were the people from the Zhuangzi Buddhism. The people from the Zhuangzi Buddhism were waiting for Wei Suo, the Greenback King, one of the 4 kings of the Zhuangzi Buddhism, and the elders from the Zhuangzi Buddhism to come out. Chapter 2150. However, these people would never have dreamt of this. The people they were waiting for had all died in the treasure vault that was suspected to be left behind by an eminent celestial. Even Wei Suo, the Green Bat King, one of the 4 kings of Zhuangzi Buddhism, who was ranked 24th on the Supreme Saint ranking, had a cultivation base at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. 81 Chinese Literature Network now, he was already dead. In fact, there were even 6 independent cultivators from the city of Sin who were no weaker than Wei Suo. All of them had died in there. In addition, there was also a Supreme Elder from the Forgotten Dust sect. The Supreme Elder of the Forgotten Dust sect had just recently broken through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. He did not even have the time to show off his strength before he entered the treasure vault that was suspected to be left behind by an eminent celestial. Because of this, his body and Tao vanished. It could be said that he died unjustly. Of course, which of those who died in there weren't wronged? The group of people outside did not have to wait for long. An elder of the 1,000 Years Alliance hurried over from the city of Sin with a piece of news. The soul orbs of Lord Leader and Lord Vice Leader have shattered. The expressions of the people from the 1,000 Years Alliance, including Dong Guizhi, the young leader of the 1,000 Years Alliance, changed immediately. Many people were even more unwilling to believe this. However, when the elders from the 1,000 Years Alliance hurried over from Sin City and reported the names of the elders whose soul orbs had shattered, their expressions changed completely. Their faces turned ghastly pale. This was because the names of the elders from the 1,000 Years Alliance were the names of the elders who had yet to come out of the treasure vault that was suspected to be left behind by an eminent celestial. All of them were at the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage or above. They were the backbone of the 1,000 Years Alliance. But now they found out. Those elders were all dead. In fact, even their 1,000 Years Alliance's Alliance Master and Vice Alliance Master had died. Impossible, impossible, impossible. Dong Guizhi roared in a low voice and shook his head. Wrong. There must be a mistake. My father is the leader of the 1,000 Years Alliance. He's at the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage, and he's ranked 51st on the Supreme Saint ranking. How could he be dead? Dong Guizhi didn't dare to believe it, nor did he want to believe it. Young Alliance Master, my condolences. The other elders of the 1,000 Year Alliance didn't want to believe it either, but given the current situation, there was nothing they could do. The truth was right in front of them, and they had no choice but to believe it. Ha 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 ha. Qing, the young leader of the 7 Kill Alliance, had also noticed the commotion caused by the people from the 1,000 Years Alliance. When he learned that the people from the 1,000 Years Alliance had died in the treasure vault that was suspected to be left behind by an eminent celestial, he could not help but laugh. The members of the 1,000 Years Alliance are truly useless. At the same time, Qing did not forget to mock him. His mockery naturally infuriated the people from the 1,000 Years Alliance. Just as the members of the 1,000 Years Alliance were glaring at Qing, 2 more figures rushed over from the City of Sin. This time, there were 2 elders from the 7 Kill Alliance. Lord Alliance Leader's soul orb is broken. The news brought by the 2 elders from the 7 Kill Alliance caused the smug and mocking smile on Qing's face to disappear completely. Immediately thereafter, he also began to go crazy like Dong Guizhi, refusing to believe that this was all real. Compared to Dong Guizhi, Qing was more dependent on his father. It could be said that if it wasn't for his father, he would be nothing. The Vice Alliance leader and a few other elders. As the 2 elders from the 1,000 Years Alliance reported the names of the elders, the faces of Qing and the other elders from the 1,000 Years Alliance turned pale. An expression of despair appeared on Qing's face. Is the treasure vault that's suspected to be left behind by an eminent celestial really that terrifying? Even the leader of the 7 Kill Alliance died in there. Many elders from the 7 Kill Alliance asked in shock. However, no one replied to them. At this moment, the people from the 1,000 Years Alliance felt slightly better when they learned that the people from the 7 Kill Alliance had died. However, at the same time, they could not help but feel a chill in their hearts. How could the treasure vault that's suspected to be left behind by an eminent celestial be so dangerous? Not only had the leader of the 1,000 Years Alliance died, but the leader of the 7 Kill Alliance had also died. The leader of the 7 Kill Alliance and the leader of the 1,000 Years Alliance died in there? That treasure vault that's suspected to be left behind by an eminent celestial is too terrifying, right? The people from the Sectless Cultivators Alliance, the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect, and the Forgotten Dust sect were also shocked and in disbelief. Putting aside the others, the leader of the 7 Kill Alliance and the leader of the 1,000 Years Alliance were not ordinary people. The leader of the 7 Kill Alliance, Hai, was ranked in the top 50 of the Supreme Saint ranking. As for the leader of the 1,000 Years Alliance, he was ranked 51st on the Supreme Saint ranking. However, both of them had died in the treasure vault that's suspected to be left behind by an eminent celestial. At this moment, everyone was still in shock. All of a sudden, whoosh, a short-lived, ear-piercing sound of wind whistling was heard, appearing for a fleeting moment. Before everyone could react, a gust of wind blew in their faces as though it had appeared out of thin air. This caused them to involuntarily narrow their eyes. At the same time, the robes on their bodies also began to swell, fluttering in the wind and emitting flapping sounds. When everyone opened their eyes, they discovered that a figure had appeared in front of them. They did not know when, but a purple-clad figure had appeared in front of them. It was a woman dressed in a purple robe. Although it was not a skin-tight robe, it could not hide her graceful figure. She had a head of beautiful long hair draped behind her back. Although there was a purple veil covering her face, one could tell from her delicate eyebrows and beautiful eyes that she was definitely a peerless beauty under the veil. She exuded a cold aura as she stood there. It was as though she was 1,000 miles away from everyone. Although she had a devilish figure and an angelic face, it was difficult for anyone to have any thoughts of profaning her. Lord Karmapa. Many people were shocked by the purple-clad woman's terrifying speed. Meanwhile, the people from the Black Kshetra sect lowered their heads respectfully and bowed. Their voices were filled with humility and reverence. Karmapa. When the others heard the way the people from Black Kshetra sect addressed the newcomer, their eyes widened in shock as a horrified expression appeared on their faces. Could she be the Violet Dragon King? One of the 4 Karmapa of the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect? Violet Dragon King? She's ranked 10th on the Supreme Saint ranking, a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. It should be her. I've long heard that the Violet Dragon King is the only female among the 4 Karmapa of the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect. Based on how the people from the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect address her, there's no doubt she's the Violet Dragon King. It's said that the Violet Dragon King is the offspring of dragons and humans. She's extremely talented. Moreover, she's the youngest among the 4 Karmapa of the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect. She's the youngest but the strongest. That's why she's widely acknowledged as one of the 4 Karmapa of the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect. At the same time, when the others guessed the purple-clad woman's identity, they also had a respectful expression on their faces when they looked at her again. He didn't dare to underestimate her just because she was a woman. Due to the appearance of the Amethyst Dragon King, the atmosphere of the scene became somewhat oppressive. The Amethyst Dragon King said, "How did Wei Suo die?" As soon as the Amethyst Dragon King opened his mouth, the expressions of the people from the Zhuangzi Buddhism changed drastically. Their eyes were filled with fear. Then, they said in a trembling voice, Wei Dharmaraja, he is dead." The expressions of the others also changed. Wei Suo, the Green Bat King, one of the 4 Buddhist kings of Zhuangzi Buddhism, he's dead. He seems to be in the treasure vault that's suspected to be left behind by an eminent celestial. Heavens, even he is dead. Although Wei Dharmaraja was the weakest among the 4 Buddhist kings of Zhuangzi Buddhism, he was still a powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. He was even ranked 24th on the Supreme Saint ranking. How could someone like him die in there? Even Wei Dharmaraja died in there. How could the others survive? The expressions of the people from the Sectless Cultivators Alliance changed drastically when they learned that the Green Bat King, one of the 4 Buddhist kings of Zhuangzi Buddhism, had died. They knew their leader and vice-leader were most likely dead as well. As for the people from the other sects, they also knew their sect leader, and clan leader were most likely dead. In a flash of lightning, whoosh! Another short-lived sound of wind whistling rang in the air as the wind howled violently. Apart from the Amethyst Dragon King, one of the 4 Buddhist kings of Zhuangzi Buddhism, who was unaffected, the others instinctively narrowed their eyes when the wind blew. This scene was similar to when the Amethyst Dragon King appeared. When everyone opened their eyes, they saw a handsome young man standing in front of them. A tall and handsome young man in green stood in the air not far away. He gave off a very sharp aura, as if he was not a person, but a saber. The young man's long hair was tied up in a ponytail. He carried a sheathed long saber on his back. The scabbard was plain and unadorned. The inscriptions on the scabbard exuded an ancient aura as though they were saying to the people around them, "This is not the case. It has existed for a very long time." This is, many of the Sectless Cultivators from the Sectless Cultivators Alliance in Sin City seemed to have recalled something when they saw the young man's appearance. Their voices trembled slightly. Many of the Sectless Cultivators had a hint of fanaticism in their eyes. He's P-Lord Pei Si Hai. Chapter 2151. Pei Si Hai was a legendary figure in Sin City and the Sectless Cultivators world in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. 81 Chinese Delta Literature Network. It was rumored in the itinerant cultivator world. To this day, Pei Si Hai was not even 100 years old. Pei Pei Hai, who was not even 100 years old, was already a top powerhouse in the Tao Martial Saint Land. His cultivation base was at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, and he was ranked 7th on the Supreme Saint ranking. There were even many rogue cultivators who said, in terms of innate talent, Pei Hai could be said to be the #1 prodigy in the Tao Martial Saint Land for the past 1,000 years. Although he had never revealed his innate spiritual root, most of the sectless cultivators were certain that he had a special innate spiritual root. His innate spiritual root was most likely violet. Only a violet innate spiritual root would allow him to break through to the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage in just 100 years and become the strongest prodigy in the Tao Martial Saint Land in the eyes of sectless cultivators. Pei Hai was the #1 prodigy in the Tao Martial Saint Land in the eyes of sectless cultivators and not in the eyes of the people in the Tao Martial Saint Land. This was because he rarely appeared in public. Therefore, not many people knew him well. Before today, the only time Pei Hai had appeared in public was 4 years ago when he had killed the 7th-ranked elite on the Supreme Saint ranking. Before that, no one knew of the existence of Pei Hai. It was also at that time that Pei Hai appeared out of nowhere and killed the cultivator ranked 7th on the Supreme Saint ranking within 1,000 moves. Although it was a narrow victory, he still managed to kill his opponent and replace him as the 7th person on the Supreme Saint ranking. That battle could be said to have shocked half of the Tao Martial Saint Land. The words Pei Hai said after he killed the powerhouse shocked the people from the Tao Martial Saint Land. My master is Nie Wu Tian. After leaving this sentence, Pei Hai disappeared again. After disappearing, he never appeared again. It was as if he had disappeared into thin air. Today could be said to be his second appearance. However, the commotion his words caused in the Tao Martial Saint Land was not any less than the commotion he caused when he killed the powerhouse who was ranked 7th on the Supreme Saint ranking. Nie Wu Tian. Who was that? That person was a godlike existence in the Tao Martial Saint Land for the past 100 years. Nie Wu Tian was a sectless cultivator. He was also the strongest person in the Tao Martial Saint Land. Rumor had it that his cultivation base had already broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Moreover, his ranking on the Supreme Saint ranking was publicly acknowledged as the first. 100 years ago, ever since Nie Wu Tian became famous in the Tao Martial Saint Land, many people had challenged him. There was no lack of experts from the 3 great sects among them. 30 years ago, Nie Wu Tian had severely injured the Grand Priest of the Heaven Divination sect with a single slash of his saber. After the Grand Priest of the Heaven Divination sect was killed by the Heavenly Tribulation, nobody dared to challenge him anymore. Nobody dared to question his position in the Tao Martial Saint Land anymore. From then on, he had occupied the first place on the Supreme Saint ranking. Until now, no one had been able to shake his position. 30 years ago, after Nie Wu Tian had severely injured the Grand Priest of the Heaven Divination sect, he had disappeared from the Tao Martial Saint Land. Some people said that he had already successfully passed the tribulation and ascended. Some people said that he had hidden himself in Sin City and was concentrating on his cultivation as he waited for the heavenly tribulation to arrive. Some people even said that he was wandering around the Tao Martial Saint Land, living a carefree life. No matter what others said, he was still the first person on the Supreme Saint ranking. Of course, if there was still no news about him after 70 years, he would be removed from the Supreme Saint ranking by the maker of the Supreme Saint ranking. This was also the rule of the Supreme Saint ranking. As long as there was no news about anyone on the Supreme Saint ranking for 100 years, they would be removed from the Supreme Saint ranking. It could be said that Nie Wu Tian had become a legendary figure in this era. Ordinary people could only look up to him. To most people, he only existed in rumors. My master is Nie Wu Tian. 4 years ago, Pei Hai's words had shocked everyone in the Tao Martial Saint Land. Before that, nobody knew that the strongest person in the Tao Martial Saint Land, Nie Wu Tian, had a disciple. Moreover, as soon as he appeared, he killed the person who was ranked 7th on the Supreme Saint ranking and replaced him. Since then, many people had said that Nie Wu Tian was still in the Tao Martial Saint Land. Nie Wu Tian was still in the Tao Martial Saint Land and had not ascended yet. He had been nurturing Pei Sihai, his disciple. As for the details, only Nie Wu Tian and his disciple, Pei Sihai, knew about it. However, since then, everyone in the Dao Martial Saint Land knew about Pei Sihai. They knew he was the disciple of the strongest person in the Dao Martial Saint Land, Nie Wu Tian, and was a peerless genius. Later on, the rumor that Pei Sihai was less than 100 years old spread in the world of rogue cultivators. Only the rogue cultivators in the world of rogue cultivators believed this rumor. Naturally, they believed it because of the pride of the sectless cultivators, Nie Wu Tian. In their eyes, Nie Wu Tian was like a god. It was not strange for someone like him to cultivate a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage who was not even 100 years old. Although the major forces in the Dao Martial Saint Land, including the three great sects, admitted that Pei Sihai was strong enough to be ranked 7th on the Supreme Saint ranking, they did not admit that he was less than 100 years old. As such, it indirectly denied Pei Sihai's peerless talent. Naturally, the sects had their own reasons for doing this. First, Pei Sihai did not prove he was not even 100 years old. Second, they did not want people to think they were weaker than a sectless cultivator. Moreover, they did not want another Nie Wu Tian to appear in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Lord Pei Sihai? He's Lord Pei Sihai. The other sectless cultivators regained their senses when they heard the old sectless cultivators' words. They were excited. Many sectless cultivators were so excited that their bodies began to tremble. It's indeed Lord Pei Sihai. I've seen Lord Pei Sihai's portrait before, but I didn't recognize him earlier. I've seen him before as well. However, Lord Pei Sihai looks much more handsome in person compared to the portrait. Could it be that he's here because he heard about the appearance of a treasure vault that's suspected to be left behind by an eminent celestial? If that's the case, he's too late. Many sectless cultivators discussed among themselves as they tried to guess the reason Pei Sihai was here. Pei Sihai. At the same time, the Violet Dragon King, one of the 4 great kings of the Zhuangzi Buddhism, looked at Pei Sihai with a hint of dread in her eyes. She believed in the Supreme Saint ranking's authority. She was only ranked 10th on the Supreme Saint ranking while Pei Sihai was ranked 7th. In other words, although they were both powerhouses at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, Pei Sihai was much stronger than her. In the face of such an existence, especially a rogue cultivator, she was naturally quite fearful. Have you seen Meng Hao before? While the Violet Dragon King, one of the 4 great kings of Zhuangzi Buddhism, and the others were looking at Pei Sihai, Pei Sihai glanced at them indifferently and asked in a cold and calm voice, "Your Excellency Meng Hao? Never seen it before." Lord Pei Sihai, you know Lord Meng Hao? Lord Meng Hao is the guardian of Sin City. Suddenly, the group of rogue cultivators looked at each other and could not help but exclaim, "Where's the entrance to the treasure vault that seems to be left behind by an eminent celestial?" When Pei Sihai spoke again, his voice became colder and colder, giving people the feeling that they were in a biting cold wind. Lord Pei Sihai. At this moment, an elder from the 7 Kill Alliance stepped forward and bowed respectfully at Pei Sihai as he pointed at the void in the distance. As it turns out, the entrance to the treasure vault that's suspected to be left behind by an eminent celestial is here. However, not long ago that entrance closed on its own. Swoosh! As soon as the elder from the 7 Kill Alliance finished speaking, Pei Sihai disappeared from his spot under everyone's watchful eyes. When he reappeared, he was in the void where the elder from the 7 Kill Alliance was pointing at. He closed his eyes and hovered in the air as though he was trying to sense something. What a fast speed! Pei Sihai's speed was so fast that only the Amethyst Dragon King was able to catch up with him. Even the Violet Dragon King was shocked by Pei Sihai's speed. He's looking for the spatial barrier that leads to the independent space that's suspected to be created by an eminent celestial. When the Violet Dragon King saw Pei Sihai closing his eyes, she could sense the divine consciousness around him. She could guess what he was trying to do. After all, this was something that she wanted to do but did not have the time to do it. After a dozen breaths, buzz, the sound of a saber humming suddenly rang in the air. Along with it, There was also a huge dazzling blade light that kept attacking the Amethyst Dragon King's autumn eyes. At the same time, it also attacked the Amethyst Dragon King's heart. He found it so quickly. Before the others could react, Pei Si-hai had already sheathed his saber with a clang. In the next moment, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, not far from Pei Si-hai, another terrifying crack appeared out of thin air. The crack was more than 10 meters long, and all that could be seen was darkness, making it impossible to see what was behind it. Swoosh! In the next moment, Pei Si-hai seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning as he charged into the crack and disappeared before everyone's eyes. This scene immediately caused the hearts of everyone present to tremble in fear. Chapter 2152. Isn't this too much? One of the Seckless cultivators regained his senses after a long while. His face was filled with disbelief as though he had just seen a ghost. The others had similar expressions on their faces as well. Although they knew Pei Si-hai was strong, they did not expect him to be this strong. In just a blink of an eye, he had torn open a tear in space and created a rift that led to the treasure vault that was suspected to be left behind by an eminent celestial. If it's me, even if I have twice the time, I might not be able to find the spatial barrier that leads to the treasure vault that's suspected to be left behind by an eminent celestial. The Violet Dragon King, one of the 4 great kings of Zhuangzi Buddhism, had a solemn expression on her face when she thought about what had happened earlier. She was shocked by Pei Si-hai's observation. She was not surprised by Pei Si-hai's ability to tear open the spatial barrier. After all, she was capable of such an attack as well. Naturally, she knew Pei Si-hai did not use his full strength when he tore open the spatial barrier. He only used his 1,000 inscriptions Saint Saber and some offensive saber martial tactics. He did not even use any divine abilities. He asked if we've seen Meng Hao earlier. The Violet Dragon King immediately thought of Meng Hao in Sin City when she recalled Pei Si-hai's question. Meng Hao was ranked higher than the Green Bat King, one of the 4 great kings of Zhuangzi Buddhism, on the Supreme Saint ranking. The aloof scholar, Meng Hao, he was a powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage who was ranked 21st on the Supreme Saint ranking. There was one more thing she knew. About 2 years ago, Wei Suo, the Green Bat King, one of the 4 great kings of Zhuangzi Buddhism, had challenged Meng Hao and was defeated in less than 100 moves. Meng Hao was stronger than Wei Suo. She was very clear on this point. Don't tell me Meng Hao has also entered the treasure vault that's suspected to be left behind by an eminent celestial? The moment the Violet Dragon King thought about this, her expression turned solemn. However, her expression was hidden by the purple veil, so no one noticed it. Initially, the Violet Dragon King wanted to follow Pei Si-hai through the gap in the spatial barrier and enter the treasure vault that was suspected to be left behind by an eminent celestial. Previously, when Pei Si-hai asked if anyone had seen Meng Hao, she could see a trace of anxiety in the depths of Pei Si-hai's eyes, as if he was anxious for some reason. Could it be that something happened to Meng Hao like Wei Suo? Thinking of this, the Amethyst Dragon King's eyes couldn't help but slightly shrink. The beautiful face under the purple veil changed color. However, in the next moment, the Amethyst Dragon King's attention shifted again. Whoosh! As if a gust of wind had blown past, a figure appeared out of thin air in front of the spatial rift Pei Si-hai had opened. To be more precise, it was a very wretched figure. This is... The Amethyst Dragon King's shrunken pupils abruptly shrunk after seeing this person clearly. Subsequently, her face was filled with shock and disbelief. It was as if he had seen something unbelievable. Lord Pei Si-hai, how is this possible? At the same time, the others also saw the person who appeared out of thin air in front of the spatial rift. After a while, they could not help but exclaim in shock. At this moment, everyone present had an expression of shock and disbelief on their faces. Their expressions were similar to the Amethyst Dragon King's, if not more. The person who appeared in front of everyone, including the Amethyst Dragon King, was none other than Pei Si-hai, who had entered the treasure vault that was suspected to be left behind by an eminent celestial through the spatial rift not too long ago. When Pei Si-hai entered the treasure vault, he carried a long saber in his scabbard on his back. Not only was Pei Si-hai no longer as imposing and awe-inspiring as before, but the scabbard was the only thing left on his back. The 1,000 inscriptions saint's saber that was originally in the scabbard was nowhere to be seen. Apart from that, his left arm was severed at the shoulder, and his robes were stained with blood. He looked extremely wretched. In his right hand he was holding a cracked little golden bell. The Amethyst Dragon King and the others were shocked when they saw Pei Si-hai in such a state. What exactly happened? What's going on? What did Lord Pei Si-hai end up in such a wretched state? Lord Pei Si-hai is ranked 7th on the Supreme Saint ranking. His cultivation base is at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe such a thing happened. Even if Lord Pei Si-hai entered the treasure vault that's suspected to be left behind by an eminent celestial, he shouldn't have ended up in such a wretched state, right? That's right. If the treasure vault left behind by an eminent celestial is so terrifying, who would be able to obtain the treasures and legacies he left behind? I'm afraid all of them died in there. The group of people could not help but discuss among themselves when they saw Pei Si-hai's wretched state. As they discussed among themselves, they seemed to have recalled something. A hint of fear could be seen in their eyes when they looked at each other. Based on Lord Pei Si-hai risking his life to investigate, I'm afraid the treasure vault left behind by an eminent celestial is really terrifying. That's right. Otherwise, how could the Green Bat King, one of the 4 great kings of the Zhuangzi Buddhism, have died in there? Even someone as strong as the Green Bat King, Wei Suo, died in there. It's no wonder the high-ranking officials from the 7 Kill Alliance, the 1,000 Years Alliance, and the Eternal Alliance all died in there. At this moment, everyone finally understood why Wei Suo and the others had died in there. Even someone as strong as Pei Si-hai had lost an arm and his 1,000 inscriptions saint's saber after entering the treasure vault that was suspected to be left behind by an eminent celestial. How could Wei Suo and the others who were much weaker than Pei Si-hai be affected? The group of people was terrified when they realized how terrifying the treasure vault that was suspected to be left behind by an eminent celestial was. You have the boundless bell in your hand? A woman's surprised and cold voice was clearly transmitted into their ears, causing them to immediately regain their senses. When they regained their senses, they realized the person who had spoken was the Violet Dragon King, one of the 4 great kings of the Zhuangzi Buddhism. The Violet Dragon King asked as she looked at Pei Si-hai. However, her gaze was not on Pei Si-hai. Instead, it was on the small golden bell in Pei Si-hai's hand. It was as though there was something special about the small golden bell. The cracks on the small golden bell had not been there for a long time. One could tell it was a new wound. Moreover, when the group of people followed the Amethyst Dragon King's gaze and looked at the small golden bell, they discovered that the ancient and complicated patterns on the small golden bell seemed to have a life of their own. It was as if they had magic power, and they were attracted to the small golden bell. A moment later, it caused them to feel a wave of dizziness, and they hurriedly withdrew their gazes. The boundless bell? The boundless bell, one of the 10 great saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapons ranking? A middle-aged, sexless cultivator exclaimed in a low voice. His words reminded the people present on the scene, causing them to regain their senses. The small golden bell in Lord Pei Si-hai's hand is the boundless bell, a grade saint weapon? It said that among the 10 grade saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapons ranking, only 3 of them are defensive grade saint weapons. The boundless bell is one of them. A defensive grade saint weapon? Is that the small golden bell? Heavens! If this is really the boundless bell, what kind of powerful attack did it suffer not long ago for it to crack like this? Look at the cracks on the boundless bell. It's obvious that it's a new wound as well. Could it be that Lord Pei Si-hai was injured when he entered the treasure vault that was suspected to be left behind by an eminent celestial? At this moment, Everyone's attention was not on why the boundless bell, a grade saint weapon, was in Pei Si Hai's hands. Their attention was focused on the brand new crack on the surface of the boundless bell. Pei Si Hai did not respond to the Violet Dragon King's question. He stood there motionless for a long time. Even now, his mind was still replaying the scenes he had just experienced. Just a little bit more and he would have died. Unknowingly, Pei Si Hai lowered his head and looked at the small golden bell in his right hand. He rejoiced inwardly. Luckily, I have this saint weapon, the boundless bell, that my master gave me. Otherwise, I would have died. That independent space doesn't look like a treasure vault left behind by an eminent celestial. It looks more like a trap left behind by an eminent celestial. Thinking of this, Pei Si Hai's face gradually became gloomy. Now it would seem that the shattering of Senior Brother by Li's Soul Pearl was most likely because he entered that independent space and was killed by the killing formation within. Pei Si Hai's expression darkened when he thought about this. He'd come here this time precisely for Bai Li. Bai Li was a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage who was ranked 9th on the Supreme Saint ranking. He was one of the guardians of Sin City and one of the few sectless powerhouses at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Nobody knew about this. Bai Li was Nie Wu Tian's direct disciple. In fact, he had joined the sect before Pei Si Hai. However, since Bai Li's innate talent was not as good as Nie Wu Tian's, he did not have the face to announce that he was Nie Wu Tian's disciple. However, he still considered himself Nie Wu Tian's disciple and doted on Pei Si Hai very much. In Pei Si Hai's eyes, Bai Li was like his biological brother. He had Bai Li's soul pearl in his possession. This time it was because Bai Li's soul orb had shattered that he had rushed to Sin City immediately. Chapter 2153. Pei Si Hai. As the leader of the 4 monarchs of the Zhuangzi Buddhism, the Violet Dragon King naturally had her own pride. When she saw Pei Si Hai ignoring her for a long time, her beautiful face that was hidden under the veil turned gloomy immediately. Pei Si Hai regained his senses when he heard the Violet Dragon King's displeased voice. He looked at her. The 2 powerhouses who were ranked in the top 10 on the Supreme Saint ranking stared at each other. The Violet Dragon King's eyes were filled with anger, but Pei Si Hai's eyes were as calm as ever. He was not affected by the Violet Dragon King's angry gaze. One of them was the direct disciple of the strongest powerhouse in the Dao Martial Saint Land who was ranked 7th on the Supreme Saint ranking, while the other was the leader of the 4 monarchs of the Zhuangzi Buddhism who was ranked 10th on the Supreme Saint ranking. At this moment, the people present on the scene could clearly sense the tension between the 2 of them. Naturally, they could sense it as well. The tension mainly came from the Violet Dragon King's side. Lord Karmapa. The few elders from the Zhuangzi Buddhism became anxious when they saw this. They hurriedly transmitted their voices to the Violet Dragon King. This is Pei Si Hai. He's ranked 7th on the Supreme Saint ranking. Please don't make an enemy of him. Lord Karmapa, I know you're strong, but Pei Si Hai is not an ordinary person. If it's possible, it's best not to offend him. Lord Karmapa, you can only be friends with Pei Si Hai. You can't make an enemy of him. When the few elders from the Zhuangzi Buddhism transmitted their voices were filled with dread. They were afraid of Pei Si Hai's strength and Nie Wu Tian, the strongest powerhouse in the Dao Martial Saint Land, behind him. It was unknown if the few elders from the Zhuangzi Buddhism had persuaded her or if the Violet Dragon King had realized it was not wise to make an enemy out of Pei Si Hai. Her gaze softened, and she was no longer as hostile as before. It's the boundless bell. Pei Si Hai replied nonchalantly when the Violet Dragon King's gaze softened. At the same time, he glanced at the boundless bell in his hand and sighed inwardly. Although the boundless bell was still a Super Saint weapon, it was a damaged Super Saint weapon. If the boundless bell were to suffer the same attack as before, the boundless bell would definitely turn into a pile of fragments. Pei Si Hai's voice was clearly heard by the Amethyst Dragon King and the others. Although his voice was not loud, it was like a bolt from the blue in their ears, causing them to be stunned. Is it really the super saint weapon of the 10 great saint weapon ranking, the Boundless Bell? After receiving Pei Si-Hai's confirmation, everyone's pupils shrank, their faces filled with shock and disbelief. The cracked little golden bell in Pei Si-Hai's hand was actually the defensive type super saint weapon, the Boundless Bell? One of the 10 super saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapons ranking? What kind of force is able to damage the super saint weapon, the Boundless Bell, to such an extent? This is unbelievable. It's said that only eminent celestials who have passed the heavenly tribulation are able to damage a super saint weapon. Since the Boundless Bell is damaged to such an extent, it means the force that attacked it isn't any weaker than an eminent celestial. Only an eminent celestial can damage a super saint weapon? If that's the case, doesn't that mean those who possess a defensive super saint weapon like the Boundless Bell, even if they're not even at the saint celestial stage, would be able to withstand the attack of an eminent celestial and remain unharmed? That's different. For example, if a powerhouse at the first form of the saint celestial stage possesses the Boundless Bell and uses it in a timely manner, he would be able to withstand the attack of an eminent celestial. At most, he would be able to withstand the attack of a powerhouse at the third form of the saint celestial stage or below. Although a powerhouse at the third form of the saint celestial stage or above wouldn't be able to damage the Boundless Bell, their strength would still be able to pass through the Boundless Bell and injure a powerhouse at the first form of the saint celestial stage. That's true. Although the Boundless Bell is a defensive super saint weapon with a strong defense, in the hands of someone with a weak cultivation base, the Boundless Bell wouldn't be able to fully utilize its strength. At this moment, everyone was curious. What did Pei Si-Hai encounter after entering the treasure vault that was suspected to be left behind by an eminent celestial? How did he manage to injure his super saint weapon, the Boundless Bell? Many people could not help but feel chills running up their spines. This was especially true for those who were eliminated earlier. They were glad that they were eliminated. Otherwise, they would have most likely died in there. With Lord Pei Si-Hai's strength and the super saint weapon, the Boundless Bell, I'm afraid an attack below the level of an eminent celestial wouldn't be able to threaten him. Only an eminent celestial or above would be able to injure him. That's true. Based on this, we can conclude that Lord Pei Si-Hai must have encountered an attack at the level of an eminent celestial after he entered the treasure vault that was suspected to be left behind by an eminent celestial. I wonder what happened to Lord Pei Si-Hai. All eyes were on Pei Si-Hai. They were curious about what happened to him in the treasure vault that was suspected to be left behind by an eminent celestial. Pei Si-Hai, what happened to you? Unlike the others who did not dare to ask Pei Si-Hai this question, the Violet Dragon King had no qualms about it. Moreover, she was curious as well, so she asked the question without hesitation. The Violet Dragon King added, "The Green Bat King, one of the 4 kings of Zhuangzi Buddhism, has died in there not long ago. If you have any clues, please tell me. The Zhuangzi Buddhism will be indebted to you." The Green Bat King died in there as well? Pei Si-Hai raised an eyebrow when he heard the Violet Dragon King's words. Then he shook his head and sighed. Greed is indeed an original sin. Without waiting for the Violet Dragon King's reply, Pei Si-Hai continued to say, "Earlier, I tore open the spatial barrier leading to the treasure vault that was suspected to be left behind by an eminent celestial. After I entered, I was attacked by a killing formation." A killing formation? The Violet Dragon King and the others did not think much of Pei Si-Hai's words. They thought it was just a prelude, and the main event was yet to come. However, when Pei Si-Hai continued to speak, they realized they were wrong. The energy released by the killing formation was terrifying. Pei Si-Hai's expression stiffened when he said this. A hint of fear could be seen in his eyes as he continued to say, "Even an eminent celestial's full-powered attack might not be as powerful. Fortunately, I have the super saint weapon, the Boundless Bell, that my master gave me. Otherwise, I would have died. However, even with the protection of the Boundless Bell, I didn't manage to save my left arm and the 1,000 inscriptions Saint Saber. The spatial ring I wore on my left hand was shrouded by that energy, and it was directly turned into powder. The 1,000 inscriptions Saint Saber was also turned into dust. The more Pei Si Hai spoke, the more solemn his voice became. As Pei Si Hai said this, the scene fell into a dead silence again. Silence. It was terrifyingly quiet. At this moment, even the Violet Dragon King, the leader of the Black Kshetra sect's 4 great kings, broke out in cold sweat. At the same time, he was relieved. Fortunately, Pei Si Hai had come. Otherwise, if she had entered the treasure vault that was suspected to be left behind by an eminent celestial and encountered the same killing formation, she would definitely have died. She did not doubt this at all. After all, she was not as strong as Pei Si Hai, and she did not have the Super Saint weapon, the Boundless Bell, to protect herself. However, even now, she still felt that Pei Si Hai was exaggerating. However, she knew very well that Pei Si Hai was not lying. There was no need for Pei Si Hai to lie. Heavens! Such a powerful killing formation. Even an eminent celestial might not be able to set up such a powerful killing formation, right? That's right. According to Pei Si Hai, the power of the killing formation was even stronger than the full-powered attack of an eminent celestial. I really don't know who set up such a killing array. That's ridiculous. When the others regained their senses, they were shocked by Pei Si Hai's words. They did not doubt Pei Si Hai's words at all. Even when Pei Si Hai said the killing formation was stronger than the full-powered attack of an eminent celestial, they did not doubt his words at all. If it was someone else, they might have doubted it. However, it was impossible for them to doubt Pei Si Hai. This was because Pei Si Hai's master was the strongest person in the Dao Martial Saint Land, Nye Wu Tian. If Nye Wu Tian was still in the Dao Martial Saint Land, even if he was not an eminent celestial, he would be very close to becoming one. Therefore, with such a master, Pei Si Hai must have a deep understanding of the strength of an eminent celestial. Otherwise, he would not have said such words. That killing formation. I'm afraid even an eminent celestial who specializes in formations might not be able to set it up, right? The Violet Dragon King asked as she looked at Pei Si Hai. Naturally, one eminent celestial wouldn't be able to set it up, but what if there were 3 of them? 3! The Violet Dragon King's eyes widened as her heart trembled. The others were dumbfounded. Yes, Pei Si Hai nodded. Then, a hint of dread could be seen on his face as he said, "When the killing formation attacked, I extended my divine consciousness to investigate it. It was a combination of 3 different energies. Although it was perfectly fused, I still managed to find some clues. If I'm not mistaken, that formation is most likely created by 3 eminent celestials." Chapter 2154. If I'm not mistaken, the Green Bat King from Zhuangzi Buddhism isn't the only one who died in there. Even Meng Hao from Sin City is dead. Pei Si Hai said in a deep voice. Meng Hao. The Violet Dragon King narrowed her eyes when she heard Pei Si Hai's words. She realized she had guessed correctly. Meng Hao was in trouble just like Wei Suo. Meng Hao? Lord Meng Hao is dead as well? Many sectless cultivators from Sin City regained their senses. They were shocked. Meng Hao, the aloof scholar, was a big shot in Sin City. He was also one of the guardians of Sin City. He was a powerful powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Apart from that, Meng Hao's ranking on the Supreme Saint ranking was even higher than Wei Suo, the Green Bat King from Zhuangzi Buddhism. He was ranked 21st on the Supreme Saint ranking. For this reason, everyone was shocked when they found out he had died in there. You came for Meng Hao. It seems like you have a special relationship with him. The Violet Dragon King sighed and comforted Pei Si Hai. My condolences. I only know about Meng Hao, but I don't know him. Pei Si Hai shook his head. His words stunned the Violet Dragon King. The others present on the scene were puzzled as well. If Pei Si Hai did not know Meng Hao, why did he ask about Meng Hao's whereabouts? I came to look for Meng Hao because my senior brother must have heard about it from Meng Hao and entered the void dimension. Pei Si Hai said in a deep voice as he looked at the tear in the void that he had torn open. Everyone was confused by his words. The moment Pei Si Hai's words left his mouth, the entire place fell silent. Could Pei Si Hai's senior brother be another disciple of Nie Wu Tian, the strongest powerhouse in the Tao martial saint land? Pei Si Hai was Nie Wu Tian's only disciple, right? Why would Pei Si Hai mention a senior brother? Of course, there were also people who guessed that this senior brother Pei Si Hai was talking about had nothing to do with Nie Wu Tian. Perhaps the senior brother Pei Si Hai was referring to was a senior brother from a sect he had joined before, or a disciple of a master or teacher he had joined before. That was why he still called him senior brother. For a moment, the people present were whispering again. My senior brother is also the direct disciple of my master, Nie Wu Tian. Pei Si Hai said again, denying most people's guesses. He confirmed that the senior brother he mentioned was also the direct disciple of the strongest person in the Tao martial saint land, Nie Wu Tian. When his senior brother was alive, he felt that he had failed to live up to his master's expectations, so he didn't dare to reveal his identity as Nie Wu Tian's direct disciple. Now that his senior brother was dead, he wanted everyone to know of his senior brother's identity. Senior Nie Wu Tian, in addition to Lord Pei Si Hai, you actually accepted another personal disciple? I've never heard of Senior Nie Wu Tian accepting another disciple. To be able to be accepted as a disciple by Senior Nie Wu Tian, he must also be an extremely talented expert. After receiving Pei Si Hai's confirmation, a commotion broke out again. The topic of discussion changed as well. Many people were curious about Pei Si Hai's senior brother. My senior brother is Sin City's Bai Li. While everyone, including the Amethyst Dragon King, was curious about Pei Si Hai's senior brother, Pei Si Hai spoke in a timely manner. As soon as his words were spoken, the entire place fell into a deathly silence. Bai Li. Everyone present on the scene was familiar with this name. Bai Li was one of the two strongest guardians in Sin City. His cultivation base was at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, and he was ranked 9th on the Supreme Saint ranking. He was even stronger than the Violet Dragon King, who was ranked 10th on the Supreme Saint ranking, one of the 4 kings of the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect who was present on the scene. Your senior brother is actually Bai Li? The Violet Dragon King cried out in surprise when she regained her senses. It was as though she had heard something unbelievable. The others were in a similar state as well. All of them had an expression of disbelief on their faces. Compared to Pei Si Hai, Bai Li was a sectless cultivator whose name had spread far and wide in the Tao martial saint land. However, before today, nobody knew that Bai Li was actually the direct disciple of the strongest person in the Tao martial saint land, Nie Wu Tian. To them, this was extremely shocking news. Yes, Pei Si Hai nodded when he heard the Violet Dragon King's words. His expression was slightly gloomy as he said, Senior brother has always felt that his achievements are an insult to Master's reputation, so he didn't announce his identity to the public. I can't believe Bai Li is Senior Nie Wu Tian's direct disciple. The Violet Dragon King sighed when she heard Pei Si Hai's confirmation. Her expression changed slightly as though she had just recalled something. You came to look for your senior brother, Bai Li. Don't tell me it's because... Yes, the soul pearl he left with me shattered not long ago. Pei Si Hai seemed to know what the Violet Dragon King was about to say. He nodded before the Violet Dragon King could finish her sentence. I suspect he died in there. Although Pei Si Hai spoke calmly, a hint of sadness could be seen in the depths of his eyes. Boom! As soon as Pei Si Hai said this, it was like a bolt from the blue. Everyone present was stunned for a moment. Bai Li, a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage who was ranked 9th on the Supreme Saint ranking, a rare existence in the Tao martial saint land, had died in a trap that was suspected to be left behind by 3 eminent celestials? Whether it was the people present on the scene or the people in the Tao martial saint land, this was undoubtedly a piece of shocking news. After all, this was related to the death of a powerhouse who was ranked in the top 10 on the Supreme Saint ranking. As time passed, the news spread like wildfire. First, the news spread to the city of Sin and caused a huge commotion in the city. News of Bai Li's death, Meng Hao, the other guardian of Sin City, and Wuxia, the Green Bat King, one of the four great kings of the Zhuangzi Buddhism, had died as well. Following that, a few other major events took place in Sin City. The three strongest alliances in Sin City, the Seven Kill Alliance, the Thousand Years Alliance, and the Eternal Alliance, had announced their disbandment. It was not only the three sectless cultivator alliances. Even sectless cultivator alliances that were a level lower than them, such as the Mighty Tyrannical Alliance and the 100 Ghosts Alliance, had announced their disbandment as well. The reason for their disbandment was due to the deaths of the core members of the sectless alliances. They had all died in the place where Bai Li, Meng Hao, and Wei Suo had died. According to Pei Si Hai, the direct disciple of the strongest powerhouse in the Tao martial saint land, Nye Wu Tian, they had all died in a trap left behind by three eminent celestials. I heard that when Lord Pei Si Hai entered the independent space to investigate, he almost lost his life. Fortunately, he had the boundless bell given to him by Senior Nye Wu Tian. That's how he managed to survive. However, he still paid quite a price for this and lost an arm. Boundless bell? Why does it sound so familiar? That's right. Among the 10 grade-level saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapons ranking, there's a defensive grade-level saint weapon called the Boundless Bell. Don't tell me. If it's not a grade-level saint weapon, do you think Lord Pei Si Hai would have been able to survive the trap set up by three eminent celestials? I heard that Lord Bai Li is Lord Pei Si Hai's senior brother. Lord Bai Li had become Senior Nye Wu Tian's disciple before Lord Pei Si Hai. I've never heard of this before. Lord Bai Li is too low-key. All over the city of Sin, similar comments were being spread everywhere. With Sin City as the center, shocking news began to spread in all directions, allowing more and more people to learn of the news. Based on the speed at which the news spread, it would not take long for it to spread in the entire Tao martial saint land. To be more precise, it would spread to the entire upper province of the Tao martial saint land. Not long after, more and more important news began to spread in the city of Sin. Apart from Bai Li and Meng Hao, there were 4 other guardian deities in the city of Sin who had died recently. Their children and disciples discovered that their soul orbs had shattered. 1 powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage and 5 powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage in Sin City are all dead? Many sectless cultivators found it hard to believe when they heard the news. There were no more than 10 rogue cultivators guarding Sin City. They were also the guardians of Sin City. Now, 6 of them had died. Moreover, one of them was a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Based on the time the soul pearls of these powerhouses shattered, they must have died at the same time. They must have died in the trap set up by the 3 eminent celestials. Many people speculated, what are the 3 eminent celestials trying to do? Not only did he go to great lengths to open up an independent space, he even set up a trap to harm us. Nobody could understand what the 3 eminent celestials were trying to do. As more and more shocking news spread in the upper province of the Tao martial saint land, the entire upper province was in an uproar. No matter how big the commotion was, Duan Lingtian was unaware of it. Chapter 2155. The 7 treasures exquisite pagoda lay quietly in the pseudo-realm created by the 3 eminent devils. There was no commotion in the pseudo-realm, so it did not affect Duan Lingtian, who was in the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was sitting cross-legged on the 4th level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, fully immersed in his cultivation. A vast amount of heaven and earth spirit energy surged into his body from the top of his head at a ridiculous speed. Then, it mixed with his sun Saint Origin, and through the 9 dragons' war sovereign art, it circulated one great cycle after another. The heaven and earth spirit energy was constantly being assimilated by his sun Saint Origin and became a part of it. His cultivation base was also rising at all times. Since he was fully immersed in his cultivation, there was no commotion at all. It was as though he was a statue sitting cross-legged in the air. Under the faint golden light from his sun Saint Origin, he appeared sacred and dignified. It was calm in the pseudo-realm created by the three eminent devils. It was as though Duan Lingtian was the only person in this world. In fact, Duan Lingtian was indeed the only person in this place. Although it was calm in the pseudo-realm, it was not calm outside the pseudo-realm at all. As the news of the trap left behind by the three eminent celestials spread, it became famous in the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land. Under such circumstances, many powerhouses from various places gathered here out of curiosity. All of them wanted to see if the pseudo-realm created by the three eminent celestials was as terrifying as the rumors said. The entrance to the independent space that Pei Si Hai, who was ranked 7th on the Supreme Saint ranking, had opened when he tore open the space barrier had long been closed. Even so, it did not stop the powerhouses from gathering information and gathering here. He's Lord Chang Yi Kai? Following the appearance of a handsome young man wearing white clothes and carrying a sheathed long sword on his back, some of the people who had already arrived nearby also recognized him and could not help but let out a cry of surprise. Lord Chang Yi Kai? The white-clad swordsman, Chang Yi Kai? The one who's ranked 28th on the Supreme Saint ranking? Instantly, everyone's gaze followed the gaze of the person who exclaimed and landed on the white-robed young man. The white-clothed young man was dressed in snow-white clothes and carried a sheathed long sword on his back. His handsome face attracted the attention of many women present. There were even some women who secretly threw flirtatious glances at him, as if they couldn't wait to throw themselves into his arms. Chang Yi Kai was the supreme elder of the Mystic Sword Sect, a first-rate force in the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land. He was also the youngest supreme elder in the history of the Mystic Sword Sect. Now, he was only a little over 100 years old. It was said that even the current sect leader of the mysterious sword sect was still his martial granduncle, in terms of seniority. The reason he was able to become the only supreme elder in the Mystic Sword Sect was because he was the only powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage or above in the Mystic Sword Sect. There was a rule in the Mystic Sword Sect that anyone whose cultivation base had broken through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage would be considered a Supreme Elder of the Mystic Sword Sect. The position of Supreme Elder of the Mystic Sword Sect had always been reserved for powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage or above. As the only Supreme Elder of the Mystic Sword Sect, Chang Yi Kai could be said to be the pillar of the Mystic Sword Sect. His position in the Mystic Sword Sect was above everyone else. I didn't expect him to come as well. Many people sighed emotionally. The white-clothed swordsman, Chang Yi Kai, is a rare prodigy in the Tao Martial Saint Land. He's only a little over 100 years old, but he's already at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. It's rare to see someone like him in the 3 great sections. It's said that when he broke through to the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage before he was even 100 years old, the 3 great sects had extended an olive branch to him. If he was willing to join them, the 3 great sects were willing to make him their vice-sect leader. Unfortunately, he rejected them. Otherwise, with his current strength, he would have been a guardian of Zoroastrianism, a Karmapa of Zhuangzi Buddhism, or a high priest of the Heaven Divination sect. It's said that he possesses a dark indigo innate spiritual root. If Pei Si Hai is really as those sectless cultivators said, and he's not even 100 years old, with his innate talent, it's indeed possible for him to possess a violet innate spiritual root. How can we believe those sectless cultivators? I don't believe them. The arrival of the white-clothed swordsman, Chang Yi Kai, caused quite a commotion. In the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land, Chang Yi Kai's cultivation base might not be the best. However, the fact that he was able to break through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage when he was just a little over 100 years old was extremely rare in the Tao Martial Saint Land. Most of the people who came were from various forces in the Tao Martial Saint Land. There were almost no sectless cultivators. In the Tao Martial Saint Land, sectless cultivators might be in a state of disunity, but they had their own beliefs. Nye Wu Tian, the strongest person in the Tao Martial Saint Land, was also a sectless cultivator, so it was only natural that he had become their belief. Nye Wu Tian's direct disciple, Pei Si Hai, had personally testified that the trap left behind by the 3 eminent celestials was dangerous. Naturally, they believed it, so no one came to investigate. Swoosh! While most people's attention was on Chang Yikai, the sound of a sword whistling in the air rang in the air. It was accompanied by a gust of wind. It was as though a gigantic sword was flying in the air, causing many people to dodge in fear. After a few moments, the gust of wind dissipated, and a figure that seemed to have transformed into a gigantic sword appeared before everyone's eyes. It was a young man dressed in black who carried a sheathed sword on his back. His handsome appearance was mixed with a bit of evilness, which was a unique characteristic. His expression was grave and stern. As he stood there, he was as cold as an iceberg, and he emitted waves of aura that kept others 1,000 miles away. After he appeared, he temporarily overshadowed the white-robed swordsman, Chang Yikai's limelight. Most of the people present shifted their gazes from Chang Yikai to him. Zhong Chun. Before the crowd regained their senses, Chang Yikai snorted coldly and said the black-clad young man's name. Zhong Chun? A commotion broke out when Chang Yikai called out the black-clad young man's name. Zhong Chun? The black-clad swordsman, Zhong Chun? Many people could not help but exclaim in surprise. I can't believe I'm able to see the white-clad swordsman and the black-clad swordsman together in my lifetime. My life is not in vain. An old man could not help but sigh emotionally. Zhong Chun, known as the black-clad swordsman, used to be the strongest prodigy in the Heaven Divination sect. However, for some unknown reason, he had betrayed the Heaven Divination sect and was hunted down by the sect. It was only when his cultivation base had broken through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage that the Heaven Divination sect stopped hunting him down and called for him to return. The Heaven Divination sect was even willing to let bygones be bygones. However, he did not care about it at all. From then on, he became a lone ranger in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, a sectless cultivator. He was ranked 27th on the Supreme Saint ranking. He was ranked 1 rank ahead of the white-clad swordsman, Chang Yikai, who was as famous as him and was about the same age as him. Chang Yikai was displeased because of this and had challenged him many times. However, every time they fought, it would end in a tie. Since it was a tie, the rankings naturally wouldn't change and would be arranged according to the original rankings. Chang Yikai was naturally displeased with this. However, there was nothing he could do about it. After all, Zhong Chun was lucky enough to defeat the person who was originally ranked 27th on the Supreme Saint ranking. Unless he could defeat Zhong Chun or someone who was ranked higher than Zhong Chun on the Supreme Saint ranking, he would not be able to surpass Zhong Chun. Yes. Hearing Chang Yikai calling his name, Zhong Chun just responded faintly. He didn't even look at Chang Yikai, which made him look very cold. It seemed that he didn't take Chang Yikai seriously at all. Chang Yikai was infuriated when he saw this. However, he knew this was not a good time to make a move. Even if he made a move, he was not confident he could defeat Zhong Chun. At most, they would end in a tie. Chang Yikai, since you're here, I'm sure you want to enter the independent space created by the 3 eminent celestials, right? Suddenly, Chang Yikai seemed to have thought of something. His eyes turned, and a mischievous smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. I'll help you find the spatial barrier that leads to that independent space and tear it open so that you can enter. How about that? Everyone present on the scene turned to look at Zhong Chun. At the same time, Zhong Chun turned his head slightly and glanced at Chang Yikai indifferently. He said coldly, "If you want to enter, I don't mind opening a path for you." Zhong Chun's words were equivalent to checkmate Chang Yikai. Chang Yikai was so angry that the smile on his face disappeared. It was replaced by an extremely unsightly expression. In the next moment, a terrifying aura surged out of Chang Yikai's body. The aura spread out like sword chi, causing the people in the vicinity to move away, afraid they would be caught in the crossfire. At this moment, everyone present on the scene could clearly feel the tension between the two of them. Are they going to fight? Many people who wished to see the world plunged into chaos were filled with anticipation. Just as Zhong Chen's body began to emit piercingly cold sword chi, the battle between him and Chang Yikai was about to break out. You're Zhong Chen, the abandoned disciple of the Heaven Divination sect? accompanied by a loud and old voice. An ear-piercing and vast sound of wind breaking sounded in the ears of everyone present. Boom! As soon as the sound of wind breaking rang in the air, a terrifying explosion rang in the air. Everyone only felt a vast and terrifying gale whistling down from the sky, pressuring them to the point that they couldn't breathe. In the next moment, a person appeared in front of them. This was an old man shrouded in a black robe. He was tall and sturdy, with a strong back and a bare waist. Although his appearance was very ordinary, his eyes gave people a very sharp feeling. Ever since he appeared, he had been standing there, unmoving like a mountain, like a statue. This is Chang Yikai, who had sharp eyes, noticed a blood-red skull embroidered on the chest of the old man's robe. His eyes widened immediately, and his body began to tremble. It was as though he had encountered something terrifying. Grand Priest. Just as the others were looking at the old man with fear, a respectful and somewhat dispirited voice sounded. It was Zhong Chun, who was slammed into the valley by the palm print. He was in a wretched state as he rose into the air. Currently, Zhong Chun no longer looked as valiant as before. He was covered in dust. After rising into the air, Zhong Chun looked at the old man with a hint of fear in his eyes. You actually came here personally. When facing the old man, Zhong Chun also used the honorific title. Even if the old man had severely injured him, he did not dare to be disrespectful in front of the old man. Since you're able to withstand my palm print, I'll spare your life today. However, in the face of Zhong Chen's respectful greeting, the old man whom Zhong Chun addressed as the Grand Priest did not even look at Zhong Chun. After a cold snort, he also flew out. Thank you, Grand Priest. Zhong Chun sighed in relief when he heard this. If the old man wanted to kill him, he would not be able to fight back even if his cultivation base was at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Soon after, the old man arrived near Chang Yikai. Chang Yikai hurriedly moved aside when he saw this. He was afraid the old man would be displeased if he blocked his path. Even he was afraid of the old man's strength. Grand Priest, it's really him. Chang Yikai's heart jolted when he heard Zhong Chun addressing the old man respectfully. He realized his earlier guess was right. This old man was the Grand Priest of Heaven Divination Sect. He was also the strongest person in Heaven Divination Sect. The Grand Priest of Heaven Divination Sect had a cultivation base at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. His ranking on the Supreme Saint ranking was only below Nie Wu Tian, the strongest person in the Dao Martial Saint land, and another person. He was ranked 3rd on the Supreme Saint ranking. He was one of the strongest people in the Dao Martial Saint land. Buzz! A sound that sounded like the sound of a saber rang in the air. Chang Yikai and Zhong Chun only saw a flash before their eyes. The old man casually waved his hand and slashed with his palm, leaving behind an extremely ferocious crack in the void. It was as though a hole had been torn open out of thin air. Then, he moved his body and disappeared into the crack in the void. He went in. The group of people outside were all dumbstruck when they saw this. They were all shocked by the old man's actions. At the same time, a few people who were sober regained their senses and muttered, "Did Lord Zhongchun just call that old senior the Grand Priest?" The Grand Priest is a rare title in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint land, right? Zhongchun used to be a member of Heaven Divination Sect, and that lord is so powerful. Don't tell me that lord is Mo Xian, the Grand Priest of Heaven Divination Sect. Lord Mo Xian? It should be him. Apart from him, I can't think of anyone else who can kill more than 10 Saint Celestial stage powerhouses and heavily injure a powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage who's ranked at the 27th place on the Supreme Saint ranking. Mo Xian, the Grand Priest of Heaven Divination Sect, the strongest person in Heaven Divination Sect. He's ranked 3rd on the Supreme Saint ranking. He's one of the strongest powerhouses in the Tao Martial Saint Land. Strongest Powerhouses was the title given to powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Tao Martial Saint Land. Only powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage or above were worthy of this title. After guessing the old man's identity, the people present on the scene were shocked and curious. He wondered if the high priest of the Heaven Divination sect would be able to survive after entering the trap left behind by the 3 eminent celestials. Rumor had it that the power of the killing formation in the trap had even cracked the boundless bell and crippled one of Pei Si Hai's arms, who was protected by the boundless bell. I wonder if Lord Mo Xian will be able to return safely. Of course, not only is Lord Mo Xian the Grand Priest of Heaven Divination sect, but he's also the only person in Heaven Divination sect who has mastered the sect's most treasured defensive divine ability. The Heaven Divination sect's most treasured defensive divine ability is an ancient divine ability. It's widely acknowledged as the strongest defensive divine ability in the Tao Martial Saint Land. With that divine ability, the Grand Priest's defense is probably not inferior to Pei Si Hai, who possesses the boundless bell. The crowd whispered among themselves. Most of them were confident in Mo Xian, the Grand Priest of Heaven Divination sect. Even Chang Yi Kai and Zhong Chun were curious about Mo Xian. Would Mo Xian be able to return alive? In the Debussy subterranean, in a mountain range that was originally extremely quiet, a series of thunderous shouts suddenly rang out. Su Li, wake up, wake up, wake up. I'm your master. Take a closer look. I'm your master, Sword 13. Not only were those shouts very loud, but they were also filled with deep anxiety. Amidst the anxiety, there was also a deep sense of powerlessness. Whoosh, whoosh. The speed of the person at the back was much faster than the person at the front. In just a blink of an eye, the person at the back had caught up to the person at the front. The person at the front was a middle-aged man. He looked wretched, as though he had just gone through some ordeal. The person behind him was an extraordinarily handsome young man with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. He should have been a gentleman, but now, his entire body was emitting waves of monstrous devil chi. Moreover, the devil chi was extremely pure. This kind of demonic aura was not something an ordinary demonic cultivator could possess. Apart from that, the young man's eyes were bloodshot. They were cold and emotionless. Whoosh! Chapter 2157. Duan Lingtian was not here, so he did not see the scene of the young man attacking the middle-aged man. Otherwise, he would have been shocked. This was because not only did he know these two people, but he also knew they were master and disciple. The young man with devil chi on his body was like a devil god. His name was Su Li, and he was a good friend of Duan Lingtian. Until today, Duan Lingtian still remembered the past between him and Su Li clearly. The first time he met Su Li was in the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Iron Blood City's Genius Camp. At that time, they were only in their teens. Later on, both of them passed the Genius Camp's assessment and entered the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Paladin Academy. It was also at that time that the Su clan in the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Imperial City wanted to kill him. They even threatened Su Li with the lives of Su Li's family members to make Su Li cooperate with them. However, Su Li remembered their friendship and did not want to harm Duan Lingtian. In the end, he did not choose to help Duan Lingtian. After leaving a letter for Duan Lingtian, Su Li left the Imperial City. Could be said that Su Li had ruined his own great future. At least that was how Duan Lingtian saw it. It was also at that moment that he took Su Li as his best friend. Later on, he met Su Li during the Genius competition held by the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. After the Genius competition in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, he and Su Li obtained the qualification to participate in the Darkhan Dynasty's martial competition in the Darkstone Empire. Both of them shone brightly in the martial competition and obtained the qualification to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. During this process, the friendship between the two of them became even stronger. It was indestructible. After the martial competition of the 10 dynasties ended, many things happened. First, he had a conflict with the blade sect that Su Li was in. When he went to look for Su Li, he discovered that Su Li had already left the blade sect with his master. It was also at that time that he did not see Su Li again. On the other hand, Su Li's master was called Sword 13, and he was precisely the middle-aged man that was being pursued by Su Li now. Jian Shisan was the former second strongest person in the blade sect. Later on, because he was unable to accept what the blade sect had done to Duan Lingtian, he left the blade sect with Su Li in a disheartened state and wandered the world ever since. When Su Li moved his hand that was holding the sword, the sound of the sword whistling was short-lived. Poochie! A soft sound rang out, and Jian Shisan's body trembled violently for a moment before he stopped moving. Following which, he groaned and turned around with difficulty to look at Su Li, who had caught up with him. At this moment, an extremely fine bloody crack appeared on his throat. The cracks continued to spread and finally turned into a hideous and terrifying sword mark. Fatal sword mark. You're called Su Li? You're a human? No, not a demon? At the same time that blood splattered from his throat, Jian Shisan used the last of his strength to speak to Su Li, who had a cold expression and a bloody light in his eyes. Before he could finish his words, he closed his eyes and collapsed. The strange thing was, when he died, a wisp of a gratified smile actually appeared on the corners of his mouth. It was as if he had died with a satisfied smile on his face. Before today, Jian Shisan might have never dreamed that he had dominated for half of his life, yet in the end, he would actually die in the hands of his personal disciple, Su Li. Of course, from the expression he revealed the moment before he died, it could be seen that he didn't blame Su Li. Before he died, not only did he not have the intention to blame Su Li, he even left this world with a gratified smile. His gratification could only come from Su Li, the disciple that he had depended on for many years. As for what he was gratified about, perhaps only he knew. I am called Su Li? Am a human? Just as Jian Shisan closed his eyes and collapsed with a gratified smile on his face, Su Li seemed to have been touched, and the bloody light in his eyes dimmed a lot in an instant. After that, he held his head with both hands, and his face was distorted and hideous as he muttered to himself without end. It was as if he was enduring some inhuman torture. Along with the passage of time, Su Li's face was distorted to the extreme, and he clenched his teeth to the point they bled. The bloody light in his eyes finally vanished completely. After the bloody light in his eyes vanished completely, the pure devil chi that rose explosively and raged on his body was restrained as well. It was as if he'd become a different person in an instant, and he'd once again returned to that elegant young genius. Master! Suddenly, Su Li let out a painful and sorrowful cry, and then he descended from the sky and descended to the side of Jian Shisan's corpse before kneeling on the ground. His body trembled violently because of the boundless pain that arose in his heart, and 2 streams of clear tears flowed down his face. He was able to faintly perceive what had happened earlier, but at that time, his emotions were mostly controlled by the pure and violent devil chi, and it was difficult for him to control himself. So he could only watch helplessly as his master was killed by him. After he heard the last intermittent words his master spoke, he erupted madly and struggled with all his might. In the end, he exerted all his strength and was finally able to temporarily suppress the devil chi and temporarily recover his mind. Master, wait for disciple before the gates of hell. Disciple will come to accompany you right now. He faintly perceived that the pure and violent devil chi was about to break through its restraints and control his emotions and mind. Su Li didn't hesitate in the slightest. With a raise of his hand, the sword in his hand flashed out like a bolt of lightning. Swish! The sword left no trace as it pierced back, and with a poochie sound, it pierced into his own heart and pierced through his body. Under such circumstances, the scene of blood gushing out like a waterfall should have appeared. However, the scene of blood gushing out like a waterfall didn't appear. Instead, an extremely strange scene appeared, even though Su Li had pierced his own heart with the bell sword and pierced through his body. However, Not a trace of blood flowed out from his body, as if this sword had pierced through empty air. In reality, this sword had indeed pierced through his heart and body. However, Su Li didn't feel any pain. Just when Su Li was shocked to the point his pupils constricted and his face revealed disbelief. Boom! The devil chi that soared into the sky swept out from his body again. The pure devil chi made him look like one of the devil clans in the land of exile. When the devil chi soared into the sky, his eyes were once again shrouded by a layer of bloody light. Poochie! Another soft sound rang in the air. It was as though Su Li had transformed into a completely different person. He had directly pulled out the sword that pierced his body and heart. When the sword was pulled out, not only did it not splatter blood, but it did not even leave a mark on Su Li's body. And that sword hole also closed up the instant the sword was pulled out, as if it had never appeared in the first place. The current Su Li was simply like an undying fiend god. Bang! As the devil chi on his body soared into the sky, Su Li, whose eyes were glowing with bloody light, stomped on the ground and soared into the sky. A wave of boundless energy that was mixed with the domineering devil chi exploded under his feet like a cannonball. Not only was the place where he stood earlier blasted into smithereens, but it also formed a huge pit and a huge spider web. Even Sword 13's corpse was blasted into powder. At the same time, Su Li soared into the sky and disappeared in just a blink of an eye. All of this happened in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. To be more precise, it happened in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land where the devil clans wreaked havoc. Duan Lingtian, who was in the pseudo-realm created by 3 eminent celestials adjacent to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, was unaware of what had happened to his good friend, Su Li. Otherwise, he would have been very worried. After all, Su Li was his best friend. Not only was Duan Ling Tian unaware of what had happened to Su Li, but he was also unaware that Su Li had become like this because he had obtained the legacy left behind by the 3 eminent devils who had created the pseudo-realm he was in. The pseudo-realm that the 3 eminent celestials had left behind in the upper province was only a trap. It did not contain their inheritance or the treasures they had collected throughout their lives. They had left their inheritance and treasures behind in the mortal continent where they had stayed for a long time. The mortal continent was Duan Lingtian's hometown, Cloud Continent. The inheritance they left behind was obtained by Su Li, which caused Su Li's temperament to change greatly, turning him into a demon with a single thought. As for the treasures they had left behind, the most precious one was the Super Saint weapon. It was the 3-foot-long sword in Su Li's hand, the Traceless Sword. The Traceless Sword was one of the 10 great Super Saint weapons on the 10 great Saint weapons ranking. It was also one of the only 2 10,000 inscriptions Saint swords in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Outside the pseudo-realm where Duan Lingtian was, a tall and sturdy figure appeared out of thin air in front of the tear in the void that was slowly closing. It was an old man who was almost naked. His entire body was covered with hideous wounds. Without exception, all of these wounds were lacerated. It was a terrifying sight. Huff! 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 After the old man came out of the pseudo-realm, apart from his weak aura, he was also panting heavily as though he had exhausted all his strength. Although there were many people standing nearby, when they saw the appearance of the old man who appeared out of thin air, they couldn't help but inhale a breath of cold air. Then they fell into a deathly silence. No one spoke for a long time. Heavens! What did they just see? The great oracle of the Heaven Divination sect, Mo Xian, was a peerless powerhouse who was ranked 3rd on the Supreme Saint ranking. How could he be so severely injured after coming out of the independent space that was suspected to be created by 3 eminent celestials? After all, with the help of the number 1 defensive divine ability in the Dao Martial Saint Land, the Heaven Divination sect's guarding divine ability that Mo Xian had comprehended to its peak. Chapter 2158. Even the current 7-clawed divine dragon's defense was not as good as Mo Xian's. Naturally, all of this was not just because Mo Xian had comprehended the number 1 defensive divine ability in the Tao Martial Saint Land to its peak. Part of the reason was that he was not a human to begin with. To be more precise, he was not human. His true form was the Super Saint Beast, the red-armored wild boar king. It was a Super Saint Beast whose physical defense was not inferior to the 7-clawed divine dragons. Apart from that, one could also see that Mo Xian's body was covered in wounds. Although Mo Xian's body was covered in wounds, they were healing at an extremely fast speed. In just a few dozen breaths, the wounds had already healed by a large margin. This was another characteristic of the Super Saint Beast, the red-armored wild boar king. Strong recovery ability. Strong resilience and strong recovery ability. This made the red-armored wild boar king one of the strongest Super Saint Beasts in the Tao Martial Saint Land. Moreover, he had comprehended the number 1 defensive divine ability in the Tao Martial Saint Land to its peak. Even the current strongest person in the Tao Martial Saint Land, Wuxia, would not be able to compare to him in terms of defense without the help of a defensive Super Saint weapon. Currently, such a person had become like this after entering the independent space that was suspected to be created by 3 eminent celestials. It seems like Pei Si Hai was not exaggerating. Among the people present on the scene, the white-clad swordsman, Chang Yikai, and the black-clad swordsman, Zhong Chun, were the first to regain their senses. They were glad they did not enter the independent space. Otherwise, they would have died. Whoosh! After most of his wounds had healed, Mo Xian raised his hand and took out a new set of black robes to wear. Then he looked at Zhong Chun intently. Zhong Chun shuddered in fear when he saw Mo Xian's gaze. In the end, Mo Xian did not say anything and disappeared before everyone's eyes in just a flash. Among the people present on the scene, only Chang Yikai and Zhong Chun could vaguely see the old man's swift movements. In just a blink of an eye, he had disappeared from their sight. Only after Mo Xian left did the others come back to their senses. When they regained their senses, they could not help but feel shocked. At the same time, they spread the news to the entire upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land. It's suspected to be a trap left behind by 3 eminent celestials. After crippling one of the arms of Pei Si Hai, who's ranked 7th on the Supreme Saint ranking, it severely injured Mo Xian, who's ranked 3rd on the Supreme Saint ranking. Oh my God! Is this true? Although Lord Mo Xian did not possess a defensive Super Saint weapon, his defense was definitely not inferior to Pei Si Hai's defensive Super Saint weapon, the Boundless Bell. Even he was severely injured when he barged into that independent space. Wouldn't the others die without a doubt? It's true. At that time, many people saw it. I want to know who those 3 eminent celestials are. How could they leave behind such a damned place? Isn't it obvious that they're trying to scam us? At this moment, the people from the various sects in the Tao Martial Saint Land finally realized how terrifying the trap that was suspected to be left behind by eminent celestials was. Prior to this, although the sectless cultivators had regarded that place as a forbidden area, some of the people from the various forces did not agree with it. They thought the sectless cultivators had deliberately spread false news to monopolize the inheritance and treasures left behind by the eminent celestials. However, it seemed like the sectless cultivators were not exaggerating. For a time, the pseudo-realm that Duan Lingtian was in that was created by 3 eminent celestials had become a forbidden area in the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land. Duan Lingtian, who was in the pseudo-realm, was naturally unaware of this. At the peak of a snow-capped mountain in the northern region, an old man dressed in a long gray robe stood at the peak of the snow-capped mountain. He was lost in thought as he looked in the direction of the central region. Snowflakes continued to fall. However, when they approached the old man, they seemed to be dispelled by an invisible force. It was as though the old man had some sort of magical power. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew past, causing the falling snow to flutter in the air. A figure appeared behind the old man. It was a beautiful woman. In the past, I thought the mission of the 7 Absolute Successor was to seek revenge from the 3 great sects and suppress them until they couldn't lift their heads. The old man did not raise his head when the beautiful woman appeared. However, no one knew if he was talking to himself or the beautiful woman. However, it seems like the Seven Absolutes sect won't be able to suppress the three great sects in the future. It's not impossible for them to annihilate the three great sects and destroy the foundations of the three great sects. The old man continued to say, based on what you said. At the same time, the beautiful woman asked again, is it because of the three girls' innate spiritual roots that have transformed into violet innate spiritual roots? Yes. The old man nodded. Previously, I thought only the girl from the Blazing Phoenix progeny had a chance of transforming her innate spiritual root into a violet innate spiritual root. I didn't expect the other two girls would also have violet innate spiritual roots. This is, naturally, a pleasant surprise for the Seven Absolutes sect. However, when I think about it, if they grow stronger in the future with the help of the successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the first absolute whom even I can't predict, it won't be difficult for them to annihilate the three great sects, right? The old man said. Based on the old man's words, one could tell he was the successor of the Nine Absolutes sect. He was none other than the former successor of the Prophet progeny, the second absolute of the Seven Absolutes sect, the Oracle man. As for the beautiful woman, she was the former successor of the Red Dust progeny, the seventh absolute of the Seven Absolutes sect. She was also the master of the current successor of the Red Dust progeny, Han Shuanai. Old prophet, don't you think you've underestimated the three great sects? The beautiful woman shook her head and said, at that time, our Seven Absolutes sect's ancestor, the former successor of the Fog Rain progeny, was the Sword Saint, Feng Qingyang. At that time, he was invincible in the entire Dao Martial Saint land. However, the three great sects were not annihilated in his era. Don't tell me you think the current successor of the Seven Absolutes is stronger than the successor of the Seven Absolutes in his era? The moment the beautiful woman's words left her mouth, the Oracle man fell silent. Of course, it might be because the Sword Saint ancestor is merciful. However, nothing is absolute. Perhaps the three great sects have some trump cards that we don't know about? The beautiful woman added. You have a point. The Oracle man nodded in agreement with the beautiful woman's words. However, according to my divination, I'm afraid the Seven Absolutes sect's biggest enemy isn't the three great sects. The Oracle man's expression turned solemn when he reached this part of his sentence. You mean the devil clans from the land of exile? The beautiful woman asked as she narrowed her eyes. Yes. The Oracle man nodded solemnly. The devil clans, have they really returned? Even though she had not experienced the previous human-devil era, she knew how terrifying the devil clan was according to the notes left behind by the Red Dust progeny, the beautiful woman. During the human-devil era, the Dao Martial Saint land was not divided into the upper province and lower province. At that time, the Dao Martial Saint land was filled with devils. It was comparable to hell on earth. It's very likely that they've already returned. Currently, I can't predict the fate of the Debussy subterranean at all. The Oracle man sighed. Let alone the three little fellows, I can't even predict the fate of the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion, Duan Rufeng, and the people around him. It's as though there's an invisible wall that's preventing me from predicting their fates. The beautiful woman fell silent when she heard this. After a long while, she finally spoke again. There was a hint of doubt in her voice. If the devil clans really returned, would they have enough time to grow up? I don't know. The Elder of Heavenly Secrets shook his head and said this sentence that he had almost never said before. Zoroastrianism in the Western region. The four symbol sanctums was where the saint land of Zoroastrianism was located. At this moment, the saint land of Zoroastrianism was suddenly shrouded by a domineering and invincible aura. This aura came from the clouds in the sky above the saint land. As soon as it appeared, it swept through the entire saint land. The first place to be affected was the Saint Island where most people were gathered. On the Saint Island, some of the Saint Land's elite disciples with a weaker cultivation base could not help but tremble in fear when they sensed the domineering and invincible aura. At this moment, they were like little animals in the forest who suddenly saw the king of all beasts, a tiger. Fear rose in their hearts immediately. What a terrifying aura! Whose aura is this? Many true disciples and bronze flame elders were frightened when they sensed the aura. All of them had a horrified expression on their faces. This aura? Could it be? Many silver flame elders seemed to have sensed something. Their eyes lit up immediately as excitement appeared on their faces. At the same time, a figure flew out from the Azure Dragon Sanctum, White Tiger Sanctum, Vermilion Bird Sanctum, and Black Turtle Sanctum of the Four Symbol Sanctums. To be more precise, they were flying toward a certain place behind the clouds in the sky above the Saint Land. A few figures also flew out from the mines in the Four Symbol Sanctums. They were all flying in the same direction. In the enforcement hall on the Saint Island. In a quiet valley, there was a very ordinary-looking small courtyard. A slovenly old man who was lying leisurely on a deck chair and basking in the sun narrowed his eyes when he sensed the domineering and invincible aura. Lord Sect Leader has made a breakthrough. Chapter 2159. Behind the clouds above the main island of the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism, islands could be seen floating in the air. They were located on 4 different levels. There was only one floating island at the highest point. There were 5 floating islands at the bottom. There were 10 floating islands at the bottom. There were 50 floating islands at the bottom. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. As the sound of wind whistling reverberated in the air, figures from all directions gathered near the floating island at the highest point. Then they came to a halt in unison. Those who did not know better would think they had rehearsed this beforehand. Lu Tai, the sanctum leader of Azure Dragon Sanctum, was among these people. Apart from Lu Tai, the sanctum leader of Azure Dragon Sanctum, the sanctum leader of Vermilion Bird Sanctum, the sanctum leader of White Tiger Sanctum, and the sanctum leader of Black Turtle Sanctum were present as well. Apart from them, there were a few other Golden Flame Elders from Zoroastrianism who were present as well. Even Dong Yuanjin, the Vice Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall, and a few other Hall Masters of the Enforcement Hall were present. Apart from them, there were 2 unfamiliar faces. They were the 2 Vice Sect leaders of Zoroastrianism. Both of them were at the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage. In terms of strength, they were much stronger than Lu Tai, Dong Yuanjin, and the others. At the same time, Lu Tai, Dong Yuanjin, and the others took the initiative to greet the 2 Vice Sect leaders. After all, they were the Vice Sect leaders of Zoroastrianism. In terms of status and strength, they were superior to them. For this reason, they did not dare to be rude. While the 2 Vice Sect leaders of Zoroastrianism were greeting Lu Tai, Dong Yuanjin, and the others with a smile on their faces. "What's the commotion?" An old and lazy voice sounded. Then, under the watchful eyes of the others, a sloppy old man appeared in front of them. The old man was dressed in a sloppy robe. He did not care about his appearance, making him look like an old beggar. However, it was precisely this old man who looked like an old beggar that caused the usually arrogant Vice Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall, Dong Yuanjin, to immediately bow and greet him. "Lord Hall Master! Lord Hall Master!" The other Vice Hall Masters of the Law Enforcement Hall also hurriedly bowed. As they bowed, the unkempt old man's identity was revealed. The Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall, Ice Eagle. "Greetings, Hall Master Lung." "Hall Master Lung." After Dong Yuanjin and the other Vice Hall Masters of the Enforcement Hall, the 4 Symbol Sanctum Masters and the other Golden Flame Elders also bowed respectfully to the unkempt old man. Even the 2 Vice Leaders of Zoroastrianism took the initiative to greet the sloppy old man with a smile on their faces. Although the Enforcement Hall Master's cultivation base was at the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage, the Enforcement Hall Master's cultivation base was the same as theirs. However, in terms of strength, even if the 2 of them joined forces, they might not be able to defeat the other party. His opponent was someone who was close to breaking through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. The Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall, Lang Ying, was about to respond to the greetings from the crowd. However, before he could open his mouth, he seemed to have noticed something and turned his head abruptly to look into the distance. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As though 3 gusts of wind had blown past, 3 figures appeared near the crowd. After revealing themselves, the 3 of them also revealed their true identities. One of them was an old man dressed in green, the other was a young man dressed in purple, and the last one was a beautiful woman dressed in red. The old man had white hair and looked sage-like, as if he was an immortal. The young man was handsome and had a graceful bearing. He gave off a refreshing feeling. The beautiful woman was extremely beautiful. Her graceful figure and beautiful face were enough to make one's imagination run wild. Naturally, none of the people present on the scene dared to disrespect the red-clad, beautiful woman. When they saw the green-clad old man, the purple-clad young man, and the beautiful woman dressed in red, their expressions were tense and solemn. They were no longer as casual as before. It was as though the 3 people in front of them were ferocious beasts. Lang Ying, the hall master of the enforcement hall, was the only one who reacted better. After he regained his senses, he said to the 3 people with a smile on his face, "What a good day to be able to meet the 3 guardians." As soon as Lang Ying finished speaking, it was obvious who the 3 people were. They were the 3 great guardians of Zoroastrianism who were second only to the sect leader of Zoroastrianism. The 3 great guardians of Zoroastrianism were also known as the 3 guardians of wind, fire, and cloud. They were respectively Zifeng, Qinghua, and Hongyun. This ranking was based on the strength of the 3 of them. The strongest among them was Guardian Zifeng. He was a handsome young man dressed in purple. His cultivation base was at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. He was one of the pillars of Zoroastrianism. The second strongest was Guardian Qinghua. He was Gan Ruyan's master. His cultivation base was at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. He could be considered as one of the strongest people in the Tao Martial Saint land. He was ranked in the top 20 on the Supreme Saint ranking. Finally, there was Guardian Hongyun. Although she was a woman, her cultivation base was at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. She was one of the few female powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint land. Greetings, Guardian Zifeng, Guardian Qinghua, and Guardian Hongyun. At the same time, the 2 vice-sect leaders of Zoroastrianism took the lead and bowed respectfully to Zifeng, Qinghua, and Hongyun. Zifeng and the other 2 vice-sect leaders nodded slightly before they shifted their attention to the floating island. This floating island was also the highest floating island in front of everyone's eyes. It was like an emperor standing in the best place, overlooking all living things and looking down on heaven and earth. At this moment, a domineering and invincible aura could be felt coming from the vast mansion on the floating island. Facing this aura, even some of the weaker golden flame elders felt pressured. The 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. It's the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Qinghua, one of the 3 great guardians of the fire worship sect, cried out in surprise. The group of elite disciples in the Saint land sighed in relief. Although they knew the aura came from their sect leader of Zoroastrianism, they were mentally prepared. However, they still felt the pressure from the aura. It was a pressure that came from their souls. Whoosh! At the same time, on the highest floating island behind the clouds above the Saint Island, a tall and burly figure appeared out of thin air. Lord Sect Leader. Chapter 2160. The sect leader of Zoroastrianism was a tall and burly middle-aged man. He wore a long white robe with red flames embroidered on it. It was similar to the robes worn by the elders and disciples of Zoroastrianism. Naturally, it was only similar because the flames embroidered on his white robe were unique. If one took a closer look, they would find that the flames embroidered on the sect leader of fire worship sect's robe seemed to form a long divine dragon that circled around his body. It was as though the true dragon was protecting him. Although the sect leader of Zoroastrianism was tall and burly, he did not look boorish at all. Regardless of whether it was her figure or her face, every part was just right, almost perfect. There was a sense of majesty between his brows, as though he could make all living things submit to him. It seems like I've caused quite a commotion this time. Even the three guardians and Hall Master Lung are here. The sect leader of Zoroastrianism smiled faintly as he leaned forward. In just a blink of an eye, a vast and powerful invisible energy swept out toward the people who were bowing at him. However, it did not injure the crowd. When it approached the crowd, it turned into a gentle yet powerful formless energy that lifted them up. Is this the strength of a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage? Everyone was shocked. Congratulations, Lord Sect Leader, for breaking through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, the Celestial Ascension form. In the end, Zifeng, Qing Xian, and Hong Yun were the first to regain their senses. They immediately congratulated the sect leader of Zoroastrianism. Lung Ying and the others regained their senses when they heard the three guardians' words. Congratulations, Lord Sect Leader. Lung Ying and the others immediately congratulated the sect leader of Zoroastrianism. The sect leader of Zoroastrianism was called Tang Xian. Previously, when his cultivation base was only at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, he was already the strongest person in Zoroastrianism. He was widely acknowledged as the strongest person below the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Tao Martial Saint land. Before this, he was ranked 4th on the Supreme Saint ranking. There were 3 powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage in front of him. Today, he who had been in closed-door cultivation for a long time finally came out. His cultivation base had successfully broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, the Celestial Ascension form. He had officially become one of the strongest powerhouses in the Tao Martial Saint land. Tang Xian nodded at the leaders of the Zoroastrianism with a smile, then asked, "Did anything happen in the sect while I was in seclusion?" Sect leader. The moment Tang Xian's words left his mouth, one of the Vice Hall Masters of the Enforcement Hall stepped forward and said with a solemn expression on his face, "The missing saintess of our Zoroastrianism has returned to our sect." The Vice Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall was none other than Jiang Qin, the Vice Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall who had sent Kerr and her mother to the Enforcement Hall. The missing saintess? Hearing Jiang Qin's words, Tang Xian was stunned for a moment. Then, ecstasy appeared on his face. He lost his composure and asked excitedly, "Is that true?" Tang Xian's loss of composure and agitation frightened Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin was so shocked that he did not regain his senses for a long time. The others, including the 3 great guardians of the Zoroastrianism, looked at Tang Xian in shock as well. They could not figure it out. Why was the sect leader so excited when he heard the saintess had returned? They could not help but think about it. After the saintess had gone missing, the sect had not appointed a new saintess for a long time. It seemed like the sect leader had no intention of appointing a new saintess. Could it be because the saintess possesses a violet innate spiritual root that Lord Sect Leader thinks she's unique? Or is it because the saintess is the reincarnation of a goddess? They could not help but speculate inwardly. Of course, they did not believe in the so-called reincarnation of the goddess. They only felt that it was a fabrication. It's true. At this moment, Lung Ying, the hall master of the enforcement hall, was the first to regain his senses. He hesitated for a moment before he continued to say, "However, the saintess violated the rules of the Zoroastrianism when she went missing. Not only did she have a husband, but she even gave birth to a daughter. She and her daughter are now..." Just as Frigid Eagle was about to say that the saintess and her daughter were temporarily detained in the enforcement hall, Tang Xian interrupted him sternly. "What? The saintess has a husband? She even gave birth to a daughter with him?" Tang Xian's voice grew louder and louder as he spoke. His voice was filled with rage. As his anger rose, a domineering and nearly unparalleled aura appeared on his body again, and it swept out in a devastating manner. This time, even some of the weaker Golden Flame elders felt pressured. On the Saint's Island under the clouds, the group of Saint Lan's elite disciples who had just heaved a sigh of relief suddenly felt the aura that was even more terrifying than before. For a moment, they were pressured to the point of suffocation. This time, those with a weaker cultivation base were bleeding from all 7 of their orifices. They were either sitting on the ground, lying on the ground, or kneeling on the ground. What's going on? The aura of someone who has broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage is already so terrifying. How terrifying would it be if a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage unleashed his full strength? A powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage is too terrifying, as expected of someone who stands at the peak of the Tao martial Saint Land. In the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism, the group of Silver Flame Elders, Bronze Flame Elders, and true disciples were shocked. After a few breaths, the domineering and invincible aura disappeared again. The group of elders and disciples in the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism sighed in relief. Especially those elite disciples with weaker cultivations, they felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted off their shoulders, as if they had picked up their lives. Behind the clouds in the sky above the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism. What's going on? Tang Xian asked coldly as he stared at Lang Ying. It was as though he could see through everything. Lord Sect Leader, the Saint Girl went missing when she was still an infant. When Gan Ruyen, Guardian Qinghua's direct disciple, found her, she was already married and pregnant. Lang Ying braced himself and replied to the enraged Tang Xian. After that, Gan Ruyen brought the Saint Girl back to the sect. However, she didn't tell anyone, including Guardian Qinghua, about this. Instead, she hid the Saint Girl in her mansion. She even allowed the Saint Girl to give birth to her child. A few years later, Jiang Qin, the Vice Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall, received a report from Wen Yen, the direct disciple of Sanctum Leader Lu Tai from the Azure Dragon Sanctum. Jiang Qin then brought the Saint Girl and her child back to the Enforcement Hall to await Lord Sect Leader's decision after he comes out of closed-door cultivation. If it was an ordinary person, they would have been rendered speechless by the enraged Tang Xian. On the other hand, Lang Ying, the Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall, explained the entire story to Tang Xian. Guardian Qinghua, was it Ruyen who found the Saint Girl? Tang Xian asked as he looked at Qinghua after listening to Lang Ying's story. At this moment, his tone was much calmer. Nobody knew if it was because Qinghua was a guardian with a high status in Zoroastrianism or because his anger had subsided. Yes. Qinghua nodded. That girl found the Saint Girl in the lower province of the Tao martial Saint Land. She was indeed in the wrong. Not only did she not report this matter, but she even hid the Saint Girl and allowed her to give birth to her child. Sect Leader, I've already ordered that girl to surrender herself to the Enforcement Hall. I'll accept whatever punishment Sect Leader wants to mete out to her. As soon as Qinghua finished speaking, he sighed. It was as though he had aged a few years. Ruyen is the Saint Girl's twin sister. It's normal for her to protect the Saint Girl. You don't have to take this matter to heart, Guardian Qinghua. Tang Xian shook his head. His eyes were cold as he asked angrily, I just want to know who the Saint Girl's husband is, who's so daring as to blaspheme the Saint Girl of Zoroastrianism. When Tang Xian reached the end of his sentence, his voice began to tremble. It was a tremble of fear. However, in other people's ears it sounded like a tremble of anger. As the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, Tang Xian was terrified when he found out the Saint Girl had a husband and even gave birth to a daughter. This was something the others did not notice. Otherwise, they would not be able to comprehend this. They would have been shocked. Lord Sect Leader. At this moment, Lang Ying spoke again. We've asked the Saint Girl who her husband is, but she's unwilling to tell us. We didn't dare to torture or force the Saint Girl to tell us before we received your order. Lord Sect Leader. You did the right thing. Tang Xian took a deep breath to calm the fear in his heart. He nodded and said, Since Ruyen found the Saint Girl in the lower province, the man must be from the lower province as well. If the Saint Girl doesn't want to tell us, we'll start with Ruyen and find out more about the man. Tang Xian's anxious voice was laced with a hint of fear. That was right. It was fear again. Nobody knew what kind of secret the saint girl of Zoroastrianism was hiding. She was able to strike fear in the sect leader of Zoroastrianism who had broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Hall Master Leng, bring me to see that girl, Ru Yen. After I find out about that man's background from her, I'll personally head to the lower province and bring that man back. Tang Xian's words shocked the high-ranking officials of Zoroastrianism. Chapter 2161. Even though the higher-ups of Zoroastrianism already knew about it, that holy maiden had an extraordinary status in the eyes of the sect leader. However, they did not expect that the sect leader would not hesitate to make a move personally in order to find the person who defiled the saintess. Lord Hierarch. At this moment, Lang Ying, the hall master of the enforcement hall, had no choice but to remind them, currently, all the inter-province transportation formations in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land have lost their function. They can no longer send people to the lower province. Although Tang Xian was the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, he had been in closed-door cultivation for a long time. Due to this reason, he did not know much about the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. The interdomain teleportation array has lost its function? We can't teleport people to the lower province anymore? Tang Xian could not help but frown when he heard Leng Ying's reminder. He asked in a deep voice, "What happened?" Leng Ying told Tang Xian about the rumors that had spread in the Dao Martial Saint Land. These rumors were all about the devil race from the land of exile invading the Debussy subterranean and causing the interdomain teleportation portal to lose its function. In this case, the devil clans from the land of exile might have invaded the lower province again. Tang Xian's expression instantly turned serious after hearing Lang Ying's story. Then, he looked at the two vice sect leaders of Zoroastrianism. Although it's not 100% certain that the devil clans will return to the Dao Martial Saint Land, it's still possible. Have you sent any elders or disciples out to purchase supplies in case of an emergency? Lord Sect Leader, we've ordered our men to purchase a large amount of resources. Even if the devil clan really invades the upper province, Zoroastrianism will be able to fight against them while being self-sufficient. One of the vice sect masters said. The other vice sect master also nodded. Very good. Tang Xian nodded in satisfaction. He then looked at Lang Ying and said, Hall Master Lang, bring me to Ru Yen. After meeting her, bring me to the saintess of Zoroastrianism who has been missing for many years, and the daughter of her and that reckless man from the lower province. When Tang Xian mentioned the men from the lower province, apart from the anger in his eyes, there was also fear that came from the bottom of his heart and soul. It was really hard for him to imagine. If that person knew that the saintess of Zoroastrianism had fallen in love with another man and had even given birth to a daughter, how angry would he be? He had witnessed the terror of that person decades ago. Even now, he still had a deep impression of it. Yes, Lord Hierarch. Lang Ying replied respectfully and turned to lead the way. Guardian Qinghua, if that girl Ru Yen is willing to cooperate, I can let bygones be bygones on account of her eagerness to protect her younger sister. But if she doesn't want to cooperate, I can only punish her according to the rules. Before he left, Tang Xian glanced at Qinghua once more. Only after he finished speaking to Qinghua did he leave with Icehawk. Qinghua could only smile wryly when he heard Tang Xian's words. He knew his disciple very well. She would never betray her sister's man without her sister's permission. Senior brother Qinghua, you're too lenient with your disciple. Hong Yun sighed. Although she looked young, she was not much younger than Qinghua. She was from the same generation as Qinghua. On this day, news of Tang Xian, a disciple of Zoroastrianism, coming out of closed-door cultivation and successfully breaking through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage spread from Zoroastrianism. It did not take long for the news to spread in the Western region, shocking everyone in the Western region. Lord Hierarch of Saint Sect has broken through to the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage, the Celestial Ascension form? After the great guardian of Saint Sect passed the heavenly tribulation and ascended, there's another powerhouse at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Saint Sect. Lord Hierarch of Saint Sect has broken through to the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Tao Martial Saint Land. In the Western region, people who worshipped Zoroastrianism were extremely excited when they learned that Tang Xian, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, had broken through to the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage. As time passed, the news spread out of the Western region and the entire Tao Martial Saint Land. The entire Tao Martial Saint Land was in an uproar. Zoroastrianism had a powerhouse at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage. This was a big deal to the entire Tao Martial Saint Land. After all, previously among the three great sects in the Tao Martial Saint Land, only Zhuangzi Buddhism and Heaven Divination sect each had a powerhouse at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage. The strongest person in Zoroastrianism was only at the eighth form of the Saint Celestial stage, Tang Xian, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism. Naturally, Tang Xian was not an ordinary powerhouse at the eighth form of the Saint Celestial stage. In the Tao Martial Saint Land, apart from being ranked fourth on the Supreme Saint ranking, he was also widely acknowledged as the strongest person below the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage. Previously, the two powerhouses at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage from Zhuangzi Buddhism and Heaven Divination sect had joined forces to kill Tang Xian, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism. Then, they would lead the two great sects to divide the cultivation resources of Zoroastrianism. However, Tang Xian still managed to escape even when the two powerhouses at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage joined forces. This was because Tang Xian knew a terrifying movement divine ability. Moreover, it was a rare movement divine ability called the evasion divine ability. Once he cast it, even a powerhouse at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage would not be able to find him. After Tang Xian had escaped from the two powerhouses at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage from the two great sects, he did not forget to threaten them. If they dared to attack anyone from Zoroastrianism, he would break into the two sects with his escape art and kill all the other people from the two sects. With Tang Xian's strength and the mysterious escape divine ability, apart from the two powerhouses at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage, nobody in the two great sects was a match for him. One could imagine that once Tang Xian chose to fight to the death, the two great sects would definitely suffer heavy losses. In the face of his lightning-fast cultivation speed, his innate talent in the martial Tao due to his violet innate spiritual root, and the flow of time in the fourth level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. So what if he was stuck in a bottleneck? The second form of the Saint Celestial stage? He was already close to breaking through. The third form of the Saint Celestial stage? He continued to break through. The fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage? It was a little difficult, but he continued to break through. The fifth form of the Saint Celestial stage? So what if it was more difficult? He continued to break through. The sixth form of the Saint Celestial stage? I've broken through. After an unknown amount of time, Duan Ling Tian, who was sitting cross-legged in the fourth level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, suddenly opened his eyes. Chapter 2162. As waves of vast and majestic aura swept out from Duan Ling Tian's body, his opened eyes were also as bright as two small scorching suns, dazzling and eye-catching. Nobody dared to look at Duan Ling Tian's eyes at this moment. Otherwise, they would be blinded by the light. Ha 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 ha. When the light in Duan Ling Tian's eyes gradually dimmed, he could not help but laugh heartily. His laughter was filled with unbridled arrogance. At this moment, it was as though all the frustrations in his heart had been swept away, and all of this was because of the cultivation he had now. The sixth form of the Saint Celestial stage. The sixth form of the Saint Celestial stage was also known as the Heavenly Soul form. When one's cultivation base had broken through to this stage, one soul would reach the unity of heaven and man. This was the foundation of the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage, the heaven-defying form. The reason a powerhouse at the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage could live forever was because one soul had reached the unity of heaven and man when one was at the sixth form of the Saint Celestial stage. When my cultivation base was at the fifth form of the Saint Celestial stage, I should be able to tear open the space barrier between this pseudo-realm and the upper province with the help of the Jasper Celestial Sword. Now that my cultivation base is at the sixth form of the Saint Celestial stage, I should be able to tear open the space barrier even without the Jasper Celestial Sword. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he rose to his feet and descended from the sky. I wonder how long I've been in closed-door cultivation? Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he went to look for Hualao. Not bad. You've broken through to the sixth form of the Saint Celestial stage. The soul of a powerhouse at the sixth form of the Saint Celestial stage in this mundane realm has reached the unity of heaven and man. If you use your innate ability to attack the soul, I don't think anyone below the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage would be able to withstand your attack. This was the first thing Hualao said to Duan Lingtian when he saw him again. The soul-attacking innate ability referred to the soul-attacking technique that Duan Lingtian had created by combining his spiritual power and the strange pupil after his transformation. In the past, Duan Lingtian had mostly used this technique to harass his opponents and distract them. And now, after hearing Hualao's words, Duan Lingtian also realized, now that his cultivation base had broken through to the sixth form of the Saint Celestial stage, the heavenly soul form, his innate ability would be even more terrifying if he cast it again. Hualao, this time, how long did I spend in seclusion? Right now, this was what Duan Lingtian cared about the most. He wanted to know how long he had been in seclusion this time. After all, if he had been in seclusion for a long time, the leader of Zoroastrianism might have already come out of seclusion. Once the sect leader of Zoroastrianism came out of seclusion, Kerr and her mother would definitely be in danger. That was not what he wanted to see. 3 years. Hualao replied as though he could hear the urgency in Duan Lingtian's voice. 3 years. Upon hearing Hualao's words, Duan Lingtian's expression turned grave immediately. It's been so long. Duan Lingtian knew very well that the 3 years Hualao had spoken of was the time in the outside world. 3 years in the outside world was equivalent to 30 years in the fourth level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. It's been 3 years. I wonder if the sect leader of Zoroastrianism has come out of seclusion? Duan Lingtian's expression turned grave when he thought of this. I hope he hasn't come out of seclusion yet. After all, it's not unusual for a powerhouse with his cultivation base to go into seclusion for 8 to 10 years. Although this was what Duan Lingtian thought to himself, he was still anxious. Currently, all he wanted to do was to hurry to the sect of Zoroastrianism and rescue Kerr and their daughter. Then, he would think of a way to return to the lower province of the Tao Martial Saint Land. 3 years had passed, the lower province should have been completely occupied by the devil clans, right? His family and his friends were still in the lower district. Hualao, I have to leave this place now. Can you remind me to avoid those killing formations? Duan Lingtian said to Hualao. Without waiting for Hualao's reply, he left the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda with just a thought and appeared in the pseudo-realm created by the 3 eminent devils. Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh when he reappeared in the pseudo-realm after 3 years. The 3 devils who have ascended a long time ago actually left behind a pseudo-realm and killed so many powerhouses in the Saint Province realm. Now that we humans have lost those powerhouses, we'll definitely suffer a great loss when facing the devils. Duan Lingtian's heart sank when he thought about this. After leaving this place, I'll make a trip to Sin City before returning to Zoroastrianism. Duan Lingtian quickly made up his mind. What he wanted to do the most now was to return to Zoroastrianism and rescue Kerr and their daughter. However, when he thought about how the people in the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land were still unaware that the devil clans had arrived in the Saint Province realm, he could not help but feel anxious. Previously, there were rumors that the devil clans would return to the lower province of the Tao Martial Saint Land and invade the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land. However, most of the people in the upper province were only nervous in the beginning. In the end, they didn't think much of it. However, I'm certain the devil clans have already arrived in the Saint Province realm, and their first stop is the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. I must let everyone in the upper province know about this. As for the deaths of the group of powerhouses who entered this pseudo-realm 3 years ago, I'm sure everyone in the upper province has already heard about it. However, they might not know that the culprits behind all of this are 3 eminent celestials from the Devil clan. For this reason, Duan Lingtian planned to go to Sin City to reveal the truth before returning to Zoroastrianism. Everyone in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land had the right to know the truth. Let's go. Hualao's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears, reminding Duan Lingtian to head to the spatial barrier between the pseudo-realm and the upper province. Duan Lingtian nodded. After putting the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda away, he began to make his move. "3 years ago, there were many powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage who died here. There must be many valuable cultivation resources in their spatial rings. It's a pity their spatial rings were destroyed by the power of the killing formations, causing the cultivation resources to disappear as well." Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh when he thought about this. Since the spatial rings were destroyed, it was only natural that the items inside were destroyed as well. Under Hualao's guidance, Duan Lingtian avoided one killing formation after another and finally arrived at the spatial barrier that led to the upper province. Ha! Right at this moment, Duan Lingtian seemed to have noticed something and exclaimed in surprise. As it turned out, when Duan Lingtian arrived at the spatial barrier, he discovered many dried bloodstains on the ground. Based on how dried the bloodstains were, it was obvious they were left behind a few years ago. It seems like someone came to investigate after the powerhouses were killed. I'm afraid they're all dead. Duan Lingtian sighed when he thought about this. I hope there aren't many people who came to investigate. Otherwise, the Saint Province realm will lose another batch of powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage or higher. Duan Lingtian knew very well. Those who were capable of tearing open the spatial barrier and coming here from the upper province were at least at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. He was certain the dried bloodstains belonged to powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage or higher. However, Duan Lingtian was unaware that there were 2 people from the upper province realm who came to the upper province realm. Although 2 people from the upper province had entered the Saint Province realm, they did not die. They had only paid a hefty price. If Duan Lingtian knew about this, he would not have sighed. Swoosh! At this moment, a sword had appeared in Duan Lingtian's hand. It was the 1,000 Inscriptions Saint's sword that he had obtained from the Ground Axe Alliance when he first arrived in Sin City. Break! At the same time, the Sun Saint origin in Duan Lingtian's body surged out like a raging dragon into the 1,000 Inscriptions Saint's sword in his hand. Swoosh! The 1,000 Inscriptions Saint's sword that contained the profundity of the 3rd stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword flew out and slashed at the void in front of him. All of a sudden, rip! Along with a tearing sound, a crack appeared in the void in front of him. It was a very small crack, less than a foot wide. Now that my cultivation base has broken through to the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage, the Sun Saint origin in my body is much stronger than ordinary powerhouses at the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage. However, it's still lacking compared to the Saint origin of a powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. It was easy for Duan Lingtian to notice this when he swung his sword earlier. This verified Hualao's words. As the power of the sun fused into his body and mixed with the power in his body, the advantage would become smaller and smaller as time went on. When he passed the heavenly tribulation and ascended to the Devata realm, the sun force would be much stronger than before. Even if his energy had been fused with the sun force, he would no longer have an advantage over those with the same cultivation base. At that time, the sun force would only give him some of the characteristics of the sun flame. It seems like if I don't cast the elementary devouring tactic or use the Jasper Celestial Sword, I won't be able to tear open the space barrier and return to the upper province. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Elementary devouring tactic. As soon as this thought appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind, he immediately cast the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic. In just a blink of an eye, a whirlpool appeared and merged with Duan Lingtian's body. It greedily devoured the heaven and earth spirit energy in its surroundings. It looked like a bottomless pit. However, it was not a bottomless pit. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian's Sun Saint origin was raised to its limit. Break! Chapter 2163. Swoosh! The 1,000 inscription saint sword that contained Duan Lingtian's Sun Saint origin that had been raised to its limit flew out under the sword-wielding art that was compatible with the third stage of the Supreme Sword Tao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword. Rip! Another ripping sound rang in the air. The tear in the void that had yet to close up suddenly expanded from less than a foot long to more than 10 feet long. It was the same sword, but due to the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, Duan Lingtian had cast, its destructive power had increased to a whole new level. It's time for me to leave. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian flew into the tear in the void and disappeared into the pseudo-realm created by the 3 eminent devils. After entering the tear in the void, Duan Lingtian only saw darkness in front of him for a moment before he saw light again. When he saw light again, Duan Lingtian saw a familiar scene. 3 years ago, Duan Lingtian had entered the pseudo-realm created by the 3 eminent celestials through the tear in the void in this place. I'm out. I'm finally out. Although Duan Lingtian was mentally prepared, he still felt as though he had been given a new lease of life when he came out. He could not help but laugh out loud. His laughter was unbridled and carefree. Although only 3 years had passed in the outside world, he had been cultivating day and night in the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda for 30 years. He had used these 30 years of cultivation in exchange for his current cultivation base. From now on I, Duan Lingtian, no longer have to hide my identity in the Tao Martial Saint Land. I'm Duan Lingtian. I'll never change my name. Without warning, Duan Lingtian removed the loose black robe he was wearing and put on a long purple robe. Moreover, his face had also reverted to its original appearance. He had dashing eyebrows and bright eyes. He was handsome and elegant. This was Duan Lingtian's true appearance. Currently, his cultivation base had broken through to the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Duan Lingtian was confident he would not be afraid as long as he did not encounter someone at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. After all, how many people had broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Tao Martial Saint Land? Sin City. All of a sudden, Duan Lingtian seemed to have recalled something. His eyes flashed as he looked towards the south. It was the direction of Sin City. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian moved as though he had transformed into a gust of wind as he flew towards Sin City. After 3 years, Duan Lingtian felt as though a lifetime had passed since he had returned to Sin City. Duan Lingtian had only left Sin City for 3 years in the outside world. However, in the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, Duan Lingtian had left Sin City for 30 years. The world had changed in 30 years. It was no wonder Duan Lingtian felt this way. Apart from that, Duan Lingtian was in a good mood. Perhaps it had something to do with the fact that he dared to enter Sin City with his true appearance. Along the way, Duan Lingtian's face was, naturally, the center of attention. This person. He looks familiar. Yes, I think I've seen him somewhere before. However, I can't recall where. I think he looks familiar as well. Duan Lingtian heard similar comments as he walked. Many people said he looked familiar, but they could not recall where they had seen him. Duan Lingtian was not surprised by this. These people felt that he looked familiar because they had seen his portrait before. 3.5 years ago, after he had killed Elder Xiezong of the Zhuangzi Buddhism, he had completely enraged the Golden Lion King Xiakong Sun, one of the 4 great Karmapa of the Zhuangzi Buddhism. Xiakong Sun had been looking for him everywhere and had even distributed his portrait. Not only had he issued a bounty for him, but he had even spread the news that he had obtained 2 Super Saint weapons. If it was 3 years ago, he would not have been able to enter Sin City with his true appearance. Even if he had disguised himself, as long as he did not wear a loose robe that concealed his figure, he would have been recognized immediately. At that time, he had witnessed the madness of the sexless cultivators in Sin City. Whoosh! After entering Sin City, Duan Lingtian leaped into the air and shot up into the sky like a rocket. In just a blink of an eye, he was above the central area of Sin City. I remember now. Almost as soon as Duan Lingtian leaped into the air, the sexless cultivator who was stunned by Duan Lingtian's appearance finally remembered where he had seen this face before. He's Duan Lingtian, the prodigy of Zoroastrianism, Duan Lingtian. He's the one who obtained 2 Super Saint weapons. He's the one who killed Xiezong, the son of the Golden Lion King of the Zhuangzi Buddhism. When the sexless cultivator recognized Duan Lingtian, he could not help but exclaim loudly, Duan Lingtian? I remember now. He's Duan Lingtian. I still have his portrait in my hand. It's him. It's him. His appearance and build are the same. Duan Lingtian is here? Are my eyes playing tricks on me? This Duan Lingtian is bold enough to show himself in front of us? 3 years ago, this Duan Lingtian went missing. We sexless cultivators turned Sin City upside down, but we couldn't find him. Now he's here on his own accord? Perhaps he thinks that after 3 years we have already forgotten about him. After confirming Duan Lingtian's identity, many sexless cultivators began to discuss among themselves. Some sexless cultivators even stared at Duan Lingtian, who was hovering in the air. Greed could be seen in their eyes. At this moment, they really wanted to capture Duan Lingtian and send him to the Golden Lion King of the Zhuangzi Buddhism in exchange for the reward they had been dreaming of. However, for the time being, no one was willing to be the one to take the lead. Good day, everyone in Sin City. I'm Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian said calmly as he hovered in the air above the center of Sin City. Although his voice was not loud, it was filled with Sun Saint origin, so it entered the ears of most people in Sin City. For a moment, the entire Sin City was in an uproar. Duan Lingtian. This name sounds familiar. How can it not be? Duan Lingtian is the prodigious disciple of the Zoroastrianism. He's also the person who was hunted down by the Golden Lion King of the Zhuangzi Buddhism 3 years ago. In order to find him, the Golden Lion King has increased the reward time and time again. Now, the bounty is even scarier. It's him? Could it be the same person? Why do I feel like it's not the same person? If it's that Duan Lingtian, let alone being so high profile, I'm afraid he wouldn't even dare to show himself in Sin City, right? Won't we know if it's the same person if we go over and take a look? The voice seems to be coming from the center of the city. Let's go over. Similar voices could be heard all over the city of Sin. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. At the same time, many figures flew out from various parts of Sin City. However, they only had one goal in mind. They were heading to the center of Sin City. It's really that Duan Lingtian. He looks exactly the same as the portrait. Even his body shape is exactly the same. Isn't he a little too bold? How dare he show himself in Sin City so openly? Isn't he afraid of death? Is he crazy? It's possible. In the past 3 years, he must have lived like a rat under the pursuit of the Golden Lion King of the Zhuangzi Buddhism. Maybe that's why he's crazy. More and more people gathered in the central area of the city of Sin. When their gazes landed on the purple figure in the sky, they immediately recognized him. It was the person who was wanted by the Golden Lion King of the Zhuangzi Buddhism, Xiakong Sun. He was the prodigious disciple of Zoroastrianism, Duan Lingtian. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, a burst of loud laughter rang in the air. It was getting closer and clearer. Duan Lingtian, I didn't expect you to come knocking on my door. What a waste of effort. Since you've come knocking on my door, why don't you follow me to the Zhuangzi Buddhism and meet the Golden Lion King? The Golden Lion King wants to meet you even in his dreams." A burly middle-aged man with a stocky build appeared as he laughed. His body seemed to be burning with flames as he flew from afar. From afar, he looked like a fireball as he flew toward Duan Lingtian. "That's Kongzhen." As the burly middle-aged man approached Duan Lingtian, many Sectless cultivators recognized him and cried out in surprise. "Kongzhen? The person who's ranked 93rd on the Supreme Saint ranking? A powerhouse at the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage?" Some of the Sectless cultivators regained their senses. They vaguely remembered where they had heard Kongzhen's name. "That's him. Kongzhen, the powerhouse at the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage who's ranked 93rd on the Supreme Saint ranking." One of the Sectless cultivators who had cried out earlier said confidently, "I didn't expect him to beat us to it." One of the Sectless cultivators could not help but sigh when he saw Kongzhen was getting closer to Duan Lingtian. Although Duan Lingtian, the prodigious disciple of Zoroastrianism, is quite talented, it has only been 3 years. Coupled with the fact that the Golden Lion King from the Zhuangzi Buddhism is hunting him down, I don't think he's made much progress. 3 years ago, he was thousands of miles away from Lord Kongzhen. It's been 3 years since then. Let alone the fact that he's being chased by the Black Kshetra sect's Golden Lion King. Even if he could, it's impossible for him to catch up to Lord Kongzhen. I agree. Lord Kongzhen is a powerhouse at the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage after all. Chapter 2164. When Kongzhen appeared, many Sectless cultivators began to discuss among themselves. Based on their words, they all agreed that Duan Lingtian would be captured by Kongzhen and sent to Siakong Sun, the Golden Lion King of Zhuangzi Buddhism. After all, even a powerhouse at the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage would be tempted by Siakong Sun, the Golden Lion King's bounty. It's a pity the 2 Super Saint weapons on him were taken away by the Supreme Elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism. Otherwise, Kongzhen wouldn't have just obtained the bounty from the Golden Lion King of Zhuangzi Buddhism. He would have obtained 2 Super Saint weapons instead. You're overthinking it. If Duan Lingtian had 2 Super Saint weapons, do you think Kongzhen would have a chance to kill him? That's right. Although Sin City has lost many powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage or above 3 years ago, we still have 1 or 2 powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage or above. If Duan Lingtian had a Super Saint weapon, they would have killed him a long time ago. At the same time, many Sectless cultivators sighed. Duan Lingtian was shocked when he heard their words. "When did the Supreme Elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism take away my Super Saint weapon? Where did you get this news from?" For this reason, Duan Lingtian intentionally glanced into his spatial ring and noticed the Devil Seal tablet was still lying there quietly. This made him even more puzzled. Who was the one who spread the news? Moreover, based on the Sectless cultivators' words, it seemed like they believed the news. Duan Lingtian had heard of the Supreme Elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism. He knew the Supreme Elder was at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. He was ranked 2nd on the Supreme Saint ranking, 2nd only to Nye Wu Tian, the strongest person in the Dao Martial Saint land. However, Duan Lingtian had never seen the Supreme Elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism before. How could the Supreme Elder have taken away his Super Saint weapon? Strange. How strange. These words were enough to express Duan Lingtian's feelings at this moment. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was unaware that the Supreme Elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism's Supreme Elder of the Supreme Elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism. 6 months ago, the Supreme Elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism had claimed that he had taken 2 Super Saint Duan Lingtian. He said that when Duan Lingtian had hidden the 2 Super Saint weapons somewhere, he had offered to spare Duan Lingtian's life to force Duan Lingtian to hand the 2 Super Saint weapons over to him. The Supreme Elder of Zhuangzi sect's Supreme Elder of the Supreme Elder of Zhuangzi Duan Ling sect. The Supreme Elder to Duan Zhuangzi was the Supreme Elder of Zhuangzi. The Duan Lingtian to Duan Lingtian's peoples to Duan Tian's. Him Zhen was the Lingtian Kong Duan Lingtian. However, because the news spread like wildfire, many people still believed it. Of course, there were more people who were skeptical. That was until the Golden Lion King of the Zhuangzi Buddhism, Xie Sun, stepped forward and announced that he would reduce the bounty on Duan Lingtian. Only then were the remaining people convinced. In the past, the Golden Lion King had increased the bounty again and again, but no one was willing to help. At that time, Duan Lingtian had 2 super holy weapons in his possession. Even if the Golden Lion King offered a bounty, could it be more attractive than 2 super holy weapons? No one bothered with him at all. When Xie Sun, the Golden Lion King of the Zhuangzi Buddhism, found out that Duan Lingtian had lost the 2 super saint weapons, he seemed to have lost his patience and increased the bounty on Duan Lingtian again. Therefore, no matter who it was, as long as they were targeting Duan Lingtian, they were no longer aiming for the super saint weapon. Instead, they were aiming for the reward Xie Sun had promised them. After all, in their eyes, Duan Lingtian no longer had any super saint weapons in his possession. Most people did not expect this. The Supreme Elder of the Zhuangzi Buddhism claimed that he had snatched the 2 super saint weapons from Duan Lingtian because he did not want others to beat him to it. He wanted to keep the 2 super saint weapons for himself. He was very smart. He asked the Golden Lion King, Xie Sun, to cooperate and reduce the bounty on Duan Lingtian. That way, the others would think that Xie Sun had confirmed that the 2 super saint weapons were in the hands of the Supreme Elder of the Zhuangzi Buddhism. That was why he had reduced the bounty at that time. In truth, this was just a facade deliberately created to make people believe the Supreme Elder of the Zhuangzi Buddhism statement. Stop right there. When Kong Zhen was only a few tens of meters away from Duan Lingtian looked at him with a gaze that was like a bolt of lightning as he shouted out coldly. Duan Lingtian's cold shout was extremely sudden, and even Kong Zhen was shocked to the point of being stunned, and then he unconsciously stopped moving. If you dare to take another step forward, you'll die. Before Kong Zhen could regain his senses, Duan Lingtian had already opened his mouth and shouted coldly again. His voice was cold, but there was no room for doubt in his tone. His words were extremely domineering. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the entire place fell silent again. Even Kong Zhen was stunned when he heard Duan Lingtian's overbearing words before he regained his senses. Heavens! Is this Duan Lingtian crazy? How dare he provoke Lord Kong Zhen? In my opinion, he's trying to provoke Lord Kong Zhen so that Lord Kong Zhen will kill him. That way, he won't have to face the Golden Lion King from the Zhuangzi Buddhism anymore. I think so too. After all, if he faces the Golden Lion King won't let him die so easily. He'll most likely torture him before he dies. After all, Xiezong, who he killed, is the only son of the Golden Lion King. Many of the sectless cultivators regained their senses. Some of them looked at Duan Lingtian as though they had just seen a ghost. Some of them thought Duan Lingtian was seeking his own death. However, was Duan Lingtian really seeking his own death? Humph! A cold grunt sounded out abruptly. It was Kong Zhen that had recovered from his shock, and the gaze he shot at Duan Lingtian was slightly ghastly. Duan Lingtian, if you want to die, then I won't allow you to. I'll use you to exchange for the reward offered by the Golden Lion King from the Zhuangzi Buddhism. Then I'll give the Golden Lion King a condition. The condition is that I'll personally witness you being tortured to death. When Kong Zhen reached the end of his sentence, the way he looked at Duan Lingtian changed. It was as though he was looking at a dead man. In Kong Zhen's eyes, Duan Lingtian was indeed no different from a dead man. This was because the Golden Lion King from the Zhuangzi Buddhism would never let Duan Lingtian go. I'll repeat this one last time. If you dare to take half a step closer to me, you'll die. Duan Lingtian added impatiently when he saw Kong Zhen's robe fluttering as he charged toward Duan Lingtian again. His tone was even colder now. Die? I'd like to see what makes you think you're qualified to say that to me. This time, Kong Zhen was not stunned by Duan Lingtian's words. After he sneered, the saint origin on his body surged like flames. His robe swelled up and fluttered loudly. In the next moment, His body moved as he continued to charge toward Duan Lingtian. He only had one objective. He wanted to capture Duan Lingtian and send him to the Golden Lion King from the Zhuangzi Buddhism, Siekong Sun, to claim the reward. You're seeking death. When Duan Lingtian saw how stubborn Kong Zhen was, his left eye, strange pupil, flashed. Whoosh! A soul attack in the form of a divine dragon shot out toward Kong Zhen at a ridiculously fast speed. Oh no! When Duan Lingtian's soul attack shot out, Kong Zhen, who had just made his move, seemed to have noticed something. His expression changed abruptly. However, this was destined to be the last expression he would show in his life. This was because the moment he reacted, the soul attack in the form of a divine dragon had already entered his body. It did not leave any wounds on his body as it continued to move toward his soul. Duan Lingtian's current cultivation base was at the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage. When he had broken through from the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage to the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage, not only had his saint origin improved, but his soul had also improved as well. The 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage was also known as the Heavenly Soul form. When one's cultivation base had broken through to this stage, one's soul would undergo another transformation and reach the Heaven-Man Unity stage. For this reason, Duan Lingtian's soul was much stronger than Kong Zhen's soul when his cultivation base was only at the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Under such circumstances, Duan Lingtian's soul was still intact. Duan Lingtian's soul attack easily destroyed Kong Zhen's soul and killed him. Whoosh! Under the shocked gazes of the sectless cultivators, Kong Zhen, who was flying toward Duan Lingtian, seemed to have lost his sense of direction. After flying for a distance, he fell from the sky in a parabola. Bang! A loud sound rang in the air as Kong Zhen was smashed into a pile of meat under everyone's watchful eyes. This scene continuously shocked the eyes of the group of independent cultivators, causing their expressions to change. Some of them with a higher cultivation base looked at Duan Lingtian as though they had seen a ghost. How's it possible for Duan Lingtian to be so strong? That's Kong Zhen, a cultivator at the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage. He's ranked 93rd on the Supreme Saint ranking. He didn't even make a move, but Kong Zhen fell from the sky as though he had lost control and was smashed into a pile of meat. He didn't make a move? Didn't you notice the fleeting soul aura earlier? Duan Lingtian used a soul attack. Soul attack. That's impossible. I've never heard of Duan Lingtian using a soul attack. Some of the sectless cultivators were certain that Duan Lingtian had something to do with Kong Zhen's death. Some of them were certain that Kong Zhen's death was an accident and had nothing to do with Duan Lingtian. At this moment, the crowd of sectless cultivators was divided into two camps. However, Duan Lingtian did not pay any attention to the sectless cultivators. He pricked his finger, and a drop of blood flowed out from his finger before it rose into the air. Is Duan Lingtian trying to swear on the lightning penalty oath? Some of the sectless cultivators quickly noticed Duan Lingtian's action. All of their attention was focused on Duan Lingtian. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Duan Lingtian also swore on the lightning penalty oath. Today, I, Duan Lingtian, swear that if I'm lying, I'm willing to be struck to death by the lightning penalty. Chapter 2165. Duan Lingtian had not gotten to the point. However, the sectless cultivators present on the scene could not help but hold their breaths when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. At this moment, all of their attention was on Duan Lingtian. Most of them could not help but feel puzzled. What's Duan Lingtian trying to say? He's actually willing to swear on the lightning penalty oath to prove it. Is he trying to swear on the lightning penalty oath to prove that he doesn't have any Super Saint weapons? There's no need to prove it, right? After all, Supreme Elder Zhuangzi Buddhism has already proven it. Even so, there must be some people who are skeptical. If Duan Lingtian swears on the lightning penalty oath, it'll be a completely different story. Many sectless cultivators speculated. Unfortunately, they were destined to be disappointed. At the same time, Duanling Tian said, 3 years ago, in the north of Sin City, the treasure vault that was suspected to be left behind by eminent celestials killed many powerhouses. The culprits were the 3 eminent celestials who left behind the treasure vault. When Duanling Tian finished speaking, the sectless cultivators present on the scene did not react at all. After all, this was something that everyone knew about. Why did Duanling Tian bring this up? Does he need to swear on the lightning penalty oath to prove it? I'm afraid there's no one in the upper province who doesn't know about this, right? Many sectless cultivators frowned. The 3 eminent celestials were powerhouses from the devil clans who were left behind in the Tao Martial Saint Land during the Human Devil era. In order to survive, they hid in the mortal continent and spent a long time improving their cultivation base. Duanling Tian continued to speak. When the sectless cultivators heard Duanling Tian's words, horror dawned on them. They could no longer maintain their composure. Devil clans? The 3 eminent celestials who left behind the treasure vault are actually from the devil clans? Really? Duanling Tian already swore on the lightning penalty oath. Seeing how he didn't attract the lightning penalty after saying that, it's enough to prove that he's telling the truth. Oh my God! I really didn't expect that the trap was actually left behind by a devil expert. Previously, many people, including me, were puzzled. What kind of expert would be bored enough to open up an independent space to kill later generations? If it was the devil clan, then it would be explainable. Since Duanling Tian had sworn on the lightning penalty oath, the group of sectless cultivators did not doubt his words. Moreover, what Duanling Tian said was also true. This solved many people's doubts. When the Tao Martial Saint Land was divided into 2, the upper province and the lower province, they set up a formation in each of the upper province and the lower province. The formation in the lower province will automatically activate when the devil clans from the land of exile descend again. After the formation in the lower province is activated, the formation in the upper province will be activated as well. The activation of the formation in the upper province will open up the entrance to the independent space that they created in the upper province and lure human powerhouses into it. Duanling Tian continued to say, those whose cultivation base is below the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage will be eliminated after they enter the inner realm. In fact, they're considered lucky. They're lucky because almost all of them died. Duanling Tian's tone was heavy when he spoke. Although those dead human powerhouses had nothing to do with him, from a human's point of view, he felt sad for their deaths. So that's how it is. Then, does this mean the devil clans have returned to the lower province of the Tao Martial Saint Land? Horror dawned on the group of devil cultivators when they heard Duanling Tian's words. They looked at Duanling Tian as though they were waiting for his confirmation. That's right. Duanling Tian nodded solemnly. The devil clans from the land of exile have indeed invaded the Tao Martial Saint Land. Moreover, they entered the lower province 3 years ago. I'm 100% certain of this. If there's any falsehood in my words, the lightning penalty oath I left behind earlier is still valid. Duanling Tian's voice was heavy when he spoke. Since Duanling Tian had sworn on the lightning penalty oath, the group of sectless cultivators present on the scene did not doubt his words at all. For this reason, they began to panic. The devil clans had really returned. In the past, due to the fact that the inter-province transportation formations in the upper province could no longer transport people to the lower province, many people had speculated that the devil clans had invaded the lower province because there was a gap in the spatial barrier between the Tao Martial Saint Land and the land of exile. However, that was mostly just a guess. Most people in the upper province only panicked for a moment before they cast this matter to the back of their minds. However, today, there was someone who swore on the lightning penalty oath that the devil clans had invaded the lower province. Moreover, the lightning penalty oath did not punish him with lightning to kill him. This was enough to prove that the devil clans were not lying. This person was not lying. The devil clans have actually returned. Damn it! Doesn't that mean that the second human devil era is coming to the world? Those three eminent celestials were restless before they ascended to the upper province. They even left behind a trap that killed so many of our powerhouses. If the devil clans invade the upper province, I'm afraid we won't be able to contend with them since we've lost so many powerhouses. It has been 3 years since the devil clans invaded the lower province. They must be waiting for an opportunity to invade the upper province. Or perhaps, they're planning to attack the upper province after they've completely occupied the lower province. I'm afraid it won't be long before the devil clans invade the upper province. The Sectless cultivators began to panic when they heard Duan Lingtian's explanation. Duan Lingtian, how do you know so much about this? One of the Sectless cultivators asked loudly. His voice was loud enough to drown out the commotion. The Sectless cultivators fell silent and looked at Duan Lingtian in unison. That was right. How did Duan Lingtian know so much about this? Since they had sworn on the lightning penalty oath, they did not doubt Duan Lingtian's words. However, they were curious about how Duan Lingtian knew about this. How do I know so much about this? Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed. He did not beat around the bush and said bluntly, "It's because I entered the independent space left behind by the three eminent devils 3 years ago. I'm the only one who survived after those powerhouses below the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage were eliminated." Whoosh! The crowd burst into an uproar when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. However, most of the Sectless cultivators were still skeptical. Based on what you're saying, you also entered the trap left behind by the 3 eminent devils 3 years ago. Moreover, you managed to pass the initial test and stayed? What a joke! As far as I know, those powerhouses below the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage were eliminated. Are you trying to say you were already at the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage or higher 3 years ago? If I'm not mistaken, your strength was only at the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage, right? The Sectless cultivators questioned Duan Lingtian. I can understand your doubts. However, if I were to tell you about my other identity, perhaps all of you would no longer doubt me. Duan Lingtian said. Identity? What identity? Many Sectless cultivators frowned. They did not understand what Duan Lingtian meant. Swoosh! While the Sectless cultivators were still frowning, Duan Lingtian raised his hand and took out a long black robe to cover his entire body. This long black robe was the same one he wore when he appeared in public as the black-robed man. Duan Lingtian's face and body were covered by the black robe. The black-robed man. The Sectless cultivators were dumbfounded. Was Duan Lingtian not the same as the black-robed man who became famous in Sin City 3 years ago? If I'm not mistaken, the black-robed man appeared after Duan Lingtian killed Xiezong, the son of the Golden Lion King from the Zhuangzi Buddhism. Does this mean the black-robed man is Duan Lingtian? If that's the case, doesn't this mean Duan Lingtian hasn't left Sin City all this while? He just changed his identity. An identity that no one would have thought of. I can't believe Duan Lingtian is the black-robed man. This world is too small. It's too surreal. The Sectless cultivators present on the scene sighed when they saw Duan Lingtian's disguise. Not many people suspected Duan Lingtian's identity as the black-robed man. If Duan Lingtian was the black-robed man, no one would recognize him after he entered the trap left behind by the 3 eminent devils. As far as they knew, the black-robed man had indeed entered the trap and was not eliminated. Duan Lingtian, since you're the black-robed man and didn't die in that place, why didn't you come out earlier and tell us about the devil clans invading the Dao Martial Saint Land? That's right. Don't you know that if you told us earlier, we would have been able to guard against the invasion earlier? Duan Lingtian, you're being unkind. Many Sectless cultivators criticized Duan Lingtian. It was as though Duan Lingtian would be a sinner if the devil clans annihilated the human race. Humph! Duan Lingtian snorted. How do you know I didn't come out today? You only came out today? Many people were stunned when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. Impossible. The Supreme Elder of the Zhuangzi Buddhism announced that he took 2 Super Saint weapons from you a year ago. It's impossible for you to stay in that place until today. Chapter 2166. A year ago, you took away the 2 Super Saint weapons in my hands? Duan Lingtian could not help but laugh when he saw the Sectless cultivators looking at him. As the person in question, how come I didn't know about it? In addition, I've already sworn on the lightning penalty oath earlier. If what I say now is false, the lightning penalty oath will definitely come true, and the lightning penalty will be imposed on me. Do you think I'm being punished by the lightning penalty? Duan Lingtian shook his head when he reached the end of his sentence. He was disappointed by the intellect of the Sectless cultivators in front of him. How could they believe what they said? How ridiculous! Naturally, Duan Lingtian was unaware of the significance of a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land. Otherwise, he would not have thought so. In the eyes of ordinary people, a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage was invincible. They were like gods. How many people would think a powerhouse at that level would make such a statement in order to obtain the Super Saint weapons? When the Supreme Elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism first made the statement, many people were skeptical. However, these people still believed him. Moreover, with the cooperation of the Golden Lion King, Siekong Sun, from the Zhuangzi Buddhism, the doubts in their hearts were dispelled. The Sectless cultivators fell silent when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. After a while, one of the Sectless cultivators looked at Duan Lingtian with a burning gaze and asked, "Does this mean you still have the 2 Super Saint weapons?" Duan Lingtian could sense the greed in the eyes of the Sectless cultivators as they looked at him. Duan Lingtian knew very well. If it was not for Kongzhen's example, many Sectless cultivators would have already attacked him and snatched the Super Saint weapon in his hands. No. Duan Lingtian shook his head when he heard the Sectless cultivator's question. No? The Sectless cultivator was stunned. Didn't you say you've been staying in the independent space created by the 3 eminent devils for the past 3 years? If that's the case, Supreme Elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism wouldn't have snatched your Super Saint weapons. Just now, you also admitted to this point? Why are you saying it's not with you now? The Sectless cultivator was confused. The other Sectless cultivators were confused as well. I said I don't have the 2 Super Saint weapons. I only have 1 Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet. I've never seen the Super Saint weapon, the Traceless Sword. Duan Lingtian, Siekong Sun. The Golden Lion King from the Zhuangzi Buddhism, Siekong Sun. The Golden Lion King from the Zhuangzi Buddhism, Siekong Sun from the Zhuangzi clan's Siekong Sun. Duan Eminent at the ends. Due to the restriction of the lightning penalty oath, the people in the surroundings did not doubt Duan Lingtian's words at all. I remember 3 years ago, Siekong Sun, the Golden Lion King, said Duan Lingtian's sword was suspected to be the Super Saint weapon, the Traceless Sword, but he wasn't 100% certain. One of the Sectless cultivators recalled. That seems to be the case. Many Sectless cultivators nodded in agreement. Maybe it's the Super Saint weapon, the 9 Cloud Sword. Some of the Sectless cultivators said as they looked at Duan Lingtian eagerly. It was as though Duan Lingtian was a peerless treasure. I don't have the Super Saint weapon, the 9 Cloud Sword, either. However, Duan Lingtian's words mercilessly refuted their speculation. At this moment, all of a sudden, Duan Lingtian, a furious roar that sounded like a lion's roar resonated in the distance. As soon as the voice left his mouth, a tall figure appeared before everyone's eyes. It was as though he had appeared out of thin air. Based on this, one could see that this person was extremely fast. The speed of this person was so fast that it was beyond the reach of ordinary people. It was an old man with a height of 2 meters. Not only was he tall, but he was also muscular. From afar, he looked like a human-shaped beast. The old man had white hair that stood on end. His face was covered with a white curly beard. Coupled with his large head, he looked like a gigantic lion's head. Apart from that, under the old man's thick eyebrows were a pair of eyes that were as large as gongs. When he glared, he looked like an angry Vajra. When the old man appeared, a terrifying aura surged out of his body. It seemed as though the air around him had turned stagnant. Golden Lion King. It's the Golden Lion King, one of the four great Karmapa of Zhuangzi Buddhism. Some of the sectless cultivators could not help but exclaim when they recognized the old man. I didn't expect the Golden Lion King to come so quickly. It seems like he's well informed. This means there are a lot of Zhuangzi Buddhism's eyes and ears in Sin City. When he learned that Duan Lingtian has appeared in Sin City, he must have dropped everything and rushed over. After all, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for him. It's a good opportunity to avenge his son. I'm afraid Duan Lingtian is in grave danger today. As the sectless cultivators discussed among themselves, they could not help but look at Duan Lingtian with a hint of pity in their eyes. It was as though they were certain Duan Lingtian would die in the hands of the Golden Lion King. At this moment, it seemed as though they had completely forgotten about it. Duan Lingtian had only escaped from the independent realm left behind by the three eminent celestials today. In order to return to the upper province from the independent realm, one had to tear open the space barrier. One had to be at least at the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage to tear open the space barrier between the independent realm and the upper province. Duan Lingtian, I didn't expect you to appear in such a manner. The old man who looked like a lion stopped in his tracks and looked at Duan Lingtian. I don't care why you appeared in such a manner. You'll definitely die today. Since Duan Lingtian was not in disguise, the Golden Lion King recognized him with just a glance. Saint Origin surged out of the Golden Lion King's body as soon as he recognized Duan Lingtian. It was a terrifying and oppressive aura that caused many sectless cultivators with a weaker cultivation base to retreat. You're the Golden Lion King, Xiekong Sun? When the Golden Lion King looked at Duan Lingtian was also looking at the Golden Lion King. This was his first time meeting the Golden Lion King, one of the four great Karmapa of Zhuangzi Buddhism. In the past, he had only met the Green Bat King, one of the four great Karmapa of Zhuangzi Buddhism. However, the Green Bat King had died in the pseudo-realm left behind by the three eminent celestials. Roar! However, the Golden Lion King only responded to Duan Lingtian with a low roar. One could vaguely hear the extreme anger contained in this low roar. In the next moment, under everyone's watchful eyes, vast and majestic Saint Origin gushed out of the Golden Lion King's body, causing him to look as though he had turned into a blazing sun, dazzling and dazzling. The Golden Lion King is going to make his move. Many people were shocked when they saw this. Bang! An earth-shattering explosion rang in the air as the Golden Lion King's figure shot toward Duan Lingtian at an exaggerated speed. It was as though he had borrowed the force of the explosion to propel himself forward. He disappeared? In the eyes of many sectless cultivators, it seemed as though the Golden Lion King had vanished into thin air. Naturally, the Golden Lion King did not disappear. His speed was so fast that the sectless cultivators with a weaker cultivation base could not capture his movements. In the eyes of some sectless cultivators with a higher cultivation base, the Golden Lion King was like a ghost. Even if they tried their best to widen their eyes, they could only catch a fleeting afterimage. Fast! He's too fast. As expected of the Golden Lion King, who's ranked third among the four great Karmapa of Zhuangzi Buddhism and ranked 18th on the Supreme Saint ranking. Xiekong Sun, the Golden Lion King of Zhuangzi Buddhism, was a famous powerhouse in the Tao martial saint land. However, today he had made a move against Duan Lingtian, a prodigious disciple of Zoroastrianism. It could be said that he was bullying the weak. The group of sectless cultivators present on the scene also thought that Xiekong Sun was doomed. There was no doubt that Duan Lingtian would die today when he faced Xiekong Sun. However, would the truth be as they thought? The seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage. His strength is indeed not bad. The sectless cultivators could only see afterimages of the Golden Lion King. However, Duan Lingtian was able to see everything the Golden Lion King did. His every move was clearly seen by Duan Lingtian. Elementary devouring tactic. Before the Golden Lion King made his move, Duan Lingtian had already accumulated his Sun Saint energy. As soon as the Golden Lion King made his move, Duan Lingtian cast his assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic. In just a blink of an eye, a whirlpool appeared and merged with Duan Lingtian's body. It emitted a terrifying suction force that seemed capable of devouring heaven and earth. As soon as the whirlpool appeared, the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings surged and surged into Duan Lingtian's body at an alarming speed. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian's sun saint energy rose to its limit. It was stronger than most powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage and was second only to powerhouses at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Boom! As soon as Duan Lingtian cast his divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, Xie Kong soon cast his assist-type divine ability as well. In just a blink of an eye, the saint origin in his body rose to another level. It was comparable to a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. In just a blink of an eye, Xie Kong Sun's strength was no weaker than Duan Lingtian. He was on par with Duan Lingtian. As expected of the Golden Lion King, one of the 4 great Karmapa of Zhuangzi Buddhism. Your assist-type divine ability is not weak. However, if this is all you've got, I'm afraid you won't be able to avenge your son today. Duan Lingtian said indifferently as the Golden Lion King charged toward him like a phantom. Not only was Duan Lingtian not killed by Xie Kong Sun, but he had also severed both of Xie Kong Sun's arms with just a wave of his hand, turning Xie Kong Sun into a cripple. Run! The Golden Lion King, Xie Kong Sun, who finally regained his senses and realized Duan Lingtian's strength was not a match for him, thought to himself immediately, run, run, run. As soon as the thought appeared in his mind, he could no longer suppress it. Whoosh! In just a blink of an eye, Xie Kong Sun made his move. However, he did not continue to charge toward Duan Lingtian. Instead, he turned around and charged in the opposite direction of Duan Lingtian. Boom! 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 Accompanied by a series of thunderous sounds, it was the vast true essence raging on the surface of Xie Kong Sun's body that shook the void, causing a series of air explosions to resound. At this moment, Xie Kong Sun had unleashed all his strength and techniques. He did all he could to escape. At this moment, he had completely forgotten about avenging his son's death. All he wanted was to survive even if the chances were slim. I'm going to use this sword to prove that I wasn't boasting earlier. Duan Lingtian's voice rang in the air again when Xie Kong Sun turned around to flee. The sectless cultivators in the surroundings shuddered when they heard his voice. Swoosh! An ear-piercing sword howl that lasted for a brief moment resounded in the air as soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking. When Xie Kong Sun heard the sword cry, his body trembled violently as though he was a bird startled by the twang of a bow. He slowed down a little before he sped up again and continued to flee. Spurt! As soon as Xie Kong Sun sped up, another soft sound rang in the air. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a terrifying bloody hole appeared on the back of Xie Kong Sun's head while he was fleeing. Blood was still gushing out of the hole as if it was free of charge. This scene caused the group of independent cultivators in the surroundings to fall into a dead silence. They only regained their senses when they saw Duan Lingtian flying forward and taking Xie Kong Sun's spatial ring before Xie Kong Sun's body fell from the sky. They turned to look at Duan Lingtian in unison as though they had discussed this beforehand. In the depths of their eyes, there was a look of fear. Xie Kong Sun, the Golden Lion King, one of the 4 great Karmapa of Zhuangzi Buddhism, had crippled him with just 2 sword strikes. Was that person really Xie Kong Sun? Was he really the Golden Lion King of Zhuangzi Buddhism, the powerhouse ranked 18th on the Supreme Saint ranking? Duan Lingtian, naturally, noticed the gazes of the sectless cultivators, but he ignored them. He had just devoured Xie Kong Sun's innate spiritual root and was about to improve his innate spiritual root. However, even if Xie Kong Sun possessed an indigo innate spiritual root, it was still a drop in the bucket for him. After all, his innate spiritual root was a violet innate spiritual root that was superior to indigo innate spiritual roots. I wonder when the color of my innate spiritual root will change from light violet to normal violet. Once it's successful, my innate talent will improve, and my cultivation speed will be even faster. At that time, with the help of the time flow on the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, my cultivation base will improve by leaps and bounds. The devil race from the land of exile had already arrived in the lower province and was about to invade the upper province. News of Duan Lingtian's actions in Sin City spread like wildfire. It turns out that Duan Lingtian did not obtain the 2 Super Saint artifacts back then. He only has 1 Super Saint weapon, and it's the Devil Seal tablet that he took back from Xiazong, the son of the Zhuangzi Buddhism Golden Lion King. Humph! That supreme elder of the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect, a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, actually used such a despicable method to make a false statement. He must have done that because he doesn't want us to snatch Duan Lingtian's Super Saint weapon so he can keep it for himself, right? Originally, I thought powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage were godlike existences. They were high and mighty, and I believed their words unconditionally. I didn't expect it to be a scam. Liar, liar. As the news that Duan Lingtian had sworn on the lightning penalty oath spread, even powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage were pulled down from their pedestals. The people in the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land realized this. Even powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who stood at the peak of the Tao Martial Saint Land were no different from them. They were not as indifferent to fame and wealth as they had imagined. At the same time, even more shocking news spread to the people in the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land. After 3 years, Duan Lingtian's strength is comparable to a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Even the Golden Lion King Siakong Sun, one of the 4 great Karmapa of the Zhuangzi Buddhism, is powerless in front of him? Heavens! Is this for real? If this is true, this is too ridiculous. That's right. Who's Siakong Sun? He's the Golden Lion King, one of the 4 great Karmapa of the Zhuangzi Buddhism. He's one of the strongest powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, and he's ranked 18th on the Supreme Saint ranking. Such a person is powerless in front of Duan Lingtian. I don't care if you believe it or not, but I don't. This is too ridiculous. You don't believe it? Let me tell you, I have a distant cousin who's a disciple of the Zhuangzi Buddhism. This news is definitely true. I'm sure it's true as well. I'm from Sin City. It's said that many sectless cultivators in Sin City saw what happened. The rumors are true. Duan Lingtian is indeed as strong as a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. He severed Siakong Sun's arms with 2 strikes of his sword. When Siakong Sun turned around to flee, he struck again and killed Siakong Sun. Based on what you said, if Duan Lingtian wanted to kill Siakong Sun, he only needed 1 strike of his sword? He was just toying with Siakong Sun with the first 2 strikes? That's right. Most people who were close to Sin City believed Duan Lingtian's strength was so strong that they had no choice but to believe it. In places further away, only a small number of people believed it. In the borderlands of the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land, almost nobody believed it. After all, the Golden Lion King, one of the 4 great Karmapa of the Zhuangzi Buddhism, was a famous powerhouse in the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land. Chapter 2169. The news from Sin City in the central region spread like wildfire. Even the Zoroastrianism in the western region received the news. Senior brother Duan Lingtian actually showed up? Moreover, he just came out of the trap left behind by the three eminent celestials who killed many powerhouses 3 years ago. As soon as he came out, he went to Sin City and swore on the lightning penalty oath to confirm that the devil clans from the land of exile had invaded the lower province. Heavens! The devil clans have really invaded the lower province. I'm afraid it won't be long before they invade the upper province. The Zoroastrianism was shocked by Duan Lingtian's confirmation that the devil clans had invaded the Dao Martial Saint land. Since Duan Lingtian had sworn on the lightning penalty oath and was not killed by the lightning penalty, it meant that he was not lying. Everything he said was true. Although the Zoroastrianism people were shocked by the devil clan's invasion of the Dao Martial Saint land, they were not afraid at all. After all, they were supported by one of the three great sects in the Dao Martial Saint land, the Zoroastrianism. It was a force that stood at the peak of the Dao Martial Saint land. If the devil clans had really invaded the upper province, they would be one of the human race's hopes. If they were afraid of the devil clans, the human race might as well surrender. I didn't expect the supreme elder of the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect, a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, would lie. He was worried someone would snatch the Super Saint weapon from Duan Lingtian, so he didn't hesitate to make a false statement saying he had obtained the Super Saint weapon from Duan Lingtian. What's surprising is senior brother Duan Lingtian doesn't have two Super Saint weapons. He only has one Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet. The Devil Seal Tablet belongs to him. It's time for it to be returned to its rightful owner. News of this spread throughout the Zoroastrianism. At the same time, news of Duan Lingtian killing the Golden Lion King, Xia Kongsun, one of the four great Karmapa of the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect, had also spread. Senior brother Duan Lingtian crippled Xia Kongsun's right arm and left arm with one strike before killing Xia Kongsun with one strike. From the beginning until the end, Xia Kongsun didn't even have a chance to retaliate. You must be kidding me. Although I admit that Duan Lingtian's innate talent is very high, and his strength must have improved a lot after 3 years, even so, it's not to the extent where Xia Kongsun is completely helpless, right? This was too ridiculous. That's Xia Kongsun we're talking about. Xia Kongsun is the Golden Lion King, one of the four great Karmapa of the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect. His cultivation base has long broken through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. He can be considered as one of the strongest powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Dao Martial Saint land. How could someone like that be powerless in front of senior brother Duan Lingtian? It seems like senior brother Duan Lingtian's cultivation base has already broken through to the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. This news is too ridiculous. I don't believe it. News of Duan Lingtian killing Xia Kongsun, the Golden Lion King of the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect, with 3 strikes had spread to the Zoroastrianism sect. However, almost no one believed that Duan Lingtian possessed such strength. Even Lu Yun, Lu Mu, and the others who were close to Duan Lingtian in the past felt that the news was too exaggerated and hard to believe when they heard it. Duan Lingtian's innate talent was not bad. 3 years ago, he had even killed Xie Zong, the son of the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect's Golden Lion King. As soon as the vice sect leader of fire worship sect finished speaking, a huge figure appeared out of thin air as though a gust of wind had blown past. The figure belonged to a tall and muscular middle-aged man. He wore a long white robe that was embroidered with red flames. It was similar to the robes worn by the Zoroastrianism elders and disciples. Naturally, it was only similar to the robes. The flames embroidered on his white robe were unique. Upon closer inspection, one would see that the robes were embroidered with flames. The middle-aged man's long robe was embroidered with flames. From top to bottom, the flames seemed to form a long divine dragon that circled around his body. It was as if a true dragon was protecting him. Although the middle-aged man was tall and muscular, his appearance was decent. He did not look boorish at all. Whether it was her figure or her face, every part was just right, almost perfect. Besides that, the The space between this middle-aged man's brows seemed to be filled with a dignified aura that seemed capable of making all things submit before him. And he was the leader of Zoroastrianism. Tang Xian. Is something the matter? Even though Zoroastrianism was spreading the news from the city of Sin, Tang Xian, who was cultivating in his own place, was unaware of it. But he knew. Since the vice sect leader in front of him had come looking for him, there must be a reason. Sect leader. The vice sect master nodded and told Tang Xian about the demon race's arrival in the Debussy subterranean. The devil clans really came to the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land? Even Tang Xian, the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism whose cultivation base was at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, had a grave expression on his face when he heard this. The devil clans from the land of exile were extremely powerful. Tang Xian had read about this in the records left behind by the Zoroastrianism since ancient times. There was no lack of powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the devil clans. In fact, there might even be half-step celestials who had successfully transcended the tribulation but had yet to ascend to the immortal world. Yes. The vice sect leader nodded. Then, he said with a complicated expression on his face. Speaking of which, this news was confirmed by Duan Lingtian, the prodigious disciple of our Zoroastrianism. Duan Lingtian, the prodigious disciple of our Zoroastrianism who possesses 2 super saint weapons? Tang Xian asked as he looked at the vice sect leader. It had been some time since he came out of closed-door cultivation. For this reason, he had heard of Duan Lingtian, the prodigious disciple of the Zoroastrianism. Yes. The vice sect leader nodded again. It said that he also fell into the trap left behind by the 3 eminent celestials 3 years ago. However, while the others were eliminated and killed, he survived and stayed in the trap for 3 years. He only came out recently. He stayed in the trap for 3 years. Tang Xian nodded. It seems like that old man from the Zhuangzi Buddhism was lying. I was wondering when that old man became so fond of swearing on the lightning penalty oath. As it turns out, he had his eyes on the 2 super saint weapons in Duan Lingtian's possession. That's why he deliberately spread false news. Lord Sect Leader, Duan Lingtian only has 1 super saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet. He doesn't have the Traceless Sword. He has already sworn on the lightning penalty oath to confirm this. The vice sect leader added. Since the devil clans from the land of exile have descended, the Traceless Sword is not as useful as the Devil Seal Tablet. Tang Xian's eyes flashed as he muttered to himself. When his words entered the ears of the vice sect master, the latter deeply agreed with him. Chapter 2170. Apart from that, there's another piece of news. However, I think it's fake news. The vice sect leader of Zoroastrianism who was standing near Tang Xian, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, said after a moment of hesitation. What news? Tang Xian asked curiously. The news has something to do with Duan Lingtian. It said that Duan Lingtian managed to kill Siekong Sun, the Golden Lion King, one of the 4 great Karmapa of Zhuangzi Buddhism, in front of everyone in Sin City. The vice sect leader said. He killed Siekong Sun with 3 strikes? Tang Xian raised an eyebrow when he heard this. If I'm not mistaken, Siekong Sun from Zhuangzi Buddhism could be considered as one of the strongest powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the entire Dao Martial Saint Land. It's almost impossible to kill him with 3 strikes unless one's at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage or above. That's what everyone thinks. The vice sect leader nodded. Due to this reason, not many people believe this news. Although Duan Lingtian's innate talent is monstrous, it's absurd that he managed to kill Siekong Sun with 3 strikes. Tang Xian nodded. He knew Duan Lingtian and knew it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to be strong enough to kill Siekong Sun with 3 strikes in just 3 years. Now that the devil clans are invading, all of you should be prepared. In 3 years, the devil clans must have taken root in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. I'm afraid it won't be long before the powerhouses from the devil clans set up an inter-province transportation formation and invade the upper province. Tang Xian said with a hint of dread on his face. Before that happens, the sect of Zoroastrianism must be prepared. Yes, Lord Sect Leader. The Vice Sect Leader replied respectfully. But he didn't leave. Instead, he seemed to have something to say. Is there anything else? Tang Xian asked. Lord Hierarch. The Vice Sect Leader took a deep breath before he mustered up his courage and said, As far as I know, when you came out of closed-door cultivation, you brought the Saint Lady and her daughter out of the enforcement hall and placed them in your cultivation place. May I know when you gave the order to punish the Saint Lady and her daughter? The Vice Hall Masters of the Law Enforcement Hall are already complaining about this matter. The Vice Sect Leader said with a bitter smile. Vice Hall Masters? Do you have any complaints? Tang Xian sneered. Their Hall Master hasn't said anything yet. Why are they in such a hurry? Since when did I, Tang Xian, allow them to tell me what to do? Go and tell them. If anyone is dissatisfied with this matter, they can come and speak to me personally. Why don't you let them know and I'll go look for them? There was a hint of anger in Tang Xian's voice as he spoke. The Vice Sect Leader was shocked. He broke out in cold sweat as he hastily explained. Lord Hierarch, they only asked casually. They don't intend to make a big deal out of this matter. Since you already have a plan, Lord Hierarch, there's no need for you to pay attention to them. At the same time, he could not help but sigh inwardly. It seems like Lord Hierarch really doesn't want to punish the Saint Lady. The reincarnation of a goddess? Lord Hierarch has really lost his mind. Fortunately, Lord Hierarch is still normal in other aspects. The Vice Sect Leader felt slightly relieved when he thought of this. The sect leader of Zoroastrianism was the backbone of Zoroastrianism. He was also the guardian of Zoroastrianism. If something were to happen to him, Zoroastrianism would definitely decline and even be destroyed. Wait, just as the Vice Sect Master was about to leave, Tang Xian called out to him again. Lord Hierarch, do you have any other instructions? The Vice Sect Leader stopped in his tracks and looked at Tang Xian respectfully again. In my name, make a statement to the outside world. Tang Xian looked at the Vice Sect Leader and said, The statement is to ask Duan Lingtian to return to Zoroastrianism. Also, promise him that as long as he returns to Zoroastrianism, the Zoroastrianism won't covet the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet, in his possession. If he doesn't believe me, he can hide the Devil Seal Tablet outside and return to Zoroastrianism. At that time, I, Tang Xian, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, am willing to swear on the lightning penalty oath to witness my promise to him. Tang Xian's words revealed his eagerness to have Duan Lingtian return to Zoroastrianism. Lord Hierarch, is it worth it for you to do this for a mere Duan Lingtian? The Vice Sect Leader was stunned. Naturally, it's not worth it for a mere Duan Lingtian. Tang Xian said indifferently. However, the Devil Seal Tablet in his possession is worth it. As long as he's a disciple of Zoroastrianism, he and the Devil Seal Tablet will be a great help to us in Zoroastrianism. Moreover, if the Devil clans invade the upper province and invade Zoroastrianism, I'm sure he'll be willing to lend me the Devil Seal Tablet. With my current strength, if I use the Devil Seal Tablet, none of the Devil clans below the Eminent Celestial would be a match for me. Tang Xian's eyes gleamed coldly when he reached the end of his sentence. In his opinion, as long as he could use the Devil Seal Tablet, the Super Saint weapon that was said to be the bane of the Devil clans, it would not affect him much no matter who had the Devil Seal Tablet. The Devil Seal Tablet was only useful to him in dealing with the Devil clans. Once the Devil race was forced to retreat, the Devil Seal Tombstone would be useless in his hands. For this reason, he did not object to the fact that the Duan Lingtian possessed the Devil Seal Tablet. Realization dawned on the Vice Sect Leader when he heard Tang Xian's words. Tang Xian also returned to his own place of cultivation. He returned to a room in his mansion on an independent island. It was the room where he usually lived and cultivated. Meanwhile, in the eastern part of the mansion where Tang Xian, the sect leader of fire worship sect, cultivated, there was a huge courtyard that occupied a lot of space. These courtyards were where Tang Xian usually received guests. Naturally, there were only a handful of people in the Dao Martial Saint Land who were qualified to be invited by Tang Xian. At this moment, 2 rooms in one of the courtyards were occupied. Apart from 2 identical twin sisters, there was a cute little girl who was about 8 or 9 years old with 2 pigtails. The twin sisters were none other than Duan Lingtian's wife, Ke, and Ke's elder sister, Gan Ruyen. The little girl was Duan Lingtian and Ke's daughter, Duan Siling, Yuyen. I noticed that the sect leader seemed to be very respectful to you when he was talking to you. Do you know why? Gan Ruyen looked at Ke in shock. She was shocked when she learned that the sect leader of Zoroastrianism had broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. A powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage was as rare as a phoenix's feather in the Dao Martial Saint Land. When facing her twin sister, not only did she not show the attitude that a superior would show to an inferior, but she also showed the respectful attitude that an inferior would show to a superior in front of her twin sister. This caused her to be shocked, but at the same time she was also puzzled. I don't know. Ke shook her head slightly as she hugged Duan Siling, who had fallen into a deep sleep. She was puzzled as well. This was the first time I saw him when he came to the enforcement hall. Initially, I thought he would follow the fire worship sect's rules and order me and Siling to be executed after he came out of closed-door cultivation. I didn't expect him to not be angry when he saw me. Instead, he was so cautious as though he was afraid of offending me. Gan Ruyen fell silent when she heard Ke's words. After a moment of silence, Gan Ruyen sighed again. Initially, I thought he would punish me according to the fire worship sect's rules, since I didn't cooperate with him to reveal your man's background. However, I didn't expect he would release me from the enforcement hall just because of you. It seems like he really thinks you're the reincarnation of a goddess. Otherwise, I can't think of any other explanation. Gan Ruyen looked at Ke and sized her up for a long time. However, she could not find anything special about her younger sister other than the fact that she looked exactly like her. Reincarnation of a goddess? Ke remained silent when she heard Gan Ruyen's words. He only felt that this statement was too absurd and ridiculous. Apart from that, she had also heard from her twin sister that only the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism believed she was the reincarnation of a goddess. The other people, such as the 3 great guardians, the 2 sect leaders, and the other high-ranking officials of the Zoroastrianism, did not agree with this. Sister. All of a sudden, a purple bird flew in from the outside, accompanied by a series of hurried sounds. After flying in, she turned into a young girl in a purple robe. This purple-clad young lady was none other than Gan Ruyen's super divine beast, the purple cloud Thunder Rock. She was also the closest person to Gan Ruyen. She was also by Gan Ruyen's side when she went to the lower province. What's wrong? Gan Ruyen asked curiously as she looked at the purple-clad young lady. Sister, there's news about Duan Lingtian. The purple-clad young lady sent a voice transmission to Gan Ruyen. Since she was in the cultivation place of the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism, she was worried the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism would overhear her words. Gan Ruyen's eyes lit up when she heard the purple-clad young lady's words. Before the purple-clad young lady could continue speaking, she sent another voice transmission to Ke. There's news about him. Ke trembled in excitement when she heard Gan Ruyen's voice transmission. Naturally, she knew who her sister was referring to. Chapter 2171. Sister, where is he now? How is he? Ke took a deep breath and suppressed the excitement in her heart. She immediately looked at Gan Ruyen and impatiently transmitted her voice to her through voice transmission. Said the last time he appeared was in Sin City. Gan Ruyen told Ke everything the purple-clad girl had told her through voice transmission. 3 years ago, he entered the upper heaven. What Zier said was something that had spread throughout the entire upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Even Gan Ruyen thought it was ridiculous that the Duan Lingtian had killed Siekong Sun, the Golden Lion King of the Zhuangzi Buddhism. Therefore, she did not mention it to Kerr. She only told Kerr about other things. One who survives a great disaster is bound to have good fortune in the future. You don't have to worry too much. Gan Ruyen comforted her after she finished speaking. A trap left behind by 3 eminent devil cultivators? He's the only one who survived? After knowing what her man had gone through, Kerr's pretty face turned pale with fright. Although she wasn't by her man's side, she could guess that her man must have gone through a lot of hardships. Kerr's heart ached for the man whom she treasured as much as her own life. Young master. Kerr's eyes were filled with tears at some point. In the western region, in the sky above a mountain near the Zoroastrianism's estate, a tall purple figure stood proudly in the sky. The figure was a young man dressed in a long purple robe. He was tall and handsome. His eyebrows were sharp, and his eyes were bright. He had a graceful bearing, and his body emitted a refreshing aura. As he stood there with an elegant demeanor, he seemed to cause everything around him to lose its splendor. I can't believe the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism has not only come out of closed-door cultivation, but his cultivation base has also broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Suddenly, the young man muttered softly. Fortunately, although he has come out of seclusion, he did not give the order to punish Kerr and her daughter. However, we still have to think of a way to rescue them. I don't feel safe leaving them in the Zoroastrianism. Based on the young man's words, one could easily guess his identity. He was none other than Duan Lingtian, who had just returned from Sin City in the central region. On his way back, Duan Lingtian had heard that the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism had come out of closed-door cultivation and had broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, becoming the 4th powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Duan Lingtian's heart sank when he heard about this. He was extremely worried about Kerr and their daughter's safety. Under such circumstances, Duan Lingtian hurried back to the Zoroastrianism's estate. After some investigation, he discovered that the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism had not punished Kerr and their daughter yet. He could not help but sigh in relief. Duan Lingtian hid outside the Zoroastrianism's estate, preparing to enter the Zoroastrianism's estate to rescue Kerr and their daughter. With my current strength, I won't be a match for the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism even if I fully activate the Celestial Supreme Treasure, the Jasper Celestial Sword. I must find a good opportunity to rescue Kerr and our daughter. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Duan Lingtian knew his current strength very well. If he used all his techniques and fully activated the Jasper Celestial Sword, he was confident he could kill a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. However, there was nothing he could do to a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Don't tell me I have to enter the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda again and spend another year and a half to break through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage? Duan Lingtian muttered to himself with a frown on his face. A year and a half referred to the time in the outside world. Who could be certain that the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism would not punish Kerr and their daughter after a year and a half? Duan Lingtian did not dare to take the risk. If he lost the bet and something happened to Kerr and their daughter, he would never be able to forgive himself. Duan Lingtian racked his brains, trying to think of a way to rescue Kerr and their daughter from the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism. At this moment, a statement came from the Zoroastrianism's estate. The statement was personally issued by the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism, Tang Xian. The content of the statement was as follows. As the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism, Tang Xian has invited Duan Lingtian, the prodigious disciple of the Zoroastrianism, to return. He has also promised that the Zoroastrianism will not covet his grade-level saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet. If Duan Lingtian is still worried, he can hide the Devil Seal Tablet outside and return alone. At that time, Tang Xian, the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism, is willing to swear on the lightning penalty oath to prove his promise to Duan Lingtian. When the announcement was made, not only were the people around the Zoroastrianism's estate shocked, but even the elders and disciples of the Zoroastrianism sect were shocked. Lord Sect Leader is willing to make such a statement just to bring Duan Lingtian back? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. It's said that Lord Sect Leader values talents as much as his own life. I've finally seen it for myself today. With Lord Sect Leader's announcement, it's likely that senior brother Duan Lingtian will return. Once he returns, I'm afraid the true ranking will change again. He'll definitely be ranked first on the true ranking. That's for sure. 3 years ago, senior brother Duan Lingtian killed Elder Xiezong of the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect. His cultivation base is no weaker than the person ranked first on the true ranking. Now that 3 years have passed, with his innate talent, he's definitely much stronger than he was 3 years ago. I'm really looking forward to senior brother Duan Lingtian's return. Ever since senior brother Duan Lingtian left, Zoroastrianism has been like a pool of stagnant water. It's not as lively as it was when senior brother Lingtian was around. While the people of Zoroastrianism discussed among themselves, the disciples of Zoroastrianism were overjoyed as well. Most of them hoped that Duan Lingtian would return. Senior brother Lingtian will have a chance to return? Junior brother Lingtian will be able to return. Many disciples of Zoroastrianism who were close to Duan Lingtian, including Lu Yun and Lu Mu, were excited when they heard about the announcement made by their sect leader of Zoroastrianism. Why would Lord Sect Leader make such a statement? He was completely different from how he was when he secretly left the Zoroastrianism's estate a few years ago. You're tuning in to the Legend of the Vagabond YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.